Redditors who work or have worked in retail, what's your "I'm about to lose my sheet" moment you had with a customer? This wasn't an incident that made me angry, but rather I was going to lose my sheet in the sense this interaction made me feel like I was losing my mind. I worked at a weird Starbucks that was drive-through and walk-up only. There was no indoor seating. There were signs on either side of the walk-up window displaying a menu with a photo of each product that was listed. If I was working at the walk-up window I couldn't see the menu, even if I leaned out the window as much as I could. One day a woman came to the store, asked me a question about parking or something, and then ordered. She pointed at the menu and said, "Could I have that one?" "I'm sorry, which drink are you pointing at?" She points again. "That one. I can't see the menu from here. Could you tell me what drink it is?" "That one. I really can't see the menu. Can you tell me what it says?" "That one." What the fuck? Maybe she doesn't speak English. No, she asked me something in perfect English earlier. Maybe she's embarrassed to pronounce the drink name wrong. Maybe she's illiterate. What color is it? "That one." "Do you want a hot or cold drink?" "That one." "Do you want something with coffee or maybe something sweet?" "That one." "Did you want a frappuccino?" "That one." It went on like this for a while until I gave up and just rang her up for a grand iced caramel macchiato. She seemed perfectly happy with it when I handed it to her. Former Blockbuster employee here. There was a woman who not only absolutely refused to pay her late fees, which were legitimate, she became so enraged that she threw her stack of tapes at me, hitting me in the face. She then marched around the store and knocked every cassette, DVD, and cover box that she could reach off of the shelves, some with her hands, some by swinging her purse, while shouting obscenities. My manager got on the phone and called the police. When angry lady finished trashing the store, she demanded to know which cars out on the parking lot my coworker and I drove. When we refused to say, she spit at us and knocked all of the candy / shelf talker / etc off of the counters and began stomping on them. I don't know if it was divine intervention or luck or what, but as angry lady was spitting and stomping on the candy, another woman walked into the store. This woman just happened to be my next door neighbor and a police officer. Officer neighbor lady approached angry lady and identified herself as a police officer. As she attempted to ask what the problem was, angry lady shouted, "Oh yeah, where's your fucking badge, bitch?" Swung her purse at officer neighbor lady, then attempted to flee. Officer neighbor lady grabbed angry lady before she could reach the door and a scuffle ensued. In a blink, officer neighbor lady kicked angry lady's legs out from under her and she went down like a sack of bricks. I'll never forget the smack sound her face made when it hit the concrete floor. Satisfying. While she held angry lady down, officer neighbor lady asked me to go get her purse, out of which she pulled a pair of handcuffs. As the cuffs locked around her wrists, it was then that angry lady finally realized what trouble she was in. She began to sob and wail loudly. She promised to make nice, pay her fee, and begged to be let go. 2 uniformed officers arrived and hauled angry lady away, screaming and crying like a lunatic. Oh, and the late fee she owed? $12. I worked at a department store. I was in charge of the truck and stocking. Usually this included making the department I worked look good, refolding clothes, straightening stacks, sizing the clothing racks, etc. I'd just finished the juniors department when I turn around and see so many clothes on the floor. There was a teenager picking up folded shirts to look at them, and then she was just throwing them on the ground. It was a particularly bad day for me as all but 2 of our truck team had called in. I didn't have time for this shit at all. I politely asked her to stop throwing the merchandise on the floor. It's fine if she wanted to just set the stuff back onto the tables, but seriously stop throwing it on the ground. This turned into her proceeding to throw piles of folded clothes on the ground, picking up hanging items and just tossing them. So I asked where her parents were. She refused to answer. So I paged overhead asking for the parent of said teen. I described her clothing and hair to come to the juniors department as their daughter had something amazing surprise for them. It wasn't long before a lady walked over with a smile on her face, and then it just fell into the most pissed off / disappointed / disgusted look. She looked at me, then her daughter. The girl tried to say I was the one that did this and was trying to blame her for being bad at my job. Her mom was having none of that point. Mom apologized profusely for her daughter's behavior and asked me to show her how we folded the clothes. I tried to tell her not to worry about it. I just wanted her kid to stop. She insisted. Sony showed her the fold we used on shirts and the ones we used on pants. I started picking things up and noticed that the mom had gone to work telling her daughter how to fold everything. Eventually she told me I could go do something else. They weren't leaving until her daughter fixed everything. I had other things to do, but I came back later and they were finishing up. My daughter was in tears, saying she was humiliated and that this wasn't her job. Mom just kind of stood there chuckling and said, "It's your job right now. You make a mess, you pick it up. Rules don't stop at our front door. They apply to anywhere you go." Started off as one of the worst experiences, but ended on a high note, for me at least. Worked at Kmart, sporting goods and toys to be specific, during my high school and early college years, and people would often pull the "I found this product under this tag for a lower price, so does I mean I get it at that price?" Well, this one woman did this and would not let up. She had a football that rung up $30, but wanted it at the price of that tag, where she found the product for $5, which was a fishing lure. I told her that I cannot price match based on that. "What? Can you price match based on?" I tell her. "So, you won't price match this, even though it was sitting there under the wrong tag?" "No, I cannot, I'm sorry. I've had it done before. I've seen it done before, so I know it can be done." Explain again how the price match policy works. We go round and round for about 10 minutes before she pulls the "Let me speak to your manager." At this point I'm pretty angry but reserved. I call my manager and then leave briefly to go get him and tell him about the customer and their complaint. We walk back to the counter and she tells him the same things she's been telling me. He says sorry about that, ma'am, and does a price override and gives it to her for the $5. After payment, the manager walks back. The customer gives me a snarky "fuck you" look and walks away with her purchase. Fuck you, Bruce. Fuck you, Beach. I was just doing my job and then I ended up looking like the asshole. No wonder Kmart failed. I worked at Target in the clothing department for about 3 years. One night I was on the closing shift, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. If you work the closing shift, you spend pretty much the entire shift zoning your assigned area. For me, that meant folding clothes for 5 hours. This particular night I was assigned the women's area, which is the largest. Around 8 p.m. a woman, probably in her late 40s, approached me. She asked if I could help her find maxi skirts. I happily walked her to where they were. She then asks my opinion on which skirts I like the best. Again, I happily told her. She grabs every single print we offer in the skirt. Then she asks me to come back to the fitting room with her. I obliged. When we get back to the fitting room she wants me to stand outside the dressing room as she tries the skirts on. She comes out after each one and spends about 5 minutes going back and forth on "Does this look good? Is it the right size? I don't like it. Actually I do like it." She asked me to fetch different sizes for different prints. She also has an attitude while she's doing all of this, telling me that it's my job to help her. This went on until about 9:30. Finally, I think she's done. She now has about 20 to 25 skirts in her dressing room. She leaves them all sprawled out in the room and proceeds to tell me that she doesn't want any of them. Then she tells me to have a good night and leaves, leaving her mess behind. It took everything in me to smile back and to say, "Have a good night" as well. Also, about 2 years later, my cousin was working at an office and some lady came in there. When my cousin was telling me about the lady and how she was a pain in the ass who kept going back and forth on things and was being so rude, we discovered it was the same lady I had helped before. So apparently this is the norm for her. My story is not about a customer, but about a sales rep. Point first, I'm a guy and I used to work at a pet store where smart pets shop. At our store, we would get sales reps to come in and try to sell whatever food they were trying to sell to the customers. One such person was a guy we will name Larry. Larry was an older gentleman and Larry was handsy. He liked to rub my shoulders and was very inappropriate with our female store manager Dana, not her real name, and me. The manager was a great manager, and she was the main reason I stayed at that store. She was the nicest lady, but she always got things done. It got so bad with Larry that I would go out of my way not to be near him. One day, I was setting up a puppy sales display when Larry came up behind me and slapped my backside. He said something creepy like, "Did you like that?" and walked off with a smirk. Residential construction. I was a new manager of a shift of about 6 to 7 customer service reps. We were used to some crazy customers who would even forget what they bought or accuse us not knowing the special deal they had with their sales rep. It was an everyday occurrence. The customer service folks all had assigned sales reps they worked with. It usually led to good communication, and the sales reps, who made great commission, weren't shy about showering their customer service reps with gifts and lunches as a thank you for making sure the job was filed, ordered, built, scheduled, and completed right. This is past tense, only because I don't work there anymore. And I'll try to clarify my subject without naming names. One faker in particular, though, made me irate. He was downright verbally abusive to the girl who assisted his sales rep. We had an open office and I came out of a meeting to see her on the phone with tears in her eyes while a loud man shouted in the phone. She was an extremely proud woman and had gone through a lot of shit in life, so I was surprised to see her emotional. She was known to take a lot of verbal abuse from customers, though, without shutting them down. It was more from fear of asserting herself and pissing them off further. So I walked over and mouthed to her, "Hang up the phone." She shook her head at me. I heard the guy yelling obscenities. Walked around to look at her screen to see his profile. His sales rep was not one known to have problem customers because he communicated well up front. Everything looked straightforward about his contract. She had tears down her eyes, so I took the phone out of her hand and just said, "Okay, you have the manager now." "What is the problem, mister?" he exploded. Said I couldn't be the manager and how ignorant my employee was. That she couldn't possibly know as much about construction as him, and we were trying to rip him off. He was slurring and incoherent, so I figured likely a drunk. Again, not our first customer to call us up after drinking too much. He started cussing and I interrupted and said, "Sir, you need to calm down. Do not call back until you can have a civil discussion." I hung up. Told the employee to take a long lunch today. He called back and I deleted his subsequent voicemails off her phone until he stopped. After about 20 minutes / for more calls, I called the sales rep, who was genuinely shocked to hear how he was being. He said he'll talk to the customer and try to see what the root of the issue was and calm him down. He called back about an hour later just as baffled. Said the guy was sweet as could be with him, but had said he didn't appreciate being yelled at by me. The rep thought everything was good and the man seemed very calm and polite. So I picked up the phone and called him back myself. I guess Mr. Hyde picked up the phone instead of Dr. Jekyll, because we were back to cussing and screaming. I was a faking smug beach. My blood was boiling by this point, but I was on a company cell phone from one of the few enclosed offices in the building. So I walked out back into the warehouse away from my team. The warehouse guy saw me do this sometimes when I had to speak more bluntly than the example I wanted to set for my team. As he is screaming at me, he said, shouts, "I am an injured Marine, don't you faking try to pull a fast one on me." I lost it and screamed, "So the fuck is she, you hypocrite?" His response, "Those aren't real Marines, read women. If I had the ability to breathe fire, that would have probably been the time to find out." The warehouse guy saw and immediately ran inside to ask around who I was talking to, and what did they do? Everyone quickly knew this was a crazy customer. The yelling and berating went on, but every time a male colleague called on our behalf, he pulled the nice guy act and swore he didn't want to cancel his contract. My own GM asked me to really detach myself from my team and review phone calls to see what the original girl might have done wrong to offend the guy. I listened to the recorded calls multiple times, but from what I could tell, she really stuck to her training. I reassigned him to the one male customer service agent we had on the same shift. That guy and the original girl were actually very close friends, partly bonded by both being veterans trying to re-enter civilian life. So he initially didn't want to take the customer. He was also only 2 weeks into the job and still studying a lot of the technical information about our process and product. I told him I just want to test a theory. I downloaded the recordings of her original phone conversations with the guy and wrote the word-for-word sentences she had said to him, essentially making a script for the male customer service agent. I also told him I'd be available on our office chat to talk him through any questions he didn't know the answers to. The customer, sweet as pie, made multiple joking comments how the original girl didn't know what she was talking about and how weird it was we had girls working in construction. It was massively uncomfortable, but the male agent decided he would try his hardest to get a positive review because he knew, based on sales rep assignment, it would actually show for his teammates' stats that quarter. And he did. He got a 10/10. The customer told me that the male employee should be running the place and should get a raise. I was still angry deep down, but proud of my employees for sticking together. I'd seen it before at another construction company when sales versus office versus field production don't have each other's backs with difficult customers. In this case the sales rep, installer, and both customer service agents weren't accusatory with each other. As much as I would love to pull the plug on that guy's job, it would cost us $40K in sales. I did have to have a difficult talk with the first girl, who was still upset with herself for not being able to save the situation. We talked in private, and I told her she absolutely couldn't have fixed that guy, and it was no reflection on her. Her sales rep had heard about what happened after the customer was reassigned, and felt so bad he brought her in lunch, flowers, and sent her a heartfelt email about how much he appreciated her hard work and having her as his customer service agent, how lucky he feels that he can trust issues will get fixed because of her work ethic, etc. But I'll be damned if that customer's name isn't still etched in my brain. I hope life sheets all over him. The company had a lot of good reviews, bad reviews, difficult or saved customers over the years. But I found the hardest to be the good reviews you felt were funny, or from people who were assholes the whole way through. It almost felt dirty getting their praise. Had one yesterday actually. I seriously overdid it with my coffee that morning, so I was already super jittery and on edge. First half hour of my understaffed shift, this obviously spoiled brat of a lady walks in to return a charging cable claiming it didn't work because it's a F brand. Just warning you, I don't think any of the cables you sell are going to work for anyone. So already I'm rolling my eyes internally. Where I work, a cash refund sometimes requires an ID, so that we have a way of identifying the person who is doing the refund and making sure they aren't somehow abusing our refund policy. She doesn't have it, so she has to make the 15-second walk to and from her car to get it, and she's acting like it's some major roadblock in her life to have to present it. She comes back and is loudly questioning it, like we are going to steal her identity or some shit. For reference on why that's ridiculous, I work at a multi-billion-dollar national pharmacy chain. It would be like if you thought Amazon stored your credit card info so the employees could steal your money. Anyways, all is said and done, and I'd give her the money she paid, $10 and change. Wasn't that $15? You only gave me $10. She snatched the receipt out of my hand, glares at it to see that no, I didn't steal her $5, glares at me, and leaves. The huge amount of caffeine pumping through my body and her combative attitude had me shaking, but I kept my cool and stayed polite and positive while I spoke. But there was definitely some lizard brain slap the shit out of this stupid beach thoughts popping up throughout. Fact, that beach, I hope no phone she ever owns ever charges again. Years ago I worked at Chick-fil-A. It was my first real job, so dealing with irate customers took some getting used to. It was even worse, since we had the reputation of being the nicest fast food employees and all that jazz. Anyways, one day I'm working the drive-thru, and a lady comes through and orders a spicy chicken sandwich. Alright, I read it back to her. She said it was fine. I read it back to her again. When she got to the window, again she confirmed that she ordered a spicy chicken sandwich. I think I even said it one more time. When I handed her the food, she drives off and parks in the parking lot, which if you worked at our Chick-fil-A was a oh shit moment. The lady comes up to our front window, we were a drive-through only CFA, and begins to scream about how she hadn't ordered a spicy sandwich. I told my manager that she did, but whatever the kicker was, that she was pregnant, and accused me of trying to kill her baby, as if a spicy sandwich would do that. We just gave her a free regular sandwich and she went on her way. Finally, 2 weeks later I walk into work, and one of my co-workers asked me about it, and what the woman was driving / looked like, etc. Turns out she had come through before I started my shift and did the whole thing again, right down to the "Are you trying to kill my baby" line. It was then and there that I knew I wanted to be nowhere near customer service the rest of my life. I was 15 and got a job at a local Safeway, and it was the only grocery store in this small town, unless you wanted to drive for half an hour or more and go to Walmart or something. Anyways, there was this one family who would come in, but it was this one guy who couldn't walk, so he used the little scooter things, and he had his daughter, I think around 13 to 14. To help him point each week he would come in, his CSRT and his daughter's just filled to the brim, and I'd bag it all. Then, they would have, I'm assuming, his wife and her mother pull up to the side of the store, and I'd fill up their car. I didn't really mind this, but they were always very inconsiderate when they would come in. This one time, the car was waiting outside, but his daughter insisted on climbing into those carts for little kids that have the car on the front, to make it feel like the kids are driving. She was tall, and didn't have an easy time getting in and out, and I was supposed to be going home right now. She sat in the little cart for a good few minutes before coming out, and then going outside to hop in the car. It was also annoying when they would open the back and there would just be junk sprawled across the back, and they would have like 2 carts worth of groceries they wanted me to put in. I don't want to sound rude, but couldn't they load their own groceries into the car? The daughter and mother were able-bodied and could very much do it themselves, but decided to just sit in their car and let me do it. I've seen like 70-year-old people come in and insist on pushing their cart outside in -20 below weather. I live in Alaska and do it just fine. This family was lazy. The girl also would get Starbucks and leave her half-eaten egg sandwich in the cart and then ask me to hand it to her after she already got into her car. Sorry this post is all over the place, but you get the idea. They were just a lazy and rude family, and I'm glad I quit working there. I'd worked at Canadian Tire for 5 years plus, and over the years I had many near breaking points, but it was during my last year that I finally cracked on one old guy point. Basically, I was passing by the front on my way back to my department when this older guy comes through the front doors and asks me a question about a product unrelated to my department. Fair inquiry point. I tell the guy I'm going to set him up with someone from that department, to which he starts giving me shit. No. Maybe he'd have gotten away with it when I was 17, when I started there, but I'm 23 now. Not this time, motherfucker. He starts up. I pull my earpiece away from my ear because I intended to speak uninterrupted. Guy kicks off with, "You should know about your products," and my reply is, "Stop, stop, stop," until he stops, and I continued. "This store is divided by departments because there is too much in this building for one person to be bothered to learn all of for $14. He challenges me with some statement about being an expert, and I shut it down with, "If I had any expert knowledge, I wouldn't be serving this dump for you. Go find your own help." Asked me for my manager's name. Gave him my manager's name and next shift schedule on a red and yellow slip of paper. So many people walk into retail establishments expecting top-notch information. Get out from under that rock and smell the roses. In an industry that pays between $11 and $14, you will find no experts because they are off getting paid for their knowledge. And any experts that are working in retail are there because they've either had a lot of exposure to it or they're looking to get paid for it, but nobody is there with that expertise. Seriously point, don't kid yourself. Can I get a fac retail or what? I was a cashier at Kmart way back in the early 90s. Through high school I'd made good money babysitting. So, this was my first job outside of that. I was 18, just starting college. I'd only been working a few months. This woman comes through my line, buying some kind of diabetes supplies. She had a coupon. I was stunned by how expensive this stuff was, even with the coupon, having never had to deal with it. I made some kind of comment about, "Wow, this stuff is pricey even with the coupon." She says, "What did you say to me?" I kind of laughed and repeated what I'd said. She says, "That's not what you said. I heard you. Get a manager up here now." I was so confused. I had no idea what she was angry about or what she thought I'd said. I call my manager up and he asks what the problem is. The woman goes into a rant about how rude I am and starts listing all these horrible things I just said to her. I supposedly called her names. I couldn't believe a grown-ass adult could stand there just lying through her teeth. I tried to defend myself, but my manager shut me down. He told me to finish the transaction and he told the woman he'd deal with it. He then shut my line down, ushering the people in line to a different cashier. That woman. It's been decades, and I still see red when I think of her. By this point I was crying. I cry when I'm angry, and she just stood there with this self-satisfied smirk. When she left, my manager took me aside and told me to never interrupt the customer and try to defend myself. He said he knew she was lying, but I'm not to contradict the customer. He then told me to go take a break. Since I was still worked up, I barely made it to the break room before he paged me to come back to the floor because the lines were too long. A shat. I wish I'd known how to stick up for myself back then. But there is a happy ending, sort of. The woman paid with a check. She treated me like crap and then handed me her identity, phone number and address. It was a small town. Her house might have been toilet papered a few times over the next couple of years. Maybe not the most mature way to handle it, but I was young, and it made me feel better. I worked in a grocery store during college. Old people faking love them some grocery stores. They come in every day. They often don't buy anything. I think they like the free ack when it's hot, but sometimes they just need to be out and get some social interaction. No big deal, unless they're horrible people, like the one you're about to hear about. I'm working part-time, 12 hours a week, while going to college full-time. The store I worked was tiny and often rearranged shelves to make room for new products, so even full-timers rarely knew how to find more than 80% of the items we sold. I get in for a shift after several days off, and an old lady I haven't encountered before demands to know what's going to be put on an end cap that's currently empty. I tell her I don't know, but look at the sheet taped to it and read it and tell her what it will be. She yells at me that I should know what's going to be there because I work at the store. Then she demands to know what the price will be when the sale starts. Not being psychic, I tell her I don't know. It's a secret until the sale starts and we update the price tags. Again, she yells at me I should know, and it's my job. Short time later she asks me a question looking for round 3. I ignore her and walk into the back room because the door was close. One of my coworkers sees this and scolds me. He's a good guy, also working part-time while going to school, and I quickly tell him she doesn't really need help. She just wants to yell at someone. He shakes his head and goes out the door to help her. She chews him out for 15 minutes and I give him a sorry, I warned you look, when I pass by them again. Later, it's close to the end of the shift and she's looking for Brussels sprouts. She asks me for help, and I of course go to the frozen veggies aisle to help her look. It turns out we don't carry Brussels sprouts, however, as we are a very small store and they aren't popular enough. So she starts yelling at me again, saying we should carry them, and then asks me what she's supposed to do. A light bulb goes off. Well ma'am, I'm very sorry, we don't carry Brussels sprouts. I think they may carry them at competing store down the road because they are a larger store. I'm sorry, I can't be of more help. And I walk away. 10 minutes later she's screaming at my boss, who walks away from her chuckling, but tells me I shouldn't suggest customers go to other stores again. Edit. Various mobile typos. As a deli clerk, one thing you figure out early on is that people come to the counter with no idea about what they want or how much stuff actually weighs. Thankfully we only have lunch meats and cheeses, no hot bar. The week before last I was given the job of running the case for the midday shift. Everything is going relatively smoothly for a Thursday morning until one word wonder, OWW, steps up to the counter. Me, what can I get for you? OWW, yes. Stares at case. Me, if you need a minute I'll be right over here. Points to slicer 2 feet away from case. OWW. Turkey me. So you want store brand or de lasso? OWW. Turkey me. What kind of turkey are you looking for? Do you like right out of the oven flavor, a little sweet, or more savory? OWW. Turkey. I stand there in awkward silence for a moment while she continues to stare at the case. Me. Let me get a sample for you. Do you like pepper? This is our bestseller. OWW. 1 pound me. I weigh and bag her turkey. Anything else for you today? OWW. Ham. Now she's staring at me and not saying anything. Point me. What kind of ham are you looking for? Do you like right out of the oven flavor? Or do you prefer a sweet or more savory ham? OWW. Ham. By this point, I'm about ready to bag up a pound of everything we have and drop it in her cart. Me. We have several kinds of ham here. Which one would you like today? OWW. Ham. Ham me. New strategy. Our most popular flavors are the honey, off the bone, and cherry wood. Which of those sounds good? OWW. Ham. 1 pound. Point me. 1 pound of honey ham coming up. I bag it up and set it on the counter. OWW. Snatches bag off counter. Why did you have to make this so difficult? Marches off. Had a lady during a busy period. I accidentally gave her the wrong change by exactly 21p. I'd already shut the register, and to open it again I'd need a manager who was already really busy. She starts going on about her 21p, so I'm like, fine, I can do it by card without the manager, is that okay? She starts having a meltdown about how disrespectful I was, and how this store was awful, etc. So I go get the manager, who is like, you seriously are throwing a meltdown over 21p? Fine. Whatever the lady says, she wants to report me and demands I get fired on the spot. The manager just says no, that's not happening. She made a simple mistake. The lady gets even cheatier. Manager gets the till open and gives her 21p point, and this lady, still holding up the queue and having a beach fit, looks at me in disgust, then drops the 21p straight into our charity bucket by the till. Then walks away. Point. I had to take a break just at the sheer ridiculousness of it all. Point. Another time a customer got so mad because they dropped their milkshake on the floor and I said I couldn't give them a new one that she threw a muffin at my head and then a handful of chips. But that was more funny than horrendous. Worked at a major water park. This particular day I was in the ticket booth. Guy comes to the window to buy a couple of season passes. Total was just about $250. Guy begins to bitch about how expensive it is as he pulls 3 $100 bills out of his wallet. I give him the old "I'm sorry sir" yada yada, all that shit as I finish the transaction. Now, I don't know about how anywhere else's POS''s work, but on ours, if they were paying, you could either type in the amount paid, or there were buttons on the screen for each denomination of bill and you just push those. I push the $100 button 3 times and give him his change. He looks at the receipt and gets pissed off. "You overcharge me." I ask him what happened and he slaps the receipt down in front of me. "You faking tried to rip me off. Look, it says $150 right there." I was confused, so I look at the receipt and sure enough it does. What I didn't know until just then is that when you use the buttons it breaks it down on the receipt. So you get something like -$100, $150, -$150, -100 changed you $50 or something. Regardless, it shows on the receipt and that's what the guy saw. I put on my best CS voice. "Okay sir, I see what you're talking about and I understand your confusion. There ain't no faking confusion. You tried to overcharge me." I tried to show him the receipt and the breakdown, but all he saw was the $150. He began to yell louder and eventually turned toward the other people in line. "Y'all don't wanna be in this guy's line since he can't do his faking job right." I grab the phone and call my supervisor, who fortunately is a faking badass and is like 30 feet away, and she comes and handles him. I'm pretty sure I told her, "Can you please come get this guy before I lose my cool?" I was nearly in tears because I was so angry and trying so hard not to let this faker get to me. Soup takes him, and the next person steps up, looks kinda sheepishly at me. With my voice shaking I asked her, "Can you please give me just 1 second? I need to collect myself." She told me I was fine, and I would have hugged her right then. I had worked in retail for approximately a year before this, but had recently been promoted to shift manager. I was working in a women's clothing store, and it was just after the holidays. We had seen lots of returns and exchanges at that point, and I was fairly confident in my ability to handle them. We had a man come in with a gift card he had purchased for his wife for Christmas. In fact, I was the one who had rung him up for the gift card. He made a request that I hadn't yet encountered. He wanted to return the gift card. I explained that I was unsure how to process his request, and I needed to contact my store manager for directions. He waited as I called her, but she didn't answer. I left a voicemail and explained to him that I was going to try to contact my district manager. He started throwing around terms like breach of contract and something about the situation being fraudulent. I emphasized that I was attempting to get his money back, but I'd never processed a transaction like this before and needed direction. When I called my district manager, she didn't answer. At this point I wasn't sure how to proceed and decided to contact other stores in the hope that somebody would know how to fix this situation. As I'm calling other stores, he gets on his phone as well. I'm trying to maintain my cool and also help him, but I was getting flustered. Suddenly the other line rings. I thought it was finally somebody calling me back. I answer with our greeting. The lady on the other line informs me that she's calling from customer service regarding a complaint she had received from a gentleman who wanted to return a gift card. At this point I'm barely holding back tears. I've been doing the best I could to help him and he's complaining. I tell her what is going on and ask if she's able to help. She wasn't able to, since she isn't trained on our systems. I broke down and started crying as a grown man starts yelling at me over a gift card. Eventually my DM called back and we fixed the transaction, but to date that was my worst retail experience. I was 17, and on this particular night, I was the only person covering a huge section of the floor at the clothing store I worked at. I had completely refolded and stacked a huge table of shirts, like 10 to 15 shirts per stack, probably 15 shirts on the whole table, and they had to be absolutely perfectly folded. The table was a disaster, literally in complete disarray, because people are horrible. Anyway, it took me a long time, but I finally got it all sorted out. It's 10 minutes to closing, so I'm thinking, okay, this is great. It probably won't get horribly messed up again. In comes frantic lady. Several times a week this lady showed up 10 minutes to closing, frantically needing shirts and pants, always talking into her Bluetooth earpiece that you couldn't see through her crazy hair. Numerous times I thought she was talking to me, so I responded, and she snapped at me that she was on the phone. Anyway, I saw her coming, but I stepped into the fitting room for like 3 minutes to get a rack of go backs, and I come out to find she has demolished the table I just folded. Went to every shirt, grabbed the one on the bottom, and yanked it up and out, sending all the shirts above it toppling into piles. I just stood there, jaw on the floor, eyes wide watching her. She sees my face and scurries away. She only bought like one thing in the end. I oscillated between wanting to cry and seething rage. She was so rude. I still feel enraged when I think about it. Almost every day, I work in a retail store bakery, yet customers think we are like a real bakery. We don't make a single product anymore. It all comes in frozen. We have a limit to how much we can do for your wedding cakes. We don't do wedding samplers, so you can't try a bite of every cake and frosting type we have. Since I'm a bakery clerk, not baker. People don't understand I can't just throw things into the oven for them. The frozen dough takes time to thaw, proof, then bake. It takes like 3 hours for your product to finish. Not to mention it's not my job, so I'm not able to do so, which I politely explain. In my store the departments don't have their own registers, only the cashiers do at the front of the store, but we have label makers and customers think I can check them out with them. They get irate. I see your cash register right there, just check out my cookies here. Or they try to get me to give them free items if they're a little messy, or to discount/adjust pricing. Or customers get pissed we don't have a product or don't do a certain service, and they scream at me and say stuff to make me feel bad. Then to top off their screaming they say they're going to Costco or Fred Meyer instead, as if I will suddenly change the policy of the whole store and beg them to stay in our store. I get paid minimum wage. I don't give a shit if you go somewhere else, because we literally do not have, or do what you want, so stop screaming at an 18-year-old girl fat customers. Fear entitled pose. I was handed an actual bag of warm fresh dog shit by a customer at the pet supply store I worked at. I've gotta go meet my wife in back to talk about dog's food. Can you handle this? He got excited, hands me a plastic baggie full with a paper towel wrapped wad of dog puppy barely smeared off the floor right in front of the registers. The line is about 10 people deep in each register, so neither I nor my coworker at the cash rep has time to clean the mess or go dump the bag of refuse in the doggy doo disposal out front on the lawn patch we had specifically for this goddamn issue. We would like to, but my boss was an absolute stickler, as was corporate, for helping at the register first. Above all else, we were short-staffed, and it was during the holidays, so aside from warning people not to step on the streaks, we had no choice but to ring people up, while the stench grew from the bag that was sitting on the floor in the corner of the cash rep. It reeked of corn-dotted milk curdled sheet during high noon, while our store was without blinds. Well, between blinds as we were remodeling, and so the sun beating in through the windows was not helping mask anything. When I finally got a break in customers, who were all pulling faces and looking at me like it was either me or at least my fault, I ran that bag outside faster than any fat girl has ever moved before, and I will never forget that dump sheet's face or the smell of that godforsaken parcel of molten dog droppings. It was nearly a decade ago, and I still remember it all. Fuck you, dude, fuck you so much. Guy marches in, pointing at me from a distance, and declares loudly, you're in trouble. You're the one who scammed me. I don't smile or act in any way other than the barest politeness, because that's just a rude way to begin talking to someone. His problem? He was on an old version of what we offer and now wanted X, which would cost extra. So when I spoke to him several weeks ago, I had suggested adjusting his monthly bill to a new version, which is cheaper each month and includes X for free. When he got the email confirming his decision, he, and I quote, skim read it and saw it said Y, so I assume you haven't given me X like you promised. I showed him the emailed, printed and texted confirmations of the terms he agreed to, which state, in black and damn white, I gave him XY was the name of something else he was getting, a standard, which had been explained in great detail at the time and was written clearly in all the paperwork. He repeated that he didn't read it properly, and because he wasn't listening when I said all that term stuff, it was my fault that he was so upset. This MF stands up, tells me well done then girl, and saunters out like him, calling me an idiot, woman, scam artist, and a liar who's trying to cover up her mistake. Was the best part of his day. He came back an hour later to ask that nice girl about my bills, and I told my manager I was busy scamming some other dickhead and to make him call customer services if he wanted someone to be rude to. Oh, so many. I worked retail from 18 until I was 33. The amount of stories I have could fill a book. From being compared to Joseph Goebbels for running out of M&Ms to nearly being run over by a crazy lady after we finished her oil change. The one that I remember being the most angry and about to lose my job over was when I worked at Home Depot. At the time I was the department head for electrical and was making my way back to my section after a long pointless meeting. As I'm passing lumber, I see an older lady with a cart next to some heavy oak plywood panels just staring daggers down the aisle. Home Depot was aware of its lack of help problem and were trying desperately to fix it. So if you say a guest, you had to approach them and ask if they needed anything, especially department heads. So I walk up to this clearly grouchy woman and ask if she needs help with anything. She snaps at me that she's been waiting there for 45 minutes waiting for someone to come down the aisle. First red flag. I apologize and offer to help her with anything she needs. What ensues is me shopping for this lady while she's berating me the entire time. It was like how you would picture a stereotypical rich person talking down to anyone beneath them. The entire time I'm keeping my cool, but every verbal jab is starting to get to me. I can feel my rage building as we go across the entire store. She must have been trying to get everything needed for her addition onto her house, because we went to every single department. I spent a good 2.5 hours pulling product for this nasty old woman who is treating me like shit. When we finally have everything she needed, we get to the checkout, and she insists I ring up everything, so she knows who to blame when something is inevitably missing. I scan everything, tell her the total, over $2,000, but I don't remember the exact amount, and she loses her goddamn mind. I thought I had seen the nastiest this woman could be in our nearly 3 hours together, but holy shit, I was not prepared. She starts accusing me of jacking up all the prices, because she was keeping count in her head, and she's very good at mental math. Insults how I look. Insinuates that my parents didn't love me and that's why I'm working for such a shitty company. And calls me every sort of obscenity you can imagine. By now the store manager has heard what's going on and comes over. She can see the rage in my eyes and body language, and sends me to the break room to cool off. 10 minutes go by and the manager comes back, lets me know I can clock out and go home, because I guess she got a similar treatment from those hag, and knew a small percentage of what I was feeling. I asked her if the stupid crone ended up getting a discount, and she said oh fuck no. I told her for every nasty thing she said going forward, I'm adding an additional $10 onto her receipt. This of course only enrages the nasty hag further until she just leaves. The good news was I got to leave at 7 instead of midnight, and drank a 12-pack of beer, while spending the night cussing out that rotten beach to my friends. Retail. Guy came in info desk with a kind of a chainsaw that's on a stick, used for cutting branches ECT, that he had bought earlier that day. His attitude was bigger than the store. His wife was holding him from his arm, and was nodding with anything he was saying, and literally had a look of disgust on her face when she slapped the receipt on the desk. I kept hearing him for about 10 minutes on how we sell garbage. How we are incompetent to sell him something that would meet his needs. That we are useless, and that we should all go home. After he finished, I looked him dead in the eyes, turned the chain of the chainsaw in the right direction, and told him he had put it in the wrong direction. He picked the tool and left without saying anything. In the list of most wasted 10 minutes of my life. And a fast one. A guy came wanting to buy a water pump. When I told him that we do not have anything that matched his needs, wanted a sewage one we had only for dirty water, he got angry and started swearing and told me I wasn't helping him at all. I explained that he can buy one, but he loses the warranty and the store can't be held liable, and that's the attitude. I ask for the head height and the length of the pipe and he goes from here to there, pointing vaguely. Yeah. I give up. Called a supervisor to help him decide. 3 minutes in, and I heard the supervisor shouting lol. Some people still can't decide if they are annoying or amusing in their own way. A few years back I worked at a bakery/cafe. A guest walks up to the coffee counter I'm working behind. I'll be op and she will be DB. Dumb beach. First let me say this, DB looked so high maintenance that she could give any real housewife a run for her money. Jacob fake boobs, baboon bud style lip injections, so much botox she couldn't move her face, a full inch of macube slathered on, tiger nails, tattooed eyebrows, eyelash extensions that hit her forehead when she blinked, bleached hair with obvious extensions and a fake tan I can only describe as Trump's signature orange. To complete the look had on painted on jeans and sparkle shirt that matched the heels, that gave her another 6 inches in height. I hate judging people on how they appear only, she may have had some major confidence issues, and it was how she felt pretty. You do you girl. However, when your personality is that of a stuck-up jerk, who looks down on everyone around you, that's when I don't like you. Anyway, she walks in and nearly shoves an elderly woman who was leaving out of her way with a huff, a literal huff, before walking over to me. First red flag of a beach, she looks me up and down with obvious distaste, like she can't believe she has to speak to a servant, rather than an actual human being. Please, if you will, imagine the most annoying, fake high-pitched, valley girl voice for DB, since it's the only way I can describe the ear bleeding screech that is her voice. Op, good afternoon, welcome to insert name here. What can I get you today? Insert best fake smile here, since the woman she shoved was a regular ideally enjoyed. DB, looking at her phone, like I don't exist, but is standing right in front of my register. Op, waiting for the order, but is given nothing but silence. Ma'am, did you need any help with the choices? I'd be happy to recom. DB, cutting me off mid-sentence. Ugh. What? Gives me an annoyed look. Op. Wincing from the nails on a chalkboard voice but still smiling. Is there anything I can get you? DB. Rolls her eyes at me. Duh. Are you stupid? Like why else would I be here? Op. Clenched jaw to keep smile. Sorry. Yes ma'am. What can I get you? DB. Another eye roll. I want a venti cappuccino. We aren't Starbucks. And go with small, medium and large. No foam. With soy milk and a double shot. Op. The only difference between our lattes and cappuccino was that lattes had little to no foam and a cappuccino had a good 1/4 to ½ inch of foam. So I asked, ma'am, would you like that as a latte, since it will be the same, but give you more of the drink, since a latte doesn't have foam whereas a cappuccino has. DB. Yelling, just make what I faking asked you to make. Why is everyone who works at coffee shops so faking dumb? Op. Feeling a good spike of malicious compliance, simply smile a sickly sweet smile. Yes ma'am. I ring up her order, give her the total, which she throws at me instead of hands to me, and go to make her drink. Now we have measurements on our milk cups for the different sizes of what drink. I fill it with soy to the large cappuccino level. I foam the milk, like I would for any normal cappuccino, about a ½ inch, causing there to be significantly less milk due to the foaming. Place the spoon over milk cup, and poured it into the large cup already containing the espresso with the extra shot, minus the foam. The drink still a good inch from the top of the cup, when the milk was all poured in. Not a huge difference, but a small victory for me for having to deal with that shrill voice and nasty attitude. I cap and sleeve it, before handing it over. Op. Have a wonderful day. DB. Comes back after about 5 minutes, only her eyes full of rage, since the rest of her face was frozen in place from too much Botox. What the hell is this? Why didn't you fill it up? She smashes the cup on the counter without the lid and it promptly splashes all over her. She screamed out of frustration, the drink having had time to cool off. Thank goodness, she may have been a pain, but she didn't deserve burns. Look what you did, you stupid bitch. She grabs the cup and throws it at me, but misses only to land on the counter behind me. My manager, after seeing this, demanded she leave and not return or she would call the police. Middle-aged plastic Barbie let out another scream before turning and storming out. Never saw her again. So thankful for small mercies. So sorry for the long post, guys. I worked at the only store in our town that would sell clothes and shoes for kids. During a big sale in which we sold a ton of things for €1, 2 Turkish families came in at the same time. I wasn't aware that they were 2 families, so when one of the ladies left a pair of previously bought kids shoes with me, I didn't think anything of it. A little while later, one of the 2 families come to check out. So I do the return procedure, in which no one of that family seemed confused why I would have them fill out a return form and scan all the new stuff that they want to bring with them. Manager needs to oversee any returns. Oh, so he's standing right next to me as this happens. The second Turkish family comes to check out. I help them, make small talk, despite out language differences, and let them pay. They check out the receipt before they leave, not strange at all, since they bought a lot of stuff, and then they ask me about the return. I didn't understand, but they started to get loud very soon, so I told them I would ring up the manager. Manager comes in, doesn't understand the situation either. All the while, the one, younger, woman that spoke my language well was verbally aggressive to me, and loud. Costumers were leaving the store. A young white family indicated to me that they were going to call the police. As soon as they had left the store, they had small children with them, which they of course brought to safety first. My manager finally figures out what happened and wants to appease the family by giving them €1, what the shoes had cost them originally, back. He does so, but they are not satisfied and keep on screaming things along the lines of, I've worked in retail for 17 years and have never been treated this way. Your service is terrible. Why do you have a white cunt working for you? She doesn't even speak Turkish. She's not going to be a good wife for anyone. My mother needs better service etc. Keep in mind that this was in the Netherlands, so there is no need for me to be able to speak their language, nor do those cultural things apply to me in any way. My manager tells them loud and clearly that if they do not leave the store, he will call the police. They don't leave, he uses our panic button and they stay and keep being just terrible. I realized I still had a bag of their stuff behind the counter and my manager indicates that I give it to them, so I do, and the younger woman slaps me in the face, hard. She was wearing several rings, and it cut open my cheek. There was a lot of blood. The police came in soon after and took them in. I reported all of this with my manager, of course, and was free for the rest of the day. I forwent the next day of work too, and returned again on Saturday, with my face bandaged up. It took me a long time to feel comfortable working again, and even now I'm still easily scared and intimidated by loud costumers, and every new place I work at, I'll let the managers know immediately. No one has made a fuss about it. I literally carry the scars of the incident in my face, and all the managers I've had ever since have been nothing but supportive and understanding of my fears, but it has scarred me literally and figuratively. I worked for a small cell phone provider that was going out of business as it got swallowed by an incumbent. Customers had notification months in advance that their phones were all going to stop working and they needed to go to the store and get new cell phones. The retail staff spent months switching aggravated customers over to new phones, and believe you me, it was not a pleasant experience because budget cell phone carriers get some budget clientele. On the very last day of my work as the kiosk manager, one angry former client came up to the booth and demanded to get his phone swapped. I let him know to contact the head office as the store no longer had phones and was no longer open, and that the kiosk itself would be demolished the next day. The man, frustrated, goes, "Well, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this piece of shit?" gesturing to his now defunct phone. That was my cue. I'd been dealing with frustrated and angry customers and downright physical threats for 3 months. I was finally able to let loose. I wasn't rude, I simply talked. "I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to faking do, but I gave you the faking number to the faking office, so maybe you should faking call them, and maybe they'll faking help you out. As for me, I don't even have a faking job as of tomorrow." The man realized that he'd been a little casual with his language. We discussed some options, and he eventually left. The next lady came up to the counter, asked for a phone, and I told her, "I don't got phones no more. I don't even got a job no more. You want this paper towel roll?" It was a really fun last day. Hell, my whole experience with that company was second to none. About a year ago, the store I manage had the floors waxed overnight. Typical janitorial work that usually results in a slight curing smell for a few hours into the business day. This particular service, a woman came in and told one of my staff we had a gas leak and she would know because she used to be an OSHA inspector. Employee doesn't get paid enough for that sheet, so she calls me. I patiently explain that we don't, nor have we ever had gas lines to the building. She asks how I know that, and I share that I did the final walk of the new empty building with the contractor 10 years prior, at the end of which he handed me a giant roll of blueprints and specs to strap to the wall in case of utilities work needing to be done, or for remodel planning purposes. I also explained the smell is curing wax and is clearing up with every passing second the HVAC's are cycling air. She gives me the most infuriating, bless your heart look and says she's going to call the fire department for my own good. So she does, and reports a gas leak to get them to come out there. She winked at me as she did it. I didn't even have words, so when she dipped 15 seconds later and left me to deal with 2 fire trucks and 4 irate, hazmat-suited firemen, I didn't think to say, "Hey idiot, you need to be responsible for this massive waste of taxpayer dollars and stick around." Been a while, so probably get buried, but I was a merchandiser for a beverage distributor for years. Around the holidays we would get ungodly orders in because our salespeople would use that excuse to pad out their numbers and make a lot of money on commission. So it's around New Year's or some such, and I've got loads and loads of beer in the back room of the Safeway that I have to put away. This is my second of 3 stores for the day and I've already worked 11 hours at this point. I'm exhausted, I'm hungry, and I'm pissed off. I'm building a display of 30 packs of Corona when this old man comes up behind me and starts watching. Sometimes customers like to gawk, but I'm not in the faking mood to get stared at. But this guy, probably in his 70s, is just watching me and starts making comments. I don't even remember what they were, just making stupid remarks and witty little quips at my expense, and that was it. I stopped what I was doing and just stood there, my back to him, telling myself over and over not to turn around and clop this old faker in the mouth, but I can feel my hand clenching into a fist. And that's when I hear another voice pop in. Hey, haha, that's right sir. Can I help you find anything? No? Alright, why don't you check out our product over here for a bit? I stand there a minute more and get my sheet together before turning and seeing one of the salesmen for our rival company. He's led the old guy away from me, schmozzed him a little, and sent him on his way. He comes back and asks how I'm holding up. I say fine and keep working. He stands there for a few seconds and asks, were you going to punch that old dude? Yep. Yeah, thought so. He just laughs, tells me to take a breather, and goes about his business. I ended up quitting with my company and going to work for them a little later. Liked it a lot better. I worked retail for the first few years in college. After the holidays one year I had two girls, probably about 16 to 18 years old, come in to return a couple items they got for Christmas. I explained to them that, since they didn't have the credit card I could only give them store credit, and if they wanted the money back to hold off and bring the items back with the card used to buy said items, they choose a store credit route. Couple hours later we are getting ready to close. I'm working through the last line of customers. I notice the girls are back and at the end of the line. This time with an older man I assumed was their dad. So the whole time I'm working through this line of customers the dad's making comments about how long it's taking and staring at me the whole time. Finally they get to the front and the first thing he says is, I've got a funny story for you, and throws the gift card that I gave his daughters earlier that day at me. How the fuck do two girls come in to return something and get store credit? Me, well sir, I explained to them they needed the card used on the purchase for a full refund apostrophe him, it's my card, give me my damn money apostrophe me, great. Do you have the card with you? No, I don't. What the hell does it matter? So I explained to him, in simpler terms than I explained to his daughters, how returning items without the original card works. All through which he's calling me a moron, lazy, rude, etc. He thought it was crazy and that we were the only store to do this. Common practice for every store in our area just about. He then asks for a manager, and my manager, after seeing and hearing the whole thing, explained to him real slowly how it worked, almost word for word what I explained earlier, while I stood there with my sheet-eating grin just staring at him. Wasn't retail, but as a frequent flyer, would occasionally encounter entitled assholes who were disrespectful to the airline crew. Point 1 was a self-entitled doctor sitting next to me in business class on a Qantas long haul, who continually chewed out a particular crew member called Andrew. Doctor didn't know that he was surrounded by about 10 journalists on their way to attend a conference. We all just sat back, kept quiet, and listened to the doctor diatribe for hours until we landed. Upon landing, as we were waiting to exit the plane, doctor says to the steward, I want your name so I can complain to your superiors about your attitude and service. You're gonna lose your job. Well, we were stunned, so I addressed Andrew very loudly so doctor could hear. Mate, I work for 30, a prestige publication. Here's my business card. If your supervisor has any questions about what occurred on this flight, please have them call me and I'll set the record straight. Your service was professional and above and beyond. Then all my journo buddies handed over their business cards and said things similar. Not surprisingly, doctor was very sheepish as he exited the plane, and he got some savage looks from us. I would have lost my sheet ages ago, but the steward was amazing. Kicker was that about 3 weeks later, I hopped on another long haul from Frankfurt, and guess who greeted me into business class? Andrew. We laughed about the doctor incident, and he said he was very thankful to have all our contacts, even though the fuck with doctor didn't take his complaint any further. At Best Buy, a lady wanted to check if a charger would work on her phone. She wouldn't tell me or show me, like it was some big secret. She wanted to open the packages to see the connector to see if it would fit. I told her to just tell me the name of the phone she has. She says it's by Sprint. I say okay, Nokia, Samsung, Apple, what phone? She pulls out a razor blade and starts cutting them open. I just asked her, okay, so you're going to pay for those that you're opening, right? Since you know you're damaging the packages? She called me an idiot and tried to walk away, so I got mad and just followed her out to her car and wrote down her plate number. She screamed at me, "What are you doing?" I told her that if she doesn't want to pay for the items, I'll be handing this information over to the police when we write up the damage report. She, extremely red-faced, walked back in the store screaming for a manager. I grabbed one, gave him the 4 phone chargers she opened, and said she should be charged for these, since she opened them with a blade. He looked at me, looked at her, and asked her how she wanted to pay for them, roughly $100 US with tax. She kept yelling at me from across the entrance that I was a piece of shit and she hopes I'm happy. I didn't lose it, but I said something like, "Once she leaves I will be happy." I got a verbal warning, since I shouldn't have followed her out to her car. Left there almost 15 years ago, and am so happy to not work there anymore. I didn't about lose my sheet. I straight up lost my sheet. I worked at Dollar General after high school. One day this dude comes in and gets a sheet ton of stuff, like $100 worth of random stuff. I'm sitting there ringing him up, already going as fast as I can, because we were timed. He starts getting annoyed at me huffing, because I'm apparently going too slow for him. He yells at me to faster, and I'm like, "I'm trying, sir." He decides he is going to start grabbing things out of my hands and ringing them up himself. I asked him nicely to stop, and he screamed at me that I was lazy. I'm already steaming at this point, but I ring up a couple more items, and he starts in on his bullshit again. He grabbed a pair of reading glasses out of my hand, causing them to open up and pinch me right between my thumb and index finger. I absolutely lost it and jumped the counter and started swinging at him. I landed a slap and a punch before my store manager came literally skidding around the corner. He told the guy, after he started screaming at my SM to fire me, that he was watching the camera and saw everything. My SM told the guy that he saw assault and me defend myself. He threatened to call the cops, and I told him to do it, because I had been there for almost 3 years at that point, and worked in a town of like 400 people with 4 cops, and we knew each other like family. They escorted us out pretty much every night after an attempted robbery. Dude huffed again, and walked out without his stuff, never to be seen again. SM sent me to the back to cool off, and handled the next bunch of customers. He was definitely one of my top 3 best managers, and I loved that store. He ended up getting transferred and was replaced by a lady who told me I needed to get over it after I was caught up in the 27th of April 2011 F5 tornadoes and was injured, both physically and mentally. I almost lost my sheet then. I quit a week after that because she kept telling everyone, including customers, that I was a big old titty baby. I quit in the middle of my shift, told the other cashier why, and customers followed me out of the store. This was about 7 years ago when I worked a sheet retail job in high school. It's Black Friday. We are busy as fuck. This one beach skips a line of at least 30 people. She comes to the register and puts bags of sheet down, like she was clearly skipping, and the person next in line couldn't have been more than 2 feet away from her. I basically tell her, "Yo, you just skipped the line," and she got all beachy. Everyone behind is looking like they want to whoop her ass, and I'm trying to move people along because Black Friday is the apocalypse. I tell her to move to the back of the line again, saying she skipped. She asked how she was supposed to know where the line starts. I said, "Little 16-year-old as me, most people read the faking sign. I was like 10 hours into this shift already." She exploded like I just insulted her entire lineage or some shit. She asks to speak with my manager. Meanwhile, she is still at the register and the line is barely moving with the other 3 kiosks slammed. My manager gets there and gets her taken care of eventually. My boss repeatedly told her he would speak to me later. Q shift ending. Q many weeks in the future. Nothing is ever said about it. I got a promotion like a month later and worked there like another 10 months. Felt really good to be snarky in a role where you typically have to be essentially subservient and get away with it. Customers like that are faking crazy. I was working at Walmart at the time. 10 plus years ago, a couple came to my line. It was their first time using WIC checks. Even as a cashier they can be confusing. Well, they grabbed the wrong items. I even mentioned to buy everything on the check. It's free and could be donated if they didn't want it. The wife walks away, and I was chatting up the husband. After 15 minutes or so we both got concerned. I told him I'd void the order if I had a line to just skip everyone. Off the husband goes. This whole time I had no one in my line. Then all of a sudden I have a line all the way to clothing. Sure enough they both show up, right when it gets busy. Now I'm eating my words about them skipping ahead. Wick takes forever. A lady 4 customers back was like, nah, that ain't right. We were here first. Me, they have been here over an hour. This falls on deaf ears. I can still hear her beaching. Now other customers are feeling awkward and mad they had to wait. The customer in front of the beaching customer finally lost it. She turns the woman beaching. Can you shut the fuck up? I mouthed thank you to her, while the botching lady looked away. It's beaching lady's turn to cash out. She's got 2 items, still beaching and a preteen in tow. The teen never once looked up from her phone the whole time they've been in line. Of course the hat she wants has no price tag on it. I tried to manually enter the number printed on the hat's tag. Doesn't work. I had enough of her still beaching that I rang it up for half off. She noticed that I gave her a discount. I rang up the next item. She was relentless. My face was lobster red. Me, ma'am. I gave you a discount on the hat because you had to wait. Let me go ahead avoid this off and call my manager so she can do a price check. She's a super slow walker. So, you can wait 15 minutes for her to come up here, take another 10 minutes to find the price, and take another 15 minutes to walk back, just for her to tell me that it's $9.98. Not $5, like I have it marked. Beaching customer, you can't do that. Me, are you still talking? Beaching customer's daughter gasped as she looked up from her phone. Beaching customer attitude changed and told me to have a nice day as I handed her a receipt and told her to do the same. Not retail but fast food. When I was 16 I worked at White Castle. I was always on drive-thru because I was good at it and I generally enjoyed it. One day I was training someone new and she was getting the hang of things pretty quickly. We suddenly got hit with a big rush. My trainee said she felt confident enough to take the orders while I dealt with payments and handing out orders. I was keeping an eye on her to also make sure all orders got rang up correctly. This lady pulls up to the window. I take her payment and double check her order before handing it out. I handed the order out the window and told her to have a nice day. I was in the process of pulling up the next person's order when I heard honking. I looked up and the woman was holding a slider and was fuming. I opened up the window and asked her if everything was okay. This lady went on a rampage about wanting no pickles and how we put them on to spite her. I apologized and explained we were training someone new and it was an honest mistake. I guess apologizing just pissed her off more because she took the pickles from the burger and threw them at me. She then started yelling about how we shouldn't hire incompetent people and how the new girl should be fired. I hadn't even had a chance to offer to fix her order before she went on a pickle throwing tirade. That's the closest I've ever come close to actually going off on a customer and possibly losing my job. She made the girl I was training cry and had just thrown food at me. It took all the composure I could muster to just get the manager and walk away. My manager just fixed the sandwiches, handed them out, and told her to never come back again. Thankfully never saw her again after that. I work as a manager in a nationally known fast food restaurant. I recently had one of my crew members come and get me as a customer was requesting a manager. No big deal as this happens from time to time, hence why I was there. It was during our dinner rush and all the crew member told me was there was an issue with the customer's coupons. We had recently discontinued some very popular limited time items that there were coupons for, and I naively thought this may be the problem. I walk out to the counter and greet the customer. Middle-aged woman slams her coupons on the counter and yells that the idiot taking her order refused her coupons. I smile, apologize, and pick up her coupons. To take a look. The coupons were for an entirely different restaurant. As in, she was standing inside a Burger King and trying to use Subway coupons, not the actual restaurants, just using them as an example. The lady loses her shit on me, screaming, yelling, throws an empty cup at me. I remain calm and explain again that she is in Burger King. We have burgers, not subs. The Karen can't seem to fathom why I can't use her coupon. I clearly and kindly explain that even if we had the items needed to make what the coupons show, we still couldn't accept them as they are not for our restaurant. She asks for another manager, one higher than me. I tell her that I'm the only manager on the shift that night and she again goes insane. She wants the home phone number for my general manager. I refuse but tell her that my GM will be in the next morning and that she is more than welcome to call or come back in to speak with him the next day. She screams some more. I smile. She storms out toward the door. On her way out, she shoves the garbage can caddy into a table of guests who are wide-eyed at the crazy beach. I ended up comping their meal and giving them free desserts. They were very understanding and were cracking up over the whole show point. I called my GM and told him what had happened. He chuckled and said he'd deal with it if she came in the next day. She never showed up. But we did have someone call the tell us how we are doing survey line and leave a nasty review about how we refuse coupons. Crazy beach. Just got into work and was ready to just slack the whole night. We were going out of business. I grabbed my scan gun and I hear customer assistance at toys. So I walk over and see a woman and her husband looking at toys for their grandchildren. Before I can say something they go, "We're here for Reticle Me Elmo, where are they?" I look at the shelf and find the label for it and scan it. At the bottom of my screen it shows a 0, which means there aren't any left and none in the back. So I tell them this and the woman screams, "Can you check the back?" I told her that there weren't any in the back and showed her the scanner. I explained that the 0 meant we didn't have any anywhere. She then begins to complain that she had called the store earlier and the person on the phone said they have some. She asks me to explain myself and why there was an error. I'm 5 to 10 minutes into my shift, just got out of school. This isn't even close to my fault. So I tell her in the nicest way possible that somebody may have bought it or someone on the phone made an error. Most likely someone bought it. So as she continues to go on a rampage about how I don't have the toy, I look at the husband and he gives me the sorry about my wife look. At some point I just decide to tell her that it's not there and that she should call us on a shipment day. I thought it was over. Nope. Proceeds to ask me very angrily when it is, and I told her either Tuesday or Thursday. She begins to ask if I can make sure one's coming. We don't know what the fuck we are getting in these shipments, and I explain that to her. Still yells at me. Thank God a coworker saw me not enjoying myself and called me to the back and saved me. This isn't my worst moment at that store, but that's one I can remember well. Ruined my whole night. Got yelled at for a good 5 to 10 minutes because, apparently, this was all my fault. I work at a fast food place famous for having many kinds of meat. I was 16 at the time, and I looked my age. It's about 7:30, and we're pretty empty. I've got maybe 2 cars in drive-thru, and a few people in the lobby. I'm working drive-thru when this lady places the worst order I could have possibly thought of. She orders a loaded Italian, which is, first of all, a gigantic sandwich. It's honestly pretty tasty, but it lives up to its "loaded" title. She orders it with double meat. There's already about 2 ounces of each kind of meat that comes with the sandwich. I ask her, which meat would you like doubled? It comes with 3, and she says yes. I've been working a 6-hour shift, which felt like hell to 16-year-old me, so I say fuck it, and double every meat. I tell her double meat is $2 extra. There are 3 different meats, and if you double all of them, it'll be the same price as buying 2 separate sandwiches. Is this okay? She says yes. My manager asks me to double check again at the window, because this would obviously waste a lot of product if it was not what she wanted. I do so, and she gets miffed that I'm wasting her time because it's her daughter's birthday, so everything better be perfect. Her daughter, who looks maybe 13, is visibly mortified, and TBH I felt really bad for her. She says, very snidely, I hope everything looks perfect too, because my stomach can't handle anything that doesn't look pretty. My brain is like what the fuck, and her daughter is like, mom you'll love, to which the mom responds with, I will not live, my stomach can't handle it. I promise you this. I'm about to laugh in this woman's face because she ordered the largest greasiest sandwich we make, which barely fits in the box, and she expects it to look beautiful. At this point I'm running her cart as fast as I possibly can because she's annoying me and I just want her out of my drive-thru. I speak to my manager, who's on the back line making the sandwiches, over the headset, after I hand her card back and close the window, and I'm like, this lady is likely gonna be a problem. Be prepared. Regular team members at this restaurant have no ability to do discounts or any actual problem-solving actions, so a manager is required for these things. Seeing as we usually only have one manager scheduled at a time, this would be inconvenient if he were in the middle of something. I pass out the lady's food, and she drives off to a nearby parking spot, which is not uncommon, as many people just eat in the parking spots instead of coming in. I take a sigh of relief, because I assume this is over, but alas, within 2 minutes, the lady goes flying around the parking lot, parks sideways across the only 2 handicap spaces we have, tiny store, and stomps in, red in the face. My manager happened to be standing by the front counter. As we were commiserating about how needlessly rude she had been in the line, she slams the ridiculously large sandwich down on the counter, and bits of it go everywhere. Why the fuck would you give me a box that's too small? I want another box. My manager calmly explains that this is the biggest box we have, because this is the biggest sandwich we have. He also explains that, because she ordered double meat on an already large sandwich, the box likely would not close properly. He offers to combine 2 boxes and sort of create a box, but is firm in the fact that we literally don't have anything bigger. She gets irate and starts screaming about how we disrespected her by using an incorrect box. My manager explains once again that he is happy to help her create a box that will work, and she apparently can't hear because she ignores this fact altogether. She goes on and on about how we were so inconsiderate of her daughter's birthday and would not do anything to help her. He offers to discount/remove the sandwich from the order or give her a card that gives her a totally free meal for the next time she comes in. Other customers are visibly annoyed at this point because she's absolutely obnoxious. My manager is starting to lose his patience and hands her a large plastic bag that we usually only use for salads and offers that to her to carry the sandwich if a box is not sufficient. She basically throws it back at him and continues yelling. She then yells to my manager for the corporate number, which he writes down for her. She also takes the name of my manager and myself down and says she's gonna get us all fired for ignoring the customer and being rude. 16-year-old me is just standing there, shaking, because I don't know what I did to make this poor lady so mad. I didn't want to lose my job. I'm freaking the fuck out, and my manager is now on his last straw. I somehow managed to tell the lady that there really is nothing we can do because we do not have a bigger box and that I'm really sorry. My manager is like, yeah, okay, call corporate. If they do an investigation I'll explain my side, and so will op. We also have cameras, 2 of which look directly at this counter. She freaks out and throws the sandwich down on the counter, making the rest of it go everywhere, including all over my manager. She yells about how could we possibly frame her for this, and somehow gets even louder than before. My manager looks her dead in the eye and goes, get out of my store or I'm calling the police. Surprisingly, this worked, and she runs out, yelling obscenities the entire way. I had to call my mom to drive me home early from work that night, because even though I could drive, I was so shaken up I was not stable enough to do so. I still work there now. I'm 18, but like, what the hell? What kind of lady goes off on a kid for doing exactly what she asked? I would also like to mention that I did warn her of this box problem, as well as any others I could think of when I double checked her order, and she said she was fine with it. Was cashing up on a till. Huge line, but I had to do it. So W/E, co-worker was new, but fully capable. A woman comes up in her 50s/60s to my coworker. She's buying fuel and a meal deal. Fuel and a £2 meal deal, please. Meal deals are £3. They have been for 30 years. There are several gigantic signs saying this. My coworker tells her a meal deal is £3. No biggie. Happens quite often, and people are by so ridiculous that they can't take a tiny mistake. Oh, but this woman was different. No, it's a £2 meal deal. It's always been £2. This went on for a while with my coworker saying no. I was keeping an eye on it. Eventually the woman starts saying things like, are you lying to me or just stupid? Reduce. It's clearly wrong. No, there weren't any signs. You're wrong. ECT increasingly insulting and getting louder. About 5/6 people were queued behind her at this point. I got fed up with this. I'm not going to take that from a customer, and I'm not going to stand by while my coworker is spoken to like that either. I finished what I was doing and joined the conversation. No, it's always been a £3 meal deal. You must have just read the wrong sign. She refused to even humor the idea that she made a mistake. Well, if you're just going to lie to me, I want to pay and leave. I'll be making a complaint. I walked round the till, was trying not to shout at her too despite how awful she has been to a girl a third her age over £1. I told her that she would show me where it said £2 so I can fix it, since it's bad if we had the wrong signage up. She refused to even look at me while she was speaking or at the sandwich display. I walked over to the sandwich display and took the £3 meal deal sign out. It's about a foot wide and a meter long, in the middle of the sandwiches, and held it up for her. She wasn't saying much apart from a muffled "No, you're wrong, stop lying" before she finished paying and made a quick jet away. I kinda regret not being more forceful with telling her to treat people with more respect and putting the sign right in front of her face, but I'm also glad I didn't, since I lost my cool so much already. Worked at Kohl's. Woman comes in and says, "I worked here before." As she comes in the door, the registers are right near the door. I smile, unsure of what to do with that. She says, "So I have a price checker. Don't worry about me. I'll have a lot of items though." She proceeds to go shopping. It's around 9 at this point. We close at 10, mind you. She takes her precious faking time, so long I even hear over the walkie-talkies, "Make sure there are no more customers in the store, so we can lock up." I know this woman hasn't left. Then I see her. She brings two whole carts full of children's clothing. It takes me 45 minutes. We are told to spend no more than 3 minutes on each transaction if possible, to ring them up, because, despite her having a literal price checker, she makes me check the price of every single item. She talks the entire time, telling me about she donates these clothes, and how much work she does for the community, and how many people know her. By the time I'm done, my manager and I are the only 2 people left. I couldn't lock up myself, not allowed, and he's pissed. It's 10:40, and I still, after ringing all this up and finally getting her checked out, have to put all the clothing items back on the shelves that she didn't want, which was about half of it. After she leaves, my manager says she worked here about 11 years ago and comes in every few weeks to do that. She acts like she's better than the other customers for it. We both got out at 11:30 and I didn't get paid overtime. She came in and did the same thing to someone else about a month later. Luckily it wasn't at closing time. Lol. Worked at a gas station a few months ago. Was on night shift at the time, and apparently a mentally crazy dude escaped from the nursing home not far from us. Customer comes in and heads to my counter. He told me he had a gun on him. Trying to keep calm, I asked him if the gun was loaded. He said it was. I asked him if he needed anything, and he said no, he just wanted to warm up in the store because he had been walking in the freezing weather. So because he said he had a gun, I got a coworker to keep an eye at the counter while I headed to the office to make a call to the cop. While I was trying to make the call, I hear muffled shouting from the customer and the other 2 coworkers ran into the office and locked the door. Before I could even say what the hell, the coworker I had on watch duty said, "He has a knife." Still trying to keep my panic down, I continued the call and decided to ask questions later. The cop was mere minutes away, but those minutes felt like forever. We could hear him screaming and shouting, nothing intelligible. We heard him get close to our door, which was behind the counter. He was still shouting for us to come out, and that he wasn't going to hurt us. I thought I was literally going to lose my sheet. My coworker silently sobbing beside me didn't help. Cop came in with his partner, and apparently the guy charged with the knife and was tased twice. Didn't slow him any in the store. I couldn't see anything, as we were told to stay put in the call until police told us it was safe to do so. All I had to go off of at the time was sound. Then I heard a gunshot. Okay, I faltered then. I told my coworkers that I'm not coming out there to see a dead body. The man wasn't lethally shot, was shot in the leg, just to stop him. Point needless to say, I worked for a couple weeks after that and left. Some dumb 20-something Tumblr looking woman came to my cash register to pay for her items. When I asked her method of payment, she flashed me her card. I asked again, because that could be either credit or debit. She angrily said credit, so I said MasterCard or Visa. Visa. She said point. I tried to do the transaction a total of 4 times. Declined 4 times. Each time, a receipt is printed out. It's after the 4th time she realizes she has a MasterCard. The transaction goes through. She looks at the receipts and tries to lecture me about how you're killing the environment, man, with one of those stupid shock value singular statements meant to mean something, and tried to say a few more things in an attempt to lecture me about the horrible impact my cash register has on the environment. Point. I just started laughing at her because I could tell she was a moron who thought she was a good progressive person. All the while the guy with her was shaking his head looking embarrassed, mouthing sorry bro to me over and over. And while I agree with her that it's a waste of paper, she came off horribly and used the customer-employee dynamic to feel enough of a moral high ground to try to lecture me on something which is a real dick move. She couldn't even articulate her thoughts properly. She just wanted to feel powerful for a second. I worked at a pharmacy for almost 3 years as a cashier. So many stories, but by the time I finally quit and was in my last week of working for that hellhole, I truly stopped giving a fuck. I was one of the few people who actually stuck with the company's coupon policy and wouldn't budge for rude people. If you were nice or a regular, I'd bend over backwards to get you any discount I could. Anyway, one of my last few days, a father and son come in for school project supplies. Of course, it's about an hour before we close, and the dad already seemed pissed off when they arrive. They finally get up to the register. I start doing my thing, asking for their awards number to get the sale prices. The number the dad gives me doesn't work, so I ask if there's another number it might be linked to, explaining that a lot of people have their account linked to a landline that they might not even have anymore. The dad blows up on me, insisting that the number he gave me has to work. It always works. I try the same number again, no dice. I ask him if he wants to create a new account with that phone number. He says absolutely not, that's the phone that works and he always uses it. I tell him there's nothing I can do at that point and start scanning their stuff. When the dad realizes that he won't be getting the sale price, he flips out again. I tell him again that he can sign up for a rewards account to get the sale price, otherwise he would have to pay full price. Finally, he pulls out a competing pharmacy mailer, points out the same items he was buying, and says that they always give him the sale price, even if he doesn't have an account there. I stare at him for a moment, realize there's no winning with this guy, and figure what the hell, I'm out of here in 2 days anyway. Void his transaction and forcefully tell him to go to a competing pharmacy, since there's one just up the road about 2 miles. I very obviously locked my register and picked up my cleaning supplies while he stood there staring at me. He left after a moment without a word. My manager later told me that I couldn't do that kind of thing, but she was laughing so hard she could barely speak, so. I used to deliver pizzas. Later at night the store runs few staff and it's frequent that a driver takes pizzas out the oven boxes and cuts them. So I had an order I took out and cut myself, nicely. I took pride in it because I'm a bit OCD about slice symmetry. Anyway, I went to deliver my pizzas, and upon reaching the apartment complex I find the address is a very dark apartment. No big deal, I stand there 5 minutes knocking knowing nobody is home. Call the number for the order multiple times. Wait 5 more minimum before heading back to my car. OTW backl someone from another building calls out, hey, I think that's mine, we put the wrong address by mistake. Whatever, no biggie. I ask their name and they respond with the correct one for the order, so I give them the pizza. No tip. I return to the store, annoyed it wasted an extra 10 minutes standing in the cold, and they don't even tip me when they admitted they put the wrong address. Get back to the store, and I'm told they called and complained the food was cold and toppings were messed up. It's cold because you all put the wrong address and didn't pick up the phone the multiple times I called, almost as if on purpose. And B, I personally boxed and cut the thing. It was perfect when I left, and I have never had anyone complain about an order being messed up outside of forgetting a sauce or drink. I drive pretty responsibly for a delivery driver. Anyway, the manager had already approved another pizza and it's policy that the driver has to take back mistakes. So I once again took it from the oven and cut it nicely, put it in a heated bag. Somehow though it fell out the bag upside down on my backseat for the whole drive back, and unknown to me my windows were down the whole way in below 40 temps. And I accidentally took the route with twice as many speed bumps. Oh well. Used to work in a bakery where we put out loaves every day as samples, which we cut by hand for interested customers and browsers. Butter and honey was included, and at times, I know I served folks who didn't have much to eat. Something felt real nice about giving away thick slices of fresh milled wheat bread to folks who were hungry, and at the end of their oak point however, there was a person who came in every day to demand a thick slice with lots of butter. Oh, and could you microwave that for me? Oh, and could you add more butter now? Never a thank you, never an introduction or a hello, just straight to the demands. We all went along, because hey, the customer is always right, right? One day this person came in and just stared at me. During a sandwich rush, which we had daily at around noon. They stared, and sighed, and stared some more. "There's not enough butter out," was the opening line. "Excuse me?" I replied, looking up from a desperate struggle to make 10 sandwiches. "Well, there's not enough butter out, you know I like lots of butter," came the response. At this moment, I assessed the person. Clean clothes, kept hair and grooming, smelled like a shower, nice jewelry and watch. Not a starving person. I decided that was plain rude behavior from an entitled ashat. Look, there's a line of customers here who came in to order sandwiches. They look seemingly oblivious. If you want me to help you with a free sample, at least have the courtesy to wait and be rude, or be courteous. You don't get to come in here and treat us like servants, not while others wait for what they pay for. They stood, shocked, as if they'd never been called rude before. They elected to wait and be rude. At least they waited. I had this woman come up to my register and rather aggressively set her things down without a word, while I was visibly busy, and one of many open registers on the floor, which is definitely an easy way to get the not so nice side of my customer service persona point. I let her know that I'll be right with her and got back to finishing the tag I had spent the last 10 minutes searching for. She loudly and visibly huffed and started mumbling under her breath, while the child in her stroller, who I presumed to be her granddaughter, fussed. Not even a minute later, I'm done and brightly greet her and thank her for waiting. In a rather hostile tone, she said she wants a price adjustment done. I'll let her know I'm more than happy to help, but as it turns out, she wants to buy a new item for a sale price. Not exchange the item bought during the sale over a week ago, but buy a brand new, now less discounted item for the sale price. Fun fact, this is nowhere within the realm of what we can do. I'll let her know it's not possible, and she began going on that rant. Ick now, the whole "how dare you, you're trying to steal from me, I'm a customer and you serve me" song and dance. She inevitably asked for the manager, who was currently on lunch. I'll let her know this, and that there are no other managers on the floor. But she wasn't budging on this. So, I call the manager, who miraculously picks up and explain there is a customer wanting an item for the price of last week's sale. He, of course, says no on honoring it. I relay this to the customer, who acted like I had just ripped her grandchild from the stroller and threw her on the floor. She still wasn't taking no for an answer, and it was honestly at the point of wishing I could shout "fuck off" at a customer. But, instead, I sent her on a wild goose chase for a manager that did not exist. About 30 minutes later, she looped back around to my station, and I'm pretty certain I'd have wound up with a black eye if I didn't have massive line. She settled instead on death glaring me. Definitely a moment I wish I could have laid into a customer and throw very colorful language at them, and or humiliate them for their ridiculous antics. So I'm in a hardware/gardening store, and this middle-aged couple come to me with a massive load of stuff on their trolley. I was perfectly fine with them, said hi, how are you, and got to scanning everything. At the end of scanning I read out the total price. Right, that's $118, and the woman stops me and says, oh, those 2 pots were discounted. That happens a lot with a garden depth, but we usually have stickers put on them for that. After explaining this to them, she says, well, can't you just call your manager? Oh shit, we have a Karen alert. We are in the busiest part of a Saturday and have line 6 deep, so the manager, whom I can see, is very busy. My solution was, okay, well, I can't put this through without seeing the discount. If one of you could go to the discount sign and take a photo, I can. The husband was causing no trouble and immediately went to get the pic. At this time Karen starts getting angry with, why can't you just call your manager? And this one, which really pissed me off, if you won't discount it, then you calling me a liar. I hadn't said any such thing and told her, no, I didn't say that. I'm not allowed to discount things, I'm just the register operator. She did not like that, and just as I see her husband come back, she is so infuriated that she states, well, I'll just leave it all then, and storms off. Her husband shows me the sign and I perform the discount. Now that's $98. She got her fuse lit by $20 for pot plant pots. As I see her in the distance, she's complaining to the greeter we have on the door. The only redeeming part of the story was the husband paying and leaving me with a little gem. It's alright, mate. It's not you. Absolute legend. I was studying to be a pharmacy tech and working at a big box store that kept fish a few aisles away. In between grabbing people's packaged meds from the storage boxes so they were ready to check out and stocking over the counter meds, I would get called to dip fish from the huge tanks of feeder fish. Yes, up to my elbows in both disgusting fish tank water and your Tylenol. One day Karen comes in with her 2 kids, and it's Susie's birthday, so Susie can have any particular 3 nickel fish out of the enormous 500 fish tank we just restocked that morning. I can't promise 3 exact fish, but I'll do my best, okay? I asked Susie. That's okay. Susie agrees like a rational 6-year-old. You will get her the exact 3 fish she asks for, says Karen the sociopath. 45 minutes later, I've been kneeling in the puddle from the leaky distance, but have finally dipped out the last fish. It looks like it has a mustache, which is pretty badass. I tie off the bag, remind Karen that she needs to let them acclimate in the tank for a couple of hours before opening the bag, scrub up to the elbows with antibacterial soap, and head back to my actual job. I've been stocking vitamins for 20 minutes when a manager comes over and asks me if I told Karen I refused to dip fish for her. I explain what happened, and he hands me the bag. It's been shaken. 3 dead fish floating. They weren't the ones my Susie asked for. You/Taj or Spread picked these because they were about to die. We are just going to go to Pet World across the parking lot, was the excuse given. I mean, I get that they were cheap fish that probably wouldn't have lived until the end of the week, and the cost to the store was something like 45 cents, but still, I've never been so appalled, and the fact that the manager even came to talk to me about it after she did that. I used to work at a men's warehouse in my senior year of high school. During prom season, it's pretty busy, as one can imagine. We get those people who ask for discounts, and I refer them to the packages we offer. But I remember one guy who was not looking forward to spending $200 on his rental. So, here goes the story. Point guy comes in, let's call him Ryan. He tries to cut the line, there's a sign-in sheet, and this already puts him in a bad mood. He waits not even 30 minutes for his turn. Ryan acts all entitled because he had to wait a half hour, but I just ignore it. I'm measuring his chest, overarm, inseam, etc. when he tells me that he only has $150. So, being the nice person I am, I cut him some slack because he was in high school. Times can be tough. He seemed really happy, but was still a bit pussy. He bought the rental, picked it up on time, and I thought that was that. Fast forward to after prom, Ryan comes in and returns the rental. He looked like he was in a major hurry because he was sweating and fidgeting. I inspected his rental in order to make sure nothing was missing. Lo and behold, this motherfucker's rental was burned. As I opened it, ashes came out. The only fully intact piece of clothing this guy had was his shirt. The jacket, pants, neckwear and shoes were ruined. I'm assuming he kept the cufflinks because they were also missing. I was so pissed off because I did this little sheet a favor and he returns it like this. So, we go into this back and forth about how he needs to pay for this, and long story short, his parents come in, basically humiliate Ryan, apologize, and pay for the garments he burned. So, I didn't really have to lose it, but his parents sure did. Our MTN. Dew ran out of syrup. I was working front counter at Taco Bell. I take this lady's order, and she has 2 smaller kids with her. I hand them the drink cups and start assisting the next in line customer. The lady starts making her drinks before interrupting my current customer. The Mountain Dew is out. I look at her and say, "Thank you for letting me know. When I finish with this customer I will go change it." So she rolls her eyes back and waits for me to finish. I hurry to the back and change the Mountain Dew. She attempts again to fill her cup with Mountain Dew, sips it, and says this still doesn't taste right. I asked her if there were any other drinks that she'd like to have today. She said no, I want Mountain Dew. I suggested Badger Blast or Kickstart because that's still Mountain Dew. My coworkers tasted the Mountain Dew and said it tasted just fine. She's still like, no, I don't want Badger Blast or Kickstart. My kid wants green Mountain Dew. I get my manager to explain to this chick that I changed it, and if it still tastes weird, there's nothing I could've done anyway. She first gets snippy with my manager. So can I just get my good for free then? Because my kid is seriously about to throw a fit. Her children were playing in the dining room minding their own business. My manager just says that she can't have a refund, but she can get another type of drink, 2 cinnamon twists, and a makeup card. She's silent and accepts the offer, and we think that that's the end of it. On her way out, she takes her cup to the machine and fills it. In my head I'm just excited for her to leave. She then dumps the cup on the counter. It spills on the floor and gets in the sauce boxes and everything. It was tea. To make things worse, I worked at a very popular BBQ stand at our state fair every September before I went back to college for the year. We are open for 3 weeks, so there's a lot of chances to eat at a ton of different vendors for the duration of the fair. We had an older man come in every single day for an early lunch. He would order a roasted half chicken every day and demanded to inspect several options before picking one. He insisted on the juiciest, plumpest chickens, and we always made sure to find the best ones for him. Without fail, he'd comment that the chicken he bought from us and ate the day before was too dry. Dude, you're the one who chose the chicken. Mind you, we would get free meals every day for lunch while working here, so I frequently had the chicken and I never once had one that was dry. We would always be sure to choose the worst looking pieces for ourselves to save the best ones for the customers too. My chicken was always perfectly cooked, tender, and very flavorful. He had to have just been taking it home to eat later and then microwaving it to reheat it. That's my only explanation for how it could be as dry as he complained. Once he picked out his chicken for the day, we'd get him his plate served. It came with baked beans and half an ear of corn, with warmed BBQ sauce served over the top of the meat. He'd ask for extra sauce on the side, which he could get himself next to the rest of the condiments. We'd let him know where he could get extra sauce, but he'd throw a fit every time because he wanted the warm sauce. He also demanded his drinks to be served with less ice and reject it if it had more than 5 tiny pieces of ice in it. Not only would he continue to buy his meals from us every day, he came back year after year and complained about the food every time. I really don't understand why he'd pay the inflated price for the food if he had something to complain about when he could even bring in his own food to eat if he wanted to. We dreaded seeing him every day. I actually got a story for this one, but I did lose my sheet, so it's kinda r/pata revenge story. Okay, so a bit of background and cast. ME equals ME, BMN equals BUT whole manager, AMN equals AWESOME manager, BCN equals BUT whole customer. I worked for a franchise Taco Bell from May until September of 2019. Let's just say the whole time you work at Taco Bell you just die a little more every day due to the Karens and the Chads complaining about how the food that they ordered isn't right and somehow it's the window person's fault. So, my last day there I had to work from open 7 AM to 5 PM. A 10-hour shift at this point is normal. The day before I had just learned my aunt, who has since passed away, was dying. It was ovarian cancer. So I was already not in a very good mood. I was just one good push from having a major anxiety attack point, and it didn't help that my manager for the day was a major butthole. I'm talking like major effing butthole on a new scale of butthalery. He was the worst. He told me to my face that he didn't care that my aunt was dying and to get over it. I was very close with my aunt and just learning about her being in the hospital made me sick. Point after that I was put into an aggressive and sad mood. A guy comes through the drive-thru after ordering $20 worth of food. He kinda looked like Terry Crews' distant cousin. It was weird. So he gets his food and then tries to order 5 more items at the window despite there being an absolute packed line behind him. So being as sweet as I can, the following dialogue happens me. I'm sorry, I can't do that right now. You'll have to go around again to the back of the line. And he cuts me off. BC, what do you mean go around to the end? He's very angry. I want to order here. What are you, some retarded BTCH who doesn't know how to effing type in a simple effing order into your little computer? I'm dead silent at this point, and so I just close the window and lock it until he leaves. The next customer pulls up after he tears out of the line. Little did I know he was going to come inside and confront me. So he comes inside. He's like 4 foot tall. So this is hilarious because he's wanting to confront me, a 21-year-old female that's at least a good foot taller than him. I'm 5'7", not tall, but still taller than this guy. He starts yelling, BC, somebody better come take my effing order right effing now. He sees me staring. You effing retard don't know how to take a damn order. BTCH, you deserve to be fired. AM appears. AM, I'm gonna have to ask you to refrain from yelling at my staff and to watch your language. Kids in the store. BC, I will not. That BTCH wouldn't take my order. AM, what was your order? I can take it right here. BC, I was just trying to order a slushy. Point I was floored. I took off my headset, hat and apron, and before AM could speak I confronted this small man. Point me. No, you tried to order at least 7 more items at the window. I told you to pull around, and you started yelling at me for no reason other than your short dumb as wants to get into a confrontation. So I recommend you take your midget cousin of Terry Crews looking as out of my store before I come out from behind the counter to personally beat your ass into the pavement. Everyone, and I mean everyone, was so shocked at what I said. Normally I'm not one for confrontation and never speak up, but this morning I would have jumped the counter to pummel this man into a coma for fun. Point the man left in a rush after that, watching me the whole time. Point BM, op, I need to talk to you. AM is trying to calm me down now and saying that I don't have to leave. I was the only person willing to work every day without fail. Me, BM, if you need to talk to me, you'll have to kiss my ass and maybe go suck a dick. Maybe it would make you better at your job, you faking beach. I quit. Point no one was breathing now. I proceeded to clock out and go to my car, where I immediately had a panic attack and cried my heart out. Point TLDR. Shortman comes to Taco Bell during morning rush and gets angry, comes inside, gets destroyed by angsty employee. Angsty employee quits in the best way possible. Worked in a tire center. I'm the only one at the sales counter. We have only one phone. A line forms in front of the counter and the phone rings. I pick up the phone and a very indignant old man says, I have a question. I purchased 4 tires a week ago. Yes, I got the receipt in my hand. Yes, and it says 4 Jeweler tires on it. Yes, my question is how do I know they're Bridgestone tires? Confused, I told him that Jeweler is a brand of Bridgestone tires. That's how you or anybody even slightly knowledgeable about tires knows they are Bridgestone tires. He goes, I know they are Bridgestone tires, but how do I know they are Bridgestones? Silence on the phone. I'm still completely confused. It should say Bridgestone on the side of the tire if you want confirmation. No, goddamn it. I know they are Bridgestones. Then just tell me what's the problem. I'm looking at the receipt and it just says for Jeweler. Yes, how do I know they're Bridgestone? Because Jeweler is a brand of Bridgestone. I know that. Let me speak slowly, because you are clearly not understanding me. And on it went. Needless to say, I was very frustrated. Point finally I realize he's mad because he didn't like that our cash register printed Jeweler instead of Bridgestone tires. No issues with the tires, no problems with the price point, no problems with the warranty point. He just didn't like how the receipt was phrased. It's like if someone came to you and was like, this receipt just says CHKN breast. How do I know I bought a chicken breast? Looking back at it now it seems a little obvious, but at the time I just couldn't wrap my head around it. In all things sales I always communicate very directly. This guy was over the phone doing a look at this. Tell me what's wrong. Bit point once I figured that out I just said, oh, that's your problem? Okay, yes sir. I'll tell management they need to reprogram our registers to print the receipts differently because you were kind of annoyed. We'll get right on it. Thank you. Finally have a good day sir. Bam. Slammed down the phone so hard I almost broke it. Dude, so I was working at a popular US clothing and home store when this lady came to check out about 3 minutes after we closed. I hadn't counted down my register yet because I saw that she was still roaming around. I rang up her stuff and she had a very nasty attitude the entire time. When it was finally time for her to pay, her card was declined. She looked stunned and said back quote, I've paid this, why did you decline it? I responded with back quote, we don't decline it, the bank does. She tried about 2 more times and the card still declined. Frustrated, she asked if we had a phone she could use to call her bank. I let her know the only phone available to guests was in the back by customer service, normally reserved for people to call the bank of the credit card we issue if there is a problem. She went back to customer service and apparently complained about me to my manager because he radioed me to tell me to keep my register open as she would be coming back. About 15 minutes later she reappears. I ring her up. She slides her card and bam, declined. She starts asking me again why I declined it and I told her again that we don't decline the cards, her bank does. She didn't like this answer and told me to call my manager. I radioed for him and he let me know he would be up in a few minutes. She continued on about how I was declining her card and how I was a bad employee. At this point I should have had my register closed and been clocking out, but I was stuck here with this incompetent lady who didn't understand how credit cards worked. After some more yelling from her, I lost it. I looked her dead in the eye and said, quite loudly, yeah I know, if you can't afford to pay your credit card bill, maybe you shouldn't buy a bunch of shit, and then maybe your card wouldn't be declined. Her face went white. She couldn't believe that the little peasant boy behind the register dare speak to her this way. To make it worse, this was the exact moment my manger appeared. I worked in a Sainsbury's local when I was at uni and the local policy for serving alcohol is think 25, meaning that we had to ID anyone who looked under 25, even if they are over 18. So one day this guy tries to buy some alcohol and he looked under 25, so I ask for ID. He has literally zero problems with this, but turns out he didn't have ID, so I apologized and explained I couldn't serve him the wine because of the store's policy. He was fine, albeit disappointed, but left the store without issue. Plot twist, the guy immediately after him in the queue really did not like this. This guy, who was about middle-aged and didn't seem to have anything to do with the guy he was behind, absolutely bit my head off for not letting the original guy buy alcohol without ID. Even quoted that he was a policeman and that it was legal for him to buy if over 18. I had to explain our policy to this dude, but he just wasn't accepting it. I remember him saying it's a rite of passage to buy alcohol and just didn't understand that I would get in trouble, possibly fired, for serving him without ID. After asking point, the worst part is that I ended up serving the same man the next day and he brought it up again. I'm sorry for yesterday, but, and basically carried on where he left off, and I had to explain the policy again to him point. I even once had a guy give me a picture of a passport as ID and even he didn't kick off as much as this dude. I used to manage a small biz women's boutique in an arts district. On weekends we were open until 10 PM, but due to low sales I often closed by myself. I had this couple come in, probably late 50s or early 60s. The man was red-faced, with bright silver hair and his eyes were bloodshot. Everything started out fine. They were energetic to say the least. But then things started to get weird. The husband starts talking about having sex with his wife while she wears the shoes she is trying on. Moves to talking about having sex with her right here, right now. Then he turns to me and starts talking to me about how I could join in too. I walked away to straighten shelves. They spend the next 15 minutes making overly sexual comments to me across the store. His wife tries on a necklace and he comes over to tell me that the necklace would be hotter if it could attach to his wife's clit ring. And have I seen his born? At this point I'm fed and up and tell him he has no business talking to me about this, and if he can't stop they can leave. He goes back to his wife and then brings the shoes up for me to ring up, and then asks me again if I have seen his born because he thinks I'd like it. I'm furious and scared at this point, so I tell him to shut up or I'll punch him in his faking face, to which he replies, "You should try, I might like it." He pays for his sheet and leaves. It's 10 until close and I'm shaking. It's hard being in these situations with no backup point, and then we have a family come and 3 till close to shop. The daughter started herself a pile of clothes to try on, and I waited until we were actually closed to let her know that I could start her a fitting room with what she already has. As we are closed. She was fine with it, bought her a skirt, but her mom left a bad review because I should have stayed late for them, which I did. Have a couple worked in a sandwich shop. Rhymes with business. When I was in high school, an angry middle-aged man was super angry about his sandwich. His daughter was in the shop about 15 minutes prior and ordered multiple sandwiches. Apparently he wanted horseradish on his. He drove back and demanded a new one. Problem is, the horseradish wasn't one of the sauces behind the counter. It was part of the self-serve bar, so his daughter was the one who forgot it. We apologize for the confusion and offer to put it on now, which he responds with by screaming at the top of his lungs while slamming down the sandwich, causing it to explode in a flurry of lettuce and cold cuts. Boss comes over at this point and agrees to make him a new sandwich before I could toss him out. I awkwardly swept up the debris from around him while he waited. Same shop, different day. Store was empty besides me and a coworker when 2 guys, late teens or early 20s, enter the shop and ask if a Tyler works at our store. Both look like they are tweaking on something. We say the name doesn't ring a bell, but coworker says he will check the schedule to make sure he isn't a new hire. He comes back and says there is nobody by that name when suddenly one of the tweakers snaps. He starts screaming, "Why you faking with me, man?" repeatedly until we kick him out by threatening to call the cops. Crazy part is, he came back after about a week, this time with whom I assume was his girlfriend. We recognize each other and he makes small snide comments while I make his food. I bit my tongue because the dude was nuts but was shaking near the end from wanting to take a swing at him. Not in retail, and it seems like this has delved into worst customer stories. I'm a flight attendant for a regional. I was a few weeks pregnant with my daughter. First trimester was met with constant nausea, but only puking 5 times the whole pregnancy. Fatigue and random cravings were more a problem than anything. I'm working on a small 50-seat aircraft, which means I'm the only far. Woman comes on and claims she is in first class on the last flight. There is no first class on this aircraft. Dings me in her seat for a drink since she believes she's entitled to a pre-flight beverage. She's not. I give her a small water bottle. Ding. Where's the ice? Meanwhile, we are still boarding, which means I'm having to salmon myself back up to the front. With the door open, I'm technically not getting paid. During taxi to the runway, which is long as New York City afternoon, she dings 3 more times. What is taking so long? New York City bro, what is that smell? Jet fuel. This is taking too long. Okay, the flight itself is about 20 minutes long, which means I don't do a beverage service. The utter horror of it. Her son is going to hear about this. If her son is worth anything in my company, he'd have my back. During deplaning, after I made a detailed announcement where to retrieve bags, she screams at my captain, one of the sweetest younger men I work with. She demands to know where her bags are, one of 3 baggage claims in this tiny charming airport. The next day the same gate agents were working the flight I was working on. She had lied about breaking her leg cause the plane was so small. That means that the gate agents had to fill out extra paperwork to have it in record that she did not have a broken leg. There's nothing I hate more at work. Seriously, anything else than extra paperwork. So whoever you are, lady, I hope you never fly again. The only reason I didn't lose it was because I had a former roommate, current coworker, on board with me along with many other coworkers. I got to vent to them during the flight and afterwards at dinner. My first job was at a very well-known coffee shop, and I worked there for a few years and I've got some stories. I'll try to keep them short. One time, we had a person from a different store working at our store, and he was put on drive-through. There was a customer at the speaker box who was being extremely rude to him, and he kept his cool. I made her drink and handed it to him to hand out, and she was being rude at the window still. I was bent down cleaning out my bar fridge, and I heard him say, "Have a good day," and she had said whatever. I was so done with her being rude I looked her dead in the eyes and said or not, and she heard me, and she went off. I'm surprised she didn't complain about me. It was Christmas, and we had just closed for the day around 3 p.m. Customers were still coming through the drive-thru, and we were busy closing down the espresso machines and whatnot. One guy came through the drive-thru multiple times and eventually started circling the building, flipping us off. On Christmas, I had this one customer who had ordered an Americano, which is literally just a shot, or more depending on the size, of espresso and hot water filled up the rest of the way. The size she had ordered was a short, 8 ounces. To be honest, I wasn't trained that well, so I figured 2 shots of espresso went in. I was wrong, but oh well, it was gonna be a strong one. I handed it out and moved on to the next drink. She came back up and said this is too weak. Maybe a little less water. So I'm thinking she just spent $2 to $3 on this drink. She wants less drink? Over the headset I had asked my shift leader how to make the drink, which is when I found out I had put too many shots of espresso in, but I put 2 in again, since the first one was too weak for her. I gave her the drink back with less water and said I hope this one is better. And she replied yeah, when you're done bitching about it, because I had asked my shift leader how to make the drink correctly. After Trump got elected president, we had some people coming in saying they were boycotting us also, with a letter of every other place they were boycotting. That wasn't a lose my sheet moment, but it sure was something. I've got a lot more stories, but I'll save those for another time. I work at a ski rental shop, not quite retail, but we get a lot of assholes coming through, so I can relate. Literally just earlier today a lady came in all pissed off with her daughter following, limped up to the counter for boots, beached at one of my coworkers that she got hurt because her daughter had the wrong skis yesterday. Not sure what my coworker was supposed to do about it. She's only there to give out faking boots. Comes to me after her daughter got boots and now she's my problem. You people at Sister Mountain's rental shop 15 minutes away gave my daughter 130 centimeter skis last night and I blew out my knee. This ruined my trip. I'm gonna have to go to the hospital. When I get home I respond with an uninterested "Oh, her story was clearly bullshit. If she had to go to the hospital for her knee, she wouldn't be in my rental shop. Furthermore, even if the people at the other rental shop burned down your goddamn house, why should y'all be mad at us? Different ski resort, different rental shop, different employees. I'm sorry to hear that, another coworker said sarcastically. How could she blow out a knee? If her daughter was the one with the wrong skis, she demands 120 centimeters long skis because someone she knows told her that's what her daughter needs. Clearly a random stranger is more qualified to size equipment than people who do this for a living. Duh. However, we don't carry 120s. Her daughter would either get 110 or 125. I went with 125, closer to 120. But with the way we are talking centimeters, it doesn't make a goddamn difference at this range. Those aren't 120s. She barks at me. We don't carry 120s, mom, but a difference of only 5 centimeters won't matter. I say this chuckling in my head because the 130s this woman's daughter had before that allegedly blew out a knee are literally only 10 centimeters apart from the skis. That will somehow erase life's woes for her. She rolls her eyes and sits there sulking while I finish sizing the skis to her daughter's boots. When they are ready I hand them to her daughter and send them off with a "take care out there," and the woman proceeds to walk away perfectly fine, as I wonder if her limp will suddenly re-emerge during her eventual visit to the hospital. seeing the amount of responses, I'm fairly confident this is going to get buried. But anyway, here goes nothing. My first job, on the books anyway, was Blockbuster Video. It was on the Jersey Shore, in a tourist destination, and let me say, dull moments were few and far between. It took me a while to think about it but the one that really stands out comes from a repeat problem customer, one of my co-workers nicknamed the Britney Spears lady. Picture a woman in her mid-40s dressed like a Catholic schoolgirl, complete with pigtails and the previous night's cocaine residue still around her nostrils. Got that mental picture? Good point. So anyway, it's roughly 2 days after 9/11. She calls the store to let us know she is stuck in New York due to the cleanup efforts and isn't sure she would be able to get back in time with the dozen or so movies she had checked out on her account. We asked her to hold, and on the secondary phone, got in contact with the franchise manager and explained the situation. He told us to let her know that if she could get them back by the end of the week, we would waive all of the fees. This gave her ample time. She of course shows up a few days after the deadline, and one of our trainees, literally her second day on the job, let her know she had late fees on her account. Before we know it, she's throwing a tantrum. Full on 4-year-old trapped in a 40-year-old woman's body. Our manager hears the commotion and comes up. In order to try to defuse the situation, she asked me to hop on so I could go ahead and start removing the fees. And that's when we noticed she didn't make the deadline. This being said, the store manager was willing to knock the fees down to a whopping $12. That's right, a $1 late fee on every movie. This is when she started acting even worse than usual. In the middle of this tirade, as I'm still in the process of knocking down these fees, she drops a bombshell. I called you fakers and told you I was stuck in the pockeyness. Now, I'm not what you would call an explorer, but I'm under the impression there's a slight geographical difference there. I stopped what I was doing mid-keystroke and my manager looked over at me. I was red in the face, borderline satanic, and about to verbally put her 6 feet under. Instead, my manager told me to go on break. I was shaking. I'm ready to blow up on this woman. My manager was steadfast. She proceeded to tell the woman to leave the store and never darken our doorstep again. BSL starts going on about how she's going to contact her lawyer and sue us for everything we are worth. Get out. Now, says manager, we were doing some sort of a contest where you could win a life-size Tobey Maguire Spider-Man maquette, and we had it sitting next to front door. She attempts to push it over on her way out the door and it just comes back and headbutts her square between the eyes. She made her way back to her car holding the bridge of her nose and cursing the entire way. Think it's over? The next day, the franchise owner shows up fully prepared to fire everybody on the spot. He got a phone call from the woman claiming we were nasty as hell to her and none of us were worth the wages he paid us. I asked him politely to wait a second, casually stroll to the back room and pull the previous day's tape. Before you make any judgment about us, you need to see this. I told him as a motion for him to come back to the break room. It only took me a minute to cue up the tape to the incident in question. He got just as mad as us and proceeded to call all of the stores in his franchise area and blacklist the woman. TLDR, I had a customer attempt to use September 11th in order to get out of late fees. Oh boy. Here's 3. All at the kids store I worked at. Some lady tried to return a Princess Swim collection, matching suit, flip-flops, towel, swim bag, cover-up and sunglasses that reeked of stale cigarette smoke. I could smell it before she even opened up the plastic bag, and then it was like being punched in the face with the smell. She said they had been in her car for 2 weeks, so I'm sure she smoked with the windows up while driving around. We couldn't accept the return because we couldn't resell it, and she flipped her sheet on me and accused me of calling her a bad mother because she didn't wear heels like all the fake mommas who parade around. Had a white woman accuse me and 3 other cowhawkers, all 3 are people of color, of being racist because we didn't have the Shiana doll she wanted in stock. She literally stood outside the door screaming that our store was racist and was denying her mixed race daughter a doll that looks like her. We were just out of stock, and we didn't have any Ariel or Cinderella at the time either. We told her neighboring stores had it. She didn't want to drive somewhere else. We offered her a better quality, more expensive Shiana doll that was still a baby doll at the same price that the one she was looking for was selling at, a $10 discount. That didn't fly. She accused us of only stocking white dolls, which, while she definitely would have had a point, that there was less merchandise for the princesses of color, wasn't exactly the truth, to which my coworker, who was 19 and naive, said no, that's not true. You can see Jasmine and Mulan right there. The lady turns to my coworker, red-faced, and screams, "My daughter is black." And then she grabbed her daughter, who was 10, and at this point in tears, by the arm, dragged her out of the store yelling, "Come on, black girl." She came back half an hour later with her mom, who was elderly, so her mom could pay for the one that we were discounting for her. If it was up to me, I would have revoked that offer of a discount. But it wasn't, and the company is incredibly guest service minded. One day I had a lady point out that there was vomit on the floor between chart tables. I went over to check, and lo and behold, a sheet ton of vomit. Freshly eaten oatmeal, and dried cherries by the look of it. Not only was there a huge pile of it, but there was a trail of it. We followed the trail and it wound through like 80% of our relatively small store until we found the culprit, a 2-year-old little girl, covered almost head to toe in her own vomit, in a stroller being pushed by her parents. She had had a vomit attack while her parents were shopping, and her parents had failed to notice and had instead driven the stroller through the puke. Because of how much puke the girl had expelled onto the stroller itself, there was a steady trail of tang foul smelling goo. I informed the parents that their daughter had been sick and the mom goes, "Oh no, again." The dad shrugged his shoulders and said, "She gets motion sickness and I must have been driving the stroller a little crazy." No apology. The dad took her out of the store to clean her up, and the wife continued to shop before checking out without a word more of the vomit. We had to section of 3/4 of the store to mop, and she even complained she couldn't get to what she wanted. I worked at a shoe store in high school. There are two memorable moments that I remember. 10 years later, European mom and young son, maybe 9 to 10 years old, come into the store and ask for a certain pair of shoes. I go into the back room and get the shoes for the kid. I bring them out and start to loosen them up and then hand them to the kid. The mom instantly freaks out and demands I put the shoe on the kid's foot. I look at him and he says he can do it and knows how to tie his shoes. Mom becomes even more irate and throws the shoe on the ground and storms out, claiming my customer service was horrible and she would be writing a letter to our corporate office. I told her to come back if she changed her mind about wanting the shoes for her son. Big family, mom, dad, grandparents, several kids, comes into the store and begin looking at shoes. They ask for a pair for just about every kid, so I go to the back room and get the ones we had and different colorways for the ones we didn't. I explain we can order them in the color they want. The mom gives the shoes to the children and then claims that none of the sizes and styles were correct, although I double checked with her before I went to the back room. She insisted that she said a different brand and size, but the grandparents were on my side. She wasn't having that at all. Started raising her voice and demanding to see the manager. Meanwhile, all her children are running around the store messing up displays. I basically told her that I would take the shoes and go get new ones from the back room. I would have brought out the same shoe, or she could leave. She decided that they would leave without purchasing any shoes for her children and would be back to file a complaint with my manager. She never came back to my knowledge. Had an old lady come into the shop, came to the till with a few things. She started making what, at first, I thought were jokes about how slow you use are these days as I was packing away her stuff. I laughed along as a good customer service drone. I'd been working in customer service about 5 years by then. I was fast. Yet she carried on making comments that were getting more and more directed at me as a person. "Look at that stupid smile on your face. What are you smiling for?" Perhaps because my customer service protocols were going into overdrive. She then asks to see some jewelry we have locked in glass cabinets. I offer to go get them if she comes along and shows me specifically which ones she's after. She refuses, claiming I'm useless and she shouldn't have to show me. My supervisor notices him getting kind of agitated now and struggling to hold any sense of composure. Supervisor knows the stock well, so gets the jewelry quickly and takes it to the lady to look over and see if she actually wants to purchase it. Old lady snaps at my supervisor to hand over the jewelry to me already so I can hurry up. Supervisor does so, point eyeing it all in and ask if there's anything else the old lady would like. Old lady stares me down, locks eyes with me, and says, "It still sits in my mind months later, you're worthless. Look at you there with that stupid grin apostrophe." She then turns to my colleagues and says I should be fired for being so incompetent, and she doesn't expect to see me when she's next back. She then turns back to me and just stares at me. I stare back. Customer service point eggs has crashed and is on fire. I have completely lost my sheet in my mind, and I then realize as I'm locked eyes with her she's just waiting for me to lose my sheet and yell at her. She wants me to break point. Luckily, another colleague comes over at that moment as I'm about to slap 7 hells out of this old beach and asks if I need anything. I smile broadly at the old lady and say I'm going to go in the back room now. I'll hand you over to my colleague here. Maybe they'll be able to help you better, and march off into the back room. Supervisor calls out asking if I'm okay. Call back nope, and spent the next 30 minutes in the stockroom contemplating my existence. Good news is, it motivated me to finally quit that damn job. Now finally got an office job with decent pay and never have to deal with customers again. So thank you old lady for finally pushing me too far. I'm proud I never actually broke and screamed at her, even if she really goddamn deserved it. So I worked in a Wetherspoons pub a few years back. For those of you who are not from the UK and don't know what Wetherspoons is, it's a chain pub/bar branch that has around 1,000 locations in the UK. It specializes in cheap booze and long opening hours. They pay their staff terribly, but that's a different story. They cut costs by not playing music in any of their pubs. This makes them quite depressing environments. Since they sell booze cheap from 9 AM onward, they attract alcoholics. Please don't see the above paragraph as me purely bashing Wetherspoons. This is just the most accurate description I can muster. I may very well be projecting some pathetic fallacy within my description, since I was miserable when I worked there. Anyway, I digress. I was working late one night. We shut at midnight on a weekday and 2 AM on a weekend. Every day we had a different special on. I cannot remember what day this happened, but I knew it was steak night. This older gentleman comes in alone. He looked down on his luck, potentially homeless. He ordered a steak and a pint of ale. I rang the order through on the till as I worked on the bar. We were short staffed though, so it was a bit of a free for all. You did whatever work needed doing. I didn't serve him the food myself. A coworker did. We were very busy. After about an hour I realize he is sat asleep. This had happened before. People drink too much and pass out, but he wasn't laid out, like he'd been too drunk and passed out. His arms were folded, and his head nodded down. It's worth noting at this point that I'm a bigger guy, around 280 pounds, but I still managed to be physically active. Now Wetherspoons offer nothing for free at all to its staff members, but we got coffees for 99p, so I thought I'd buy this bloke one. I walk over and tap him gently on the shoulder. Me, "Alright mate, do you want a coffee?" He wakes up and looks at me with hate. "You fat cunt, whoa, what's up mate? I'll knock you out, come on mate." I show him to the door. We have no door staff, and the procedure was, if someone wanted to fight you or cause trouble you would take them outside. When you got to the door you would shove them out and lock the door. Professional, right? We get to the door. I didn't need to shove him as he stepped outside himself. He span around and raised his hands to hit me. With that I slammed the door shut and locked the door. He started swearing at me, telling me he would knock me out and make me wish I wasn't born. I walked back behind the bar. Eventually he gave up and left. I went and unlocked the door and I half laughed it off with all the customers. I forgot about it. This stuff happens when you work in a bar. About 2 weeks later I'm behind the bar pulling a pint and I see the same bloke walk in and come to the bar. I was thinking, for fuck's sake, here we go. I serve all of the customers until it's his turn. He steps up to the bar. "A pint of John Smith's please." "Ale." "No mate, you're barred." "What? You're barred mate? Get out." "Why am I barred?" "After the other night when you were going to knock me out." "I never said that." "Look, we both know you did. Now leave." "Fuck you then." And he span around and marched out. I despised that job. TLDR. Worked in a shitty bar. Man falls asleep. I offered him a coffee. He calls me a fat cunt and says he's going to knock me out. I kick him out. He comes back weeks later claiming no recollection and asking for a pint. I worked at Sam's Club for 2 years, and while I had my fair share of stupid shit happen there, there's one that sticks out in my head. For those that don't know, Sam's Club is basically a warehouse made to look like a store. We had giant steel racks containing product lined up to form the aisles. Under these racks were the product that people could take themselves, but quite often we would have to get a forklift team on the floor to pull down product that we were either out of on the floor or we didn't have readily available, such as furniture or something we hadn't put out yet. Well, there was one day where I was spotting for a forklift as we drove across the store to get something down. I don't remember what. Keep in mind we aren't supposed to leave the forklift while we are guiding it through the store, and we always had one person in front and one person behind it at all times. As we were moving over to the aisles where we had to get the product down, a man approached me and asked something like, "Do you know if you have any of this ice cream in stock?" None of us worked the freezer/cooler section, and our freezer/cooler person for that shift had called in. We used the radio to ask if anyone was available to check on it. Nobody was. We informed the man that we currently don't have the ability to check, but once we are done with the forklift we can try to help him. He insists that we help him there on the spot. I tell him that we can't leave the forklift sitting there in the middle of a busy path and we need 2 people to spot the driver at all times. He doesn't care. He starts going on about how incompetent we were and how we need to help him because he's the customer. He had a really shitty attitude to accompany it too, like he was a much better person than us because we were Sam's Club employees and he wasn't. I try to explain to him why we can't help him at that moment, but he keeps telling us that he's more important than what we are doing because he's a customer who needs help. Finally, I notice my favorite manager walking towards us. I call him over and he talks to the customer, helps him find out that we didn't have that ice cream in stock, then sends him on his way. I later say something to him along the lines of, "That customer was something, huh?" He looks at me and says, "Oh, yeah, that guy was a faking asshole." Then, as if by some comic justice, we find out that we just got a shipment of the ice cream the same day a little after the guy left. TLDR. Guy was an asshole about ice cream. We couldn't help him because we were stuck on a forklift. Manager takes care of it and agrees that customer was an asshole. Ice cream magically appears later that day. It's around Christmas and I'm the manager on duty and I have no coverage for my break. So I get a paid break where I just get to sit in the back office for about half an hour, and if either of my 2 team members needed me all they had to do was come and get me. Well, I'm on my way up front and one of the team members needed help with setting someone up with our company credit card. So I get up there and I'm dealing with getting this credit card sold. One thing to note is we only have 3 registers, with one having a sign above it saying that it was for buy online pickup in store. The team member that needed my help was going around the store helping customers, and the other one was running the second register because we had a long line. While I'm selling the credit card, a lady is at the boppers line and asks if anyone is working that register. I say not at the moment and get back to the customer I've been dealing with. Credit card customer bought a bunch of bar stools too, so I tell her to pull up to the back door and we'll load it into her car for her. I get the team member that asked me for help to run registers so I can load this order. That when the other team member asks me for help with finding a boppers order. Both the bar stools and boppers items are in the back, so I'm knocking both out at the same time. Well, the lady that asked about the bar pick register is now walking in the back door. I ask her if I can help her. I ask for a name, receipt, literally anything to let me know what I'm supposed to grab. Apparently that was the wrong thing to do. She goes off about how we've got poor communication. I tell her we don't have radios, so all communication is done face to face. She says she doesn't like my attitude and wants to speak to a manager. I inform her I'm the manager. She demands to speak with the man above me. I tell her that the store manager is not in today, but she will be in tomorrow. She demands the store manager's personal number, which I refuse to give her. At this point I ask her to leave the stockroom, because since she will not tell me anything that I can use to help her, I'll have to check with my team. She freaks out about having to wait in a dark back alley, where not only is it very well lit courtesy of the business next door, the crazy lady's car, and the car of the lady I'm supposed to get the bar stools for. I shut and lock the door, while she's still freaking out, and managed to get her order to her. Once she left, I apologized to the lady with the bar stools who had seen the whole thing, but she said it was all cool. Store manager backed me up as well, when I told her about the situation. Alright, my time to shine. I used to work in retail. I have years of stories to tell, but this one stands out the most to me. The water system for 2 to 3 towns is busted. This happens after hard winters, but it affected my workplace for the first time ever, which was on a college campus. My coworkers and I still had to work, even though we couldn't do much. Hot coffee, hot tea, and prepped food and drinks. This was also on family weekend, where family members get to come in and see how their little angels are doing. Most people are okay with just normal coffee and anything bottled. We had a few fits. In comes a mom. She has to have her blended iced coffee. Doesn't seem to understand why she can't have it. 3 coworkers tell her. She doesn't believe us. We get the current manager who explains to her. Does she believe? The woman says, I need a manager. My former manager. I'm the manager. The beach. You are a child. Give me a manager. Now, my former manager did look young, but she is a mother of 2 at like 40 or so. Looks to be in her 30s. Finally, she takes what we are telling her to be true when we show her that we don't have any ice to make it with, since the ice machine was also affected by it. She walks out. My coworker made a comment. I'm going to laugh if she comes back in with her own ice. The lady didn't, but she did come back in and ask if she could bring her own ice for her coffee. Worked at Walgreens, cashier, stock sheet, you name it, I've done it. One day, during the last 15 minutes of my shift and a rough 4 hours of sleep the night before, I was working the register because there were so many people. This lady comes up and says, can I get a pack of pink Virginia Slim cigarettes? So I grab them, then scan them. Now, there's a system that requires either a valid government issued ID or date of birth to be scanned/entered. Since my manager was there, I didn't want to get in trouble for typing in the lady's DB. She was old enough for sure. So I asked, may I please see your ID? Oh man. If only you saw what happened. She started getting angry, saying do I not look old enough and all that. Mind you, there was a line of people waiting to be checked out, and I was the fastest cashier apart from my friend, who wasn't working this shift, so I wanted to be done as quick as possible. So then some agitated customer behind her comes up and asks what the problem is. Now, this man was 6'3" and like 280 pounds of fat, and I swear to God his eyes were yellow, and I got shook because I knew he was on some sheet. The man looks at me, sees that I'm not wavering and giving the cigarettes, then says, don't worry, I'll buy them for you. Pulls out, I kid you not, $10 worth of coins. And this lady who was beaching before throws in legit 2 pennies. A whole 2 cents. I scan his ID, and there was obviously some change left over, so I asked if he wanted it. He started yelling, saying enough, just take it. I was getting so mad because the whole time I was scanning all their sheet, they were speaking another language. Unbeknownst to them, I understood everything they were saying. Here's the gist of their short convo. Can't believe they let retards work here, I know, right? They're all so dumb and slow. They'll never get anywhere in life. Yeah, these idiots will stay here forever. As I finished scanning their items, the lady leaves. Then I say, have a good evening in the other language. If manager weren't there, I would have done something irrational and most likely been arrested. Yes, it was that bad on my end. TLDR, I got shit on for doing my job properly. So working at a kind of luxury clothing store, customer come in and asks for a 40% off 3XL navy t-shirt, as we were having a private sale for VIPs and discounts were 20%, 30% or 40%. It was quite a specific request. Polite and very bubbly me, okay, I'd have to check if there were any, since the discounts are not displayed on tags and we don't have a wide range of colors in this size. Customer already raising voice, so what are you waiting for, hun? Start looking now. The lady was already giving attitude to everyone, and I was the third person trying to help. Since the previous two teammates had already given up due to her beachy attitude. I start looking at every product in store and clearly there was nothing that would match her criteria. So I started offering other options, to which she yells at me. Did you listen to me? I want a faking 3XL navy tshirt at 40% off. Now, then she pointed me to the hidden stock drawer where the 3XL sizes were, to which I assumed someone went through there with here before. What about here, hun? I want you to look here. Hurry up. I wasn't showing any happiness on my face, but still I proceeded to open the drawer. She aggressively grabbed me by the arm and said, get out, I want to check myself. At that point I was about to lose my sheet. I stared at her and I was red in anger and I just said, can you please not touch me, to which she put her hand on my face and yelled, excuse me, can't you see I'm busy? Don't talk to me. At that point I had two options, whether I'd kill her and go to jail or simply follow her request and not talk to her. For my own well-being I just walked away. I was supposed to leave my shift 15 minutes ago, so I just told my manager I was leaving and explained what happened. When I was about to finish my explanation, we just heard the screams in the store. Where is that cunt? That bitch just left me here and is not serving me. Where is she? I've never been disrespected in my whole life. Where is that bitch? I want her fired. I took a deep breath and held myself in not going there and have this massive argument. I just left the store from the back door whilst my manager called security guards for her. For a couple of months she kept going to the store trying to harass me. I seriously don't know how I didn't lose my sheet. I was working at McDonald's to pay for my last high school year, now in university, and no longer working there, and the customers were usually alright. I almost lost it at two particular customers, though. First story, less enraging, was a lady who couldn't even speak the local language that well, and was trying to get me to change one of our menu items to better fit what she wanted. She wanted a tasty basket, which was comprised of 23 items. 7 chicken wings, 8 mozzarella balls and 8 nuggets. I told her this was not possible as per policy, but she kept insisting others did this all the time. The classic, but I always come here, and they always do it. Mind you, I was brand new at this point, and was getting confused, so I tell her that I would have to talk about it with my manager, which was on her lunch break. I interrupt her to come out front, just so she could say the same to this lady, and, at some point, the lady pulled out the following argument. Why can't I change the pieces? It's 23 pieces, yes, but the value would change based on what you put in it. But if I exchange 7 mozzarella balls with 7 chicken wings, it's still 7, so total is 23, yes, but chicken wings are worth more than twice as much as mozzarella balls, but it's still 23. Look, how about this? I give you 9 chicken MC nuggets and 3 boxes of chicken wings. The price is basically the same. No, I want the basket. I'm already discounting it for you. We cannot give you a modified fixed item whatever. Forget it. Keep in mind, my manager has a deadpan, no BS face throughout this entire exchange. Second story, very enraging. Get ready folks, this one will irate the heck out of you and make you wish you were there to punch face. My wonderful manager, who is a nice lady and has a degree in statistical mathematics, due to the terrible economy that has bestowed my country, Italy, was earning more working as a manager at McDonald's than as a mathematician. An extremely bratty teenager walks up with his group of popular rich kid friends and rudely demands milkshakes. My manager gets them the milkshakes, at which point he comments on how it's a bit pathetic to work at McDonald's. She tells him the truth, it's a job, it pays the bills. He replies asking it was more like a rhetorical question / insult, in an aggravatingly spoiled tone, why she doesn't have a degree, to which she replied that she does indeed have a degree, and then politely asked, at this point turning the situation around and just making fun of the kid, if he was planning on getting one too. PFFT, I don't need to, my dad is a lawyer. He's rich. Q2 popular for you bratty teenager clique group laugh. Q2 popular for you bratty teenager clique group swagger walk away from counter Q. Rage in my heart and near too popular for you bratty teenager clique group genocide. I worked at Sports Authority as a bike tech prior to going out of business. While there were some people that royally pissed me off, none quite gave me the satisfaction of this customer. Gentleman comes in with 2 bikes, a Gary Fisher mountain bike and an Eddie Bauer mountain bike, and requests roughly $200 worth of services between the 2 bikes, which is no problem at all. 30 days go by and this guy hasn't come to get his bikes. 90 days, we send a letter saying he needs to pick them up within 180 days of dropping them off, or they will be forfeit. 180 days go by and this guy calls claiming family health issues and such. This charade goes on for about 2 years. We say we are going to throw them out, he calls and complains. Well, fast forward to us going out of business. We are bought by a liquidation company that wants to get rid of as much as possible. Customer comes in with their son and daughter looking for bikes. It occurs to me that I have these 2 pristine bikes that have been waiting to be ridden for 2+ years. Check with the liquidators and they essentially say screw that guy, the bikes are ours, sell them for what you think you can get for them. Sell the bikes for $40 total and make 2 kids summers and a very happy parent. I'm elated to have gotten rid of these 2 bikes that have haunted my life. Working a couple days later and the original customer comes in with his paperwork to pick up his beloved bikes. HFW, I tell him I sold them to 2 teenagers. Doesn't believe me. I show him the paperwork I wrote up for them. I've never heard so many colorful words in one breath, but I listened with the biggest shit-eating grin on my face. It was in this moment I realized I couldn't get fired anymore. Not exactly retail, but I think it's quite similar. I work as a waitress in a restaurant, and it has a playground with toys for small kids to play with. So normally, we place families with small children at the area next the playground, which we call the kids corner. There was this one time where a family of 6 with a toddler came in. It was very busy and all tables in the kids corner were occupied. So, we seated them at a table that was a little further from the playground, which meant they were sitting next to the tables of the kids corner. I showed them their table and they were happily seated until they heard that their table wasn't in the kids corner. Then suddenly, they began to have problems with the table, yelling it wasn't close enough to the playground, and acting aggressive to me. I told them that the restaurant was busy, and they could see that all the tables in the kids' corner were occupied, so I didn't really understand what the problem was, since the difference between their table and the tables at the kids' corner were literally non-existent. Because of the ruckus they caused, the manager came over to help. He told them the same things I told them, and for some reason they suddenly understood and acted respectful to him. When the manager left, I still had to take their orders, but when I asked them what they wanted to order, they changed back to their aggressive Neanderthal side and kept swearing and threatening me. The manager came back again, and they acted nice again. At this point I was holding back my tears and walked away. I've had never been treated like that before, and was allowed to take a break. I work in a hardware store and have quite a few, but a couple spring to mind. First was an old guy who came in looking for screws. I showed him where they were and that we have bags of 10 or boxes of 200, all in various sizes. What's important to note is that the bagged screw prices are greatly inflated by comparison. After a couple of minutes, he tells me he needs about 50 of one particular size, and that's when it started. Me, okay, well you can get 5 bags, or a box of 200, which is much better value for money. Old guy, I don't need 200, I only want 50. Me, that's fair enough, I'll get you 5 bags then. Og, what? I'm not paying that price for them. Me, well, the boxes are better value. Could you keep the rest as spares? Og, no, I only need 50. Can't you just open a box and sell me 50 out of that? Me, unfortunately I can't. They come in as boxes or bags, and that's how we sell them. The tills aren't set up to sell part boxes, and it would cause problems. Og, that's ridiculous. Just open a box and give me 50 from that. Me, I'm sorry, but I can't. Og, where's older employee? He knows what he's doing, he'll sort it. Older employee used to have his own shop down the road and most locals know him and assume he's the manager here now. He's not. I am. Me, he'll tell you exactly what I've just told you. At this point, older employee, OE, happens to walk round the corner. Og, OE, there you are. Can you open one of these boxes so I can have 50 screws put of it? Sorry, we only sell them in full boxes or bags. I tried to hide looking smug, but probably failed. Og starts looking very angry. Og, this is absolutely ridiculous. How can you not just open one box? He begins to storm toward the door, and just before he gets to the door, turns around and shouts, "You don't deserve to be in business." Me, quite calmly, "And you don't deserve to shop here." I don't think he could come up with a response and just left. The back and forth between me and him actually went on a bit longer than I've written, but it was just more of the same before he turned up. I might come back and write another one or two later, but I've run out of time on my break. I work in the Salvation Army, and I'm a floor staff. So when you are a floor staff, you put racks of clothes away, clean the changing rooms, and tend to the jewelry counter. We have a bell, so customers can ring it to get our attention, cause we aren't going to stand at jewelry the whole day, while having a lot of other things to do in the store. So, like, I hear the bell ring, and I go over there, do the whole "Hi, welcome to Salvation Army, how can I help you?" thing. There was this woman who wanted to look at all our pearls. No problem, nothing weird. So I pull out a tray of pearl necklaces. This bitch wanted to go through every single pearl item we had and put said pearls in her mouth, apparently to see if they were real or not. But she would grab a pearl necklace and stick it in her mouth while biting down on them, getting her spit all over it, and just faking puts it back. She did this to everything pearl we had. She would also look up a pearl necklace online to do a comparison to the pearls we had. So, like, being extremely thorough and nitpicky. While this was happening, I could see where I was standing that the fitting room and clothing racks were building up and getting messier and messier at the minute. I was the only floor staff that day due to my coworker being sick, and it was a Saturday, our busiest day of the week. So not only was I disgusted at what this woman was doing to our pearls, I was also growing more and more impatient and starting to get kinda pissed. After standing there for a whole solid faking hour, she left and didn't even buy a single pearl necklace. And it took me 3 hours to fix everything once I was back on the floor. TLDR, at the bottom, I worked at a certain supply store in the board shed. Basically where they stored the majority of the store's lumber, so most of the people who came in would load up on wood and leave. Some people though are really picky. Note that the wood that was stored inside was the really nice stuff, straight cut, unique woods, while outside it was either treated or construction grade. That didn't stop some customers from coming to the board shed expected high grade stuff, or they were just trying to save a few dollars. These types were annoying. Often they would search through stacks of lumber making huge messes just to find what they thought were 5 perfect pieces, and half the time they would complain about the quality. Enter the worst of this group. Some guy who owned a basic level contracting company that I wouldn't be surprised it was just him building decks and sheds. Dude would go through our stacks of 2x4s to 2x10s, buying 5 to 10 boards each time, and every time would F up the stack or even multiple stacks doing so. One sad day it was my turn to handle this guy. People had just lost their patience, and I was the last guy who hadn't dealt this guy directly, so I was up. This man was standing in front of the 2x6s when I met him, and he casually asked me if I would help him out. Each board we would pick and then I would hold it just right so he could inspect each one. So, this guy was searching through the 2x6s and took the time to check every board. No twists, bobos, no roughness. Every board had something wrong. Each time it took an easy 2 minutes per board, or at least that's what it felt like. Then, just note, dear reader, that I was helping him pick up these chunks of wood, and each time he rejected a piece he just tossed it. Usually, before I had the chance to react. So as he is doing this he is losing his patience, tossing each one harder and harder. I couldn't keep up, so I kept getting jerked as each piece of lumber was tossed, and I had to hurry to help him with the next. As each board passed by, this guy starts getting angrier and angrier. He starts to complain about our shitty quality, how we never have straight pieces and blah blah blah. The typical angry customer rant. As each piece got practically ripped from my hands I grew angrier and angrier. I really wanted to tell the guy off, to tell him to go elsewhere, but I kept my mouth shut, just hoping that he will get what he needs and leave. Nope, I'm not that lucky. We go through a whole pallet of lumber, and he demands to go through the one behind it. I put in the call for a lift, but what this guy didn't care to understand was that he just created a huge mess in front of the stack he just went through. This means it needed to be cleaned up before we could pick it up to reach the wrapped pallet behind. I noticed as it's just part of the job to clean up stacks, so I started to pick up the lumber. The whole time the guy is just glaring at me. You could tell the guy lost it and was just watching me out of spite. Each minute that went by I grew more pissed. This was unreal. Finally, a driver came by. He had to help me finish the stack, and afterward, we pulled out the new stack behind this one. The process repeats, but this time I have some help from the driver, who decides to stay. Doesn't help the guy's demeanor though. Dude is still griping, and finally, he chooses 10 pieces of lumber. Out of around 150. To X success this guy chooses 10. I was done. I was like, really, all that for 10 damn chunks of basic quality lumber? Here is a plot twist. Something to understand about me is that when I'm angry it takes effort to show it. My default angry face is deadpan. So this whole time I don't think this guy realizes just how angry I am and how close I'm to telling him off. If he had, I don't think he would have done what he did next. After the driver leaves, he walked up to me, pulled out his wallet, and tossed me a 20. He actually said thank you for my patience, asked me not to tell anyone, he gave me the tip and left. I was shocked. This infamous customer who has literally pissed off every outside member at least once, the same man who just ranted for around 30 to 40 minutes while we searched through a large amount of lumber, just gave me a tip. I had never been so close to telling someone off and then suddenly feeling the total opposite in my whole life. I didn't say much to him after that. I gave him the basic company goodbye and he left. I never saw him again. He did come in a couple of times after that, but either I was off or across the yard doing something else. Eventually, he stopped coming in at the end of the session, and I tried telling my coworkers what happened. People either didn't believe me calling BS or responded with what the fuck. What an off-putting guy, but it sent a message. After that I figured that getting upset like that wouldn't have been worth it. I have had an easier time keeping my cool at work after that. TLDR customer royally pisses me off due to bad attitude, but surprises me with a thank you and a tip. Sometimes people can surprise you. I went past I'm about to lose my sheet and went on to fully lose my sheet on a customer. I used to work in the print center for Office Depot. For some reason, it was pretty common for a number of people to be waiting outside most mornings when we opened at 7 or 8 or whatever, all of whom needed to print stuff, nothing else in the store. That was a little annoying, but most of those early birds were regulars and were pretty cool, sometimes bringing me breakfast or coffee. For the first hour, there was just a skeleton crew of a manager, a cashier, and me, which meant that if I had a long line I couldn't call in backup. One fateful day, the cashier had called out sick, and the manager had a long phone call with the DM, so I was completely alone with the mob. Naturally, the line got long fast. One guy gets in line, waits for all of 30 seconds, before yelling to me, "Can you get someone else here to help you?" I apologized and told him that no, I couldn't, for the reason mentioned above. He waits another 30 seconds. Seriously? This is ridiculous. I can't be here for the next 3 hours waiting for you. Again I apologized. I know it's inconvenient, but it's just the situation we're in, and everyone else in line is equally inconvenienced, and I'm doing as much for everyone as fast as I can. Just please be patient like everyone else. That's when things went south real fast. He demanded that I help him next, regardless of the line in front of him. I politely declined, and he starts asking everyone in the line individually if he can go next, and out of sheer fear of his rage, they agreed. I started to get pissed, because I knew, and liked everyone else in that line. He gets to my counter, and says it's my turn now. I cut him off. You need to get back to the end of the line and wait. Everyone before you also has a job or things they need to do, and they are equally as inconvenienced as you. The only reason they let you act this way is because you're intimidating them while harassing me. Which, by the way, you've spent so much time doing. It probably would have been your turn by now. For the last time, go to your place in the line, wait quietly until it's your turn, or you're not going to get any service at all. I turned away from him to continue with the customer I was with, the guy in a moment of paralysis, a rage flood heading to his mouth. "Who the fuck do you think you are, asshole?" I ignored him, which I guess he didn't like. He comes around and sticks his face directly between me and my customer. "Listen you little sheet, I'm going to fuck you up real soon if you don't help me right." Faking. Now. I closed my eyes as a wave of rage built inside me. Eyes still closed, I quietly said, "Sir, please leave the store immediately." "What? Get your manager up here. You can't treat me like this. I'm a customer. You're gonna get fired today. Now call your manager. Get out. Get the fuck out of my store, or the cops will take you out." "You can't do that. I need these copies. Now get your manager before I kick your ass." "I don't need my manager. You need to leave my faking store. You're not getting your copies here anymore. Can't you see that? What the fuck is wrong with you? You think you can be disruptive, abusive, and threaten violence, and get anything you want? You can't. You're not a customer. You're a public disturbance, a trespasser, and a piece of human shit. We reserve the right to refuse business to any person for any reason. You're a violent gaping asshole, and that's more than enough reason. I'm calling the cops. If you're still here when they arrive, enjoy jail, you stupid dick." He yelled at me some more. I had my phone out, pretending to call 911. We exchanged a few more choice words as he backed out of the store. When he'd finally gone, the cashier who was filling in I noticed had arrived, but I don't know how long he was there. "So, you need me to help you out with that line?" "What do you think, Mike? I just kicked a guy out, almost got into a fight to the death over some copies, so yes, I need help." "Thank you. And I mean that sincerely. I'm sorry for yelling at you. Fuck that guy." The customers were split. Half were shocked and quietly waiting, the other half smiling and telling me I did the right thing, and thanked me for sticking up for myself and for them. Actually got a couple of decent tips after everything that happened. From the age of 16 to 22 I worked in pubs while going through secondary school, high school, college, and university. One day I was serving a large table of people taking their orders. The final person to order was this grossly obese and self-entitled woman, who proceeded to ask me about every little detail of every item on the menu. What kind of potatoes are the chips, fries, made from? Where did the beef in the beef lasagne come from? Where did the steaks come from? How peppery is a black pepper and white wine sauce? What white wine is used? How much is used? Will I get drunk from the white wine sauce? In the chicken burger, is it British chicken? Because if it's foreign I won't eat it. In the chicken burger, is it killed humanely, or was it killed according to that halal way? At this point I could see members of what I presume were her family becoming embarrassed, but it continued. What are sweet potato fries? How sweet are they? Are they foreign? Can you find out what farms supply the meat? If I order a steak, will you cook it properly? If I order a steak, can I have the information of the farm? If I order the mixed grill, can I replace the chicken with an additional steak, but not charge her anymore? ECT point. Now I actually lost my shit at this point when she asked, "What's in the steak and mushroom pie?" To which I replied, "Believe it or faking not, the steak and mushroom pie contains faking steak and faking mushrooms. Any more questions? Because I've got other tables to serve." She looked at me horrified, as did most of the pub, and replied, "I'll just have a plate of chips, fries." She later complained to my manager, but my manager didn't even bat an eyelid, because he knew if I'd lost my shit it must have been for a good reason. In summary, read the menu. Don't ask stupid questions. Used to work in Winn-Dixie in the seafood department. We close at 9, but I always gave a little leniency and cooked food till about 9:15. Just couldn't get anything fresh. This older black lady comes up to me at 9:45 after a particularly shitty day. The morning person called out, so I had to come in early to help out, and it was so busy all day, so I'm wiped out and ready to leave. I've got the oven clean, display wiped down, everything prepped for the opener the next day. This older lady comes and slings a bag of crab legs on my clean counter and tells me she needs them cooked. I tell her that I'm sorry, but we are closed and I'm going home shortly. She starts getting a little irate, telling me to do my job. I apologize again and tell her that she can come back tomorrow at 9 am. She loses her sheet. She starts cursing at me, telling me to find the manager and that I need to be fired. I'm a thick-skinned guy, so I just keep smiling, tell her the manager is up front and she is welcome to speak with him. I finish cleaning up, and as I'm turning off the last couple of lights, she comes stomping back, my manager behind her. He asks why I won't cook the crab legs and I tell him I've already cleaned everything. The chemicals take at least 6 hours to properly exit the oven. Now I'm really cool with the manager of the store, but the supervisor of the seafood/meat department is a nutter sheethead. I tell him that he's more than welcome to cook it for her, but she needs to sign a paper accepting the risk of illness due to the chemicals used to clean. He respects that and turns her away. She's fuming mad. A week later, she comes back. I'm in a particularly awful mood, and she is requesting someone make food for her. Now I'm out on the floor, stocking. Both the supervisor and morning employee are behind the counter looking at her. I tell her she can get them to cook the food. My supervisor immediately sides with her and tells me I need to cook the food. I reply that he can do it. I'm busy stocking. I don't need to do everything with 3 people here. He tells me that I need to calm my attitude and help the customer. I look at the customer, then at my supervisor. Okay, I'm actually just going to go home. I quit. He gets angry at me, telling me how unprofessional it is, how I won't ever work in that town again. I just went home, showered, got another job after lollygagging for a month. Fuck idiotic supervisors who can't handle small amounts of power and fat customers who think they are superior to people. In my shop we have recycling machines that take plastic bottles and aluminium cans and give you money for it, assuming it has a pawn mark on it. In US dollars you get 10 cents for cans and small bottles or 20 cents for a big bottle. I'm the machine tamer, since they tend to act up a lot. One day we have a geezer came in, and I got called to the machines. As soon as he sees me, he goes into a rage about how this store and the machines are a scam. Like up in my face, screaming and spittle everywhere. After he finishes, and takes a breather, I ask him what was the matter, as he hadn't told me during his rant. Just that we were a bunch of thieves. He snarled at me that the machine took his cans, and that we owe him money for it. Now, I have to say that the machines will take any cans, as long as they are made of aluminium. Steel cans get spat back out, but any aluminium happily gets nommed on. However, if it doesn't have the previously mentioned pawn mark on it, you won't get anything for it. I make my way out back, the guy yelling at me the whole time. I fish out one of his crushed cans at the top of the pile, and ask if it's one of his. He confirms. I check it over, and I say it has now pawn marks, so there is no money for it. He then starts his rant over calling the whole store thieves and liars. I've had enough of him by now. Externally I'm stone cold, but internally I'm fuming. I call the store manager, and explains to him what's going on, all the while the guy is still yelling at me. Manager asks how much money he thinks he's missing. Geezer tells us we robbed him of 40 cents. Manager grabs the guy, puts him outside, and locks the doors. Geezer pounds on the window for a few minutes then leaves. I worked at a grocery store as a supervisor for around 5 years in my 20s. I probably had at least one I'm about to lose my sheet moment every week, but 2 stand out to me. The first, an older guy, probably 60 plus, was checking out. I was bagging his order. Our cashier had facial piercings. This man berated our cashier the whole time she was checking him out for her piercings. By the end of the transaction she was in tears. She was one of the nicest, sweetest, and best cashiers we had. The whole time I'm bagging I'm contemplating whether I want this job, because I wanted to go off on this old fuck. Finally, as he's walking out the store I make a beeline towards him, but luckily one of my managers saw the look on my face and the way I was walking, and intercepted me before I could get to him. The second. In our area we have a small population of Jamaicans who work on our local farms. Every Friday night they come in, cash their checks, Western Union money home and play a lotto. We prepare for this, and have 2 cashiers at the service desk every Friday night, so we don't get backed up. I was always one of the 2 working the service desk, because for some reason all these guys loved me for some reason, and if I wasn't working the desk they'd actually complain that I wasn't there. These dudes were the nicest, kindest customers we had. So usually they run around 15 to 20 deep so the desk can get crowded, but if another customer comes up they usually always let them cut the line ahead of them. Well, this night, an older gentleman walks up, sees the line, and before even giving them a chance to possibly let him cut he goes, "What the fuck? All these illegals, false, are in here every false night and make actual hard-working Americans wait. This is bullshit." My first thought was, oh, one of these guys is going to clock this douchebag. My second thought was, hell, I might jump the desk and clock him myself. Luckily, one of our managers was in earshot, called security and had him escorted out of the store. There was the day the lady complained and asked to see the manager about the classical music, a piano piece we had playing at a low volume in the bookstore I worked at. Back in the late 80s I worked as the evening person in my town's library. One of my jobs was to call people who had late books and offer to renew them / remind them to bring them back. This one woman called the head librarian in tears because I called her every week to harass her about overdue books and she wanted me fired. Same library, 2011. I signed up a new patron and asked her how she wanted to be notified about incoming holds, due dates and such. Her options were text, email, or phone call. She chose email and gave me her address. She was a pretty active patron and was in fairly often. She also liked to use our computers for online shopping, but I didn't think anything of it because it's a rural area and some people have really slow internet at home, so much easier to and fast to use ours. She always picks up her holds and renews her books online, so I think the notification system is working. The guideline for our library was to hold books for 1 week, but I generally held them for 2 weeks, unless it was a high demand book / DVD. This woman had a book there for a bit more than 2 weeks and she hadn't been in, so I send the book back to its home library. A day or two later she comes in and asks about the book. I explained that I'd sent it back and that it had been there for a long time. She bursts into tears and is very upset because she did not know the book was in. Me, you should have received an email saying it was in. Her, wailing, we don't have internet at home. I check my email here. Me, why did you have your account set up to send you emails then? Her, incoherent mumbling and more crying. I never did get an answer to that one. This is the same woman who allowed, ignored, her kid to run through the library howling like an animal and fighting with his siblings. To the best of my knowledge he did not have any developmental issues. He was about 12. Funny that I just came across this question. I literally just posted this exact same story to r/Talis from retail less than 5 minutes ago. Cashier / clerk at a convenience store / pharmacy here. A couple of hours before closing yesterday, a woman comes up to my check stand with about $40 in vaginal antifungal cream, so she's probably not in a good mood to begin with. Despite this, I make conversation and attempt to sign her up for our awards program and all the other monotonous things I'm supposed to ask every customer. The last thing I ask her is if she wants a bag, to which she replies that she does. I bag her items, hand her the bag and her receipt, and tell her to have a nice night. Now, I live in an area where any business establishment that sells food, whether or not they're a grocery store, is required by law to charge 10 cents for a plastic bag. This is not our store's policy. This is not our company's policy. This is state law. This woman looks at her receipt, scoffs at me, and says, "You charge me 10 cents for the bag?" Yes, ma'am. It's state law. But you aren't a grocery store. Doesn't matter. Any establishment that sells food is required to charge for plastic bags. This lady looks me dead in my face and tells me she wants me to process a return for her bag. She wants me to take her receipt, scan it, and go through our store's normal return procedure in order to have 10 cents put back on her credit card for the bag that she didn't want to pay for. The customer behind her in line is openly laughing his ass off at this exchange, and I'm doing everything in my power to not join him. I'm not even mad at this point. I'm able to see the humor in the ridiculousness of this woman's demand. I refund her 10 cents and the last thing she says to me before she walks out is, "It's not about the 10 cents. It's about the principle." Okay, lady. Whatever you say. So many One of the ones that comes to mind, the store had just opened. So it's something like 6 AM. I'm barely awake, because I'm not a morning person. She's the only customer in the store. I'm the only cashier. All of the other workers are stocking shelves. She comes through my line and says, in the most upbeat cheerful way, much more cheerful than anyone at 6 in the morning has any right to be, in my opinion. Good morning. Good morning, I reply sleepily. How are you? I'm still a little tired, but otherwise okay. How about you? Well, that's not a very good attitude to take. Why aren't you in a good mood? Her passive-aggressive remark here had kinda flown over my head at the time. I'm not in a bad mood, I'm just tired. Note, I'm not getting aggressive or offensive here, I'm just answering her questions in a kind of not fully awake monotone. You should smile more. Why aren't you smiling? I give her a half-hearted smile, shrug, and say, I'm just not much of a morning person, you know? After she received her receipt, she stormed off in a huff, and then, perhaps feeling unsatisfied with my absolute lack of sheets given, came back shortly after and demanded to speak to the manager. She complained about me and then refused to go through my line ever again. If I was the only one checking out customers, as I often was that early in the morning, she would angrily demand that I call another employee to check her out. I've got hundreds of stories just like that, and that's pretty mild, but that sheet wears down on you over time and left me with a distinct hatred of retail. She's not the only customer to ever act that way, and she certainly wasn't the worst customer by any means, but such an innocuous interaction causing her such grave offense is kind of like the platonic ideal of how shitty retail is, and now that I'm out I vowed that I will sooner go homeless than I will work in a grocery store ever again. Oh man, where do I start? I worked in retail from ages 15 to 22 and have so many of these. One of the most memorable, however, though it's more of an I don't give a shit rather than losing my sheet situation, was when I was 17 and working in the tech department of an office supplies store. The customer came in, walked right up to me, and demanded that I fix the problem with the CD burning software that he bought for his computer the previous day, which I didn't sell him as I wasn't working that day. Note, he had neither the computer with him, nor the software, nor any intelligible way of explaining the problem to me. After telling him very politely many times that I can't diagnose a problem with literally no information about the problem other than that it doesn't work, he incrementally got louder and louder until eventually screaming, of all things, I need a live body, right now, to fix my CD burner. I generally had great interactions with customers and was recognized many times for it, but this customer hit the limit of my give a shit meter. I warned him that if he continued to raise his voice, that neither I nor anyone else in the store will even attempt to help him. So, he continued to yell and scream the same phrase over and over. So, I simply did a 180 on the spot, stood still for a few seconds longer to prove my point, and calmly walked to the back of the store and into the warehouse while he screamed at me the entire time. No one else in the store approached him and waited for him to leave on his own. It was a ballsy move at that age and I fully expected to be assaulted in those few seconds I had my back turned right in front of him, but at 17 years old making minimum wage in my after school job, figured giving no sheets was better than losing my sheet. Ugh. Probably too late for this to be seen, but one of my first jobs was at a pet store. This guy came in, it's winter, and asks if we have dog warmers. Conversation went like this: guy, where are the dog warmers? Me, I'm sorry, thought I misheard. Guy, dog warmers. Me, like heated pads/beds. We carry these, and it's very cold outside. Guy, warmers, saying it's lower in an irritated tone. Me, guy, I can't believe they hire people like you here. I'm getting pretty irritated at this point. He's just repeating the same thing over and over, and is now insulting me too, so I got a little bit snarky back. Me, I can't understand what you're looking for, and you just keep repeating the same word over and over. Can you explain what you're looking for? This faker leans into my face and spells out WORMER close enough that I can smell his faking breath. I haven't ever wanted to spit in someone's face so badly. He had an accent, so Werner was sounding like warmer, and all he had to do during this entire exchange was say do warmer, or do something other than repeating himself. My manager saw what was happening and stepped in and ushered the guy away / helped him find the do warmer because I was faking fuming. It takes a lot to make me really mad, but this did it. I almost just walked off the job that day. Struck me as exactly the type of person to go home and beat their wife or whatever else. Prick. Okay, so I worked for a grocery store called Market Street in Texas. If you've ever been to a Market Street, you know it's more upscale, meaning I dealt with many Karens. Well, I remember a whole month, guests were sent this crazy coupons. $5 off anything from the deli, $5 anything from bakery, $5 off anything from produce, and $5 for sushi. Well, one particular day, it was busy. I can't recall the reason, I just remembered I had a line consistently at my register. This lady came in and was paying for one of those vegetable party platter things, you know, the ones with the carrots, broccoli, cauliflower, and ranch. She was about to pay for it, but then she said, "Oh, I have one of those coupons for $5 off produce in my car, can I go grab it real quick?" I said, "Well ma'am, this is an item from catering, the coupon won't work for this," and she said, "Well, can I at least try? I'll be right back," and I said, verbatim, "Yes ma'am, I would be more than happy to try, but I can assure it won't work for this item." She shrugged and ran out to her car. I began helping the next guest, and after several minutes she was back. She got in the end of the line and waited until it was her turn again. I scanned her item and then the coupon, and guess what? The coupon didn't work. I said, "I'm so sorry ma'am, but the coupon didn't work." Her whole demeanor changed. "So you're telling me I ran out to my car for no reason?" I apologized, but she shook her head and told me not ask me. She told me to override it. I said, "I need a manager to do that." She said, "Well, get your manager." Mind you, there's a line forming behind her. I called over the intercom for a manager to help me. I was so distraught. When the manager came, I just said, "Does this item work for this coupon?" because I wanted the guest to hear it from the manager. The manager said, "No, this item is actually from catering, not produce." This Karen pointed her grubby little finger at me and said, "Well, she told me this coupon would work. I had to run out to my car for this. So override it for me. I'm in a hurry." Of course the manager overrode it for her and she was on her way. At that moment, I thought about quitting. I work at a hair salon owned by my best friend's parents as their receptionist. At said salon there's a 24-hour cancellation notice rule. If you cancel without enough time, then you pay for half of what your service was gonna be. Since I wouldn't be able to find someone to come in and take your appointment slot, which screws over the stylists, Rebecca calls the other day to cancel her 3-hour appointment only a couple hours in advance because there was supposed to be an early storm coming our way, and she swears she would have been in the middle of it. She calls to tell me she's canceling and gives me this sob story about her aunt dying, so she needs an app before then. I tell her we don't have an appointment slot big enough for your service until January 28th. She says, "Well, my aunt's funeral is the 18th, so I need to get in before then." I reiterate what I said and that it wouldn't be possible. She says, "Okay, I'll keep my appointment for today then." The stylists overheard me on the phone and asked who it was. I told them her name, and all three of them said something along the lines of "she's a dick," or about how often she cancels her apps last minute. Rebecca calls back and says, "Yeah, you know what? I really don't feel comfortable coming today. This storm is gonna hit around the time of my appointment / my husband said I'd be crazy if I went." I told her again that she wouldn't be able to come until the 28th. She once again told me when the funeral was and how the 28th wouldn't work. She tells me I'm making breakfast. "I'll call you back with my final decision." I explained to the stylists what's happening, and one of them told me to remind her of our cancellation fee. She informed me that Rebecca wasn't charged the last 2 times she did this and needed to be charged this time. Apparently the last 2 times she cancelled day of she had the flu. Yet one of the times posted herself celebrating a birthday party on a boat on FB. So Rebecca calls once again and says she's for sure cancelling because she's so scared of this storm. I tell her fine, but that our policy here is that we need to charge her half of what she would have paid today for the stylist's sake, since she's the one who would lose out on money. Rebecca does the whole excuse me routine and tells me everything she's done the last few days to make this appointment work, and how her aunt died, and how this was faked up of me, etc. I wanted to remind her that she's the one's cancelling and could totally make it, and how I would have to literally take multiple people off the books in the upcoming week to accommodate her. But what I said was sorry, that's just how it is here and always has been. She tells me you can charge me this insane fee, but if you do I'm never coming back. Click. I tell the stylists what happened, and they're all like okay she sucked anyway and we have your back so whatever. Then Rebecca texts one of the stylists and starts complaining about me. How she's never been treated like this before. And thanks for all you've done for me and my hair over these last 4 years, but I won't be coming back after today. And stylist replies best wishes. LMAO. Best part is, the storm didn't hit till 6:30 and her appointment was at 1. I'm late to the game, so I'll keep it brief. I have a couple stories though. For context, I worked in a fairly small clothing store in my local mall. The company no longer exists. I was an assistant manager, and every shift was myself and 2 associates. So one in the front of the store, one in the back running fitting rooms, and one on register at any given time. A lady came in with her gaggle of crushed fruit and turned them loose in the store while she shopped. One was knocking sheet all over the floor and messing up displays. One was hiding in clothes racks and jumping out at other customers. Mom was completely zoning out and ignoring her kids. So I'm going around trying to keep the store in order behind the sheety kids, and I come around her and find one of her kids with his dick out pissing on an entire rack of shirts. I yelled, oh my god, what are you doing? Stop. And mom finally snaps out of her trance and comes over to see why I was yelling at her kid. She sees his dick out and the wet shirts and puddle of piss and just grabs him without a word and leaves the store, screaming at her other kids to follow her. Didn't even offer to clean up the piss on the floor. I had to damage out all of the shirts and clean up the pee. I almost quit that day. A woman who was known for trying to return clothes past the return date or without a receipt came in one day with the return. Managers are the only ones allowed to process returns, so I come to the register and send my associate up to the front to make sure our zones were all covered. She says she wants to return these sweatpants and hands me the receipt and it's actually within the window, so I'm like sure no problem and I take these pants out to check them over before I start the return. They are absolutely filthy. There's a hole in one of the knees, a questionable stain in the crotch area, and the bottoms of the legs are brown. Like someone wore the pants for 3 weeks straight, never took them off, and did heavy manual labor in them. I tell the lady I can't return the pants because they were obviously worn. She counters that the tags were still on, and it was within the 30 days and demands her money back. I stood my ground, put the pants back in the bag, wrote non-returnable on the receipt, handed it back to her, and said, ma'am, I refuse to give you a refund for pants that are obviously worn and damaged. Well, Karen went off, demanded to speak to a manager. Ma'am, I'm the manager, and I will not be returning this item. Her entire head turned beet red, and she yanked the pants out of the bag and whipped them at my head and told me the pants were garbage just like me and I might as well throw them away and that she wouldn't be back. So I did. I put them in the garbage right in front of her and said, have a good day, ma'am, as she stormed out of the store. She did come back. All the time. Beach. 3. A girl came in with a big empty purse and was acting super shifty, watching me and my associates like a hawk, hiding behind round as ECT point, so I was following her very closely, straightening. Never let her out of my sight, and it pissed her off. I knew she was trying to steal. No cameras, no detectors at the door. We were a frequent stop for shoplifters. She starts screaming at me, calling me racist, and saying I was accusing her of shoplifting because she was black. I hadn't said one word other than the standard welcome to Deb, our promise today, our blah blah blah, and I made a show of fixing hangers and folding clothes and straightening the store. Just stayed close enough she didn't have the opportunity to steal anything. She threatened to meet me in the parking lot after work and kick my ass. I lost it and told her to get the fuck out of my store, and if I ever saw her again I was calling security to escort her out. I never once said she was shoplifting. She said that point God retail was the worst. I still have actual nightmares and it's been like faking 8 years since I worked there. I've always wanted to get this off my shoulders. TLDR at the end if you fancy. I was a butcher and this is one of a multitude of incidents, but it stands out still. I'm laced with pity for the woman, all the spit vile hatred at how inconsiderate, rude and dumb this person was. I was the apprentice, yob from now on, and it's always the yob's job to make sausages, snags from here on in. You should take pride in making snags as a yob. It's cheat work, but if you do it well the entire shop looks better, because if you can have good sausages in a butcher shop, it generally points to having a good array of meat. At this point I was halfway through my time as a yob, and had very much so mastered what it takes to make a snag. I swear I have made enough sausages to make a meat-filled seatbelt for planet Earth. So I have no doubt in my ability to make a snag, and the product I made was always top of the line. So on one fateful Saturday at 10:30, one of the starlets of northern Sydney comes to the Westfield shopping centre I was working in, dressed in her best, hair nicely done, incredibly expensive jewelry, and more or less a very well of Karen in her mid-30s. Saturday mornings are pivotal for butchers, generally speaking the day of biggest trade, and this one was no different. We are gangbusters with 6 cashiers and 2 butchers, and 1 apprentice going at it for a medium-sized store. Karen comes up to the counter, and at the top of her voice I want to speak to the manager about how bad the sausages are here. My manager, bless him, didn't have the backbone to deal with this sort of decrepit, and considering her looks he wanted her full attention. And so he stops what he is cutting, drags me out from the back, and gets me to stand next to him while he talks to this woman. Small talk for 30 seconds with bewildered shoppers wide-eyed and open-eared ready to hear what is wrong with the snags in the shop. Karen cuts to the chase, looks at me, and says you made the worst sausages I've ever had in my life. My boss looks at me like a genuine piece of shit, assuming I ruined the job of making snags. I mixed all the flavors wrong, didn't make them the right length, put loads of air bubbles inside the snag skin amongst a myriad of possibilities. Karen, you made them burn. I look at her for 5 seconds, and look at my boss, who then looks away from me and her, and is lost in his own train of thought for 10 seconds. I say, how did I make them burn? I didn't cook them, and we haven't had anyone else complain about them in a while. Did you freeze them and just cook them recently? Karen, no, my family doesn't eat frozen food. I put them on the barbecue and they burnt. My boss now looks at me and looks at her for a second, cannot decide what line of argument to take. Placate her worries, make me look like an idiot, or be an adjudicator in this dalliance. I say, well, you should turn your barbecue down or not leave them on there for so long, and they won't burn. Just look at them as they cook, and you can see them cook, and stop that happening next time. Karen looks at my boss, you need to fire this rude little boy. I'm 18 at this time, and not little either, and with that she stomps off through the gaggles of dim-witted shoppers looking around now, not sure what life means anymore after a mildly uncomfortable interaction occurred near them. My boss guffaws for a second, tells me to get out the back and keep working, and he goes back to his bench and keeps cutting. Nothing is mentioned again, and that's the end of it. To this day I'm baffled and infuriated with this dumb Karen. To have the audacity to go through the rigmarole of complaining like that, happy with the fact the boss and the yob are there, and laying the fault on the shoulders of the person that makes the raw product, not the cooker of said object. TLDR, if you burn bread in a toaster, is it the baker's fault? I work part-time in the deli department of my local grocery store in a small city, surrounded by smaller towns, so it is the main store for people that don't want to drive 30+ minutes for their things. Keep in mind, since it is several smaller communities, I know most of the people that stop by. One night I was working a 1 to 8 PM shift, and since it was pretty slow I started closing down a little early, so I would get behind on work. After a few minutes I hear a middle-aged woman huffing and puffing on the other side of our hot case, fried chicken and an assortment of fries, chicken wings and tenders etc. I put new gloves on and walk over to the case. Me rude lady, RL me, I'm sorry miss, how may I help you, RL? How long has this been in here? she says, pointing at the chicken, and I look at the clock. Me, I pulled it out of the fryer about 20 to 30 minutes ago. She sighs, Illinois, that will do. I need a 4-piece chicken dinner right now. I already knew that this lady was looking for trouble, and since I was exhausted from getting over a cold and not sleeping well, I stay as calm as I possibly could. Me. Alright, I say, and start bagging it up and asking the usual things we have to if they want a dinner, and I look at the page for the code to price it up. I find it and read through it to make sure I had everything in the bag that was needed. So I print out the tag and close the bag and hand it to her. Me. Okay miss, would you like anything else? I ask RL. No thank you, in a real beachy way, obviously not meaning it, but I thought whatever, at least she is out of my hair. My coworker walks up to me and says that lady tries to start crap with everyone. I shrug it off and get back to what I was doing. About 40 minutes later, my coworker asks me if she can go take a smoke break. I say sure, and she leaves. Right after I hear over the loudspeaker deli phone call line 1. I sigh and assume it is just another person asking for chicken. I pick up the phone and do the usual. Me, this is a deli, how may I help you? And I hear that voice. RL, yeah, whatever, I was there a little while ago and I got a 4-piece dinner. Do you remember? Me. Yes miss, I remember. RL, well, you forgot something for my dinner. I think back and try to figure out what I could have missed. Me, I'm sorry miss, what did I forget? RL, my coleslaw cup, you idiot. I'm silent for a few seconds processing what she said to me. Me, miss, we don't put a coleslaw cup in the 4-piece dinners. I say and reach over for the paper and look at what is in the dinner, and to no one's surprise, no coleslaw cup for a 4-piece, which I recite to the lady. RL. What? Just last week I got the same thing and they put in. She yells at me. Me. Well, they were not following the order and I will have a talk with them about it. RL. You are an ass, trying to trick me for no reason. I try to say something before she cuts me off again. RL. I demand you say sorry for wasting my money on your mistake. I feel the phone shaking with anger in my hand as I somehow manage to say in a calm voice. Me. I'm sorry for the mix-up miss, but that is not included in the dinner. RL. Fuck you, I'm done, she says and hangs up the phone. I stand there frozen with the phone in my hand as my coworker comes back and asks if anything happened while she was gone. I tell her what happened and that I'm gonna go take a few minutes to calm down and walk out. A few hours later, when I get home, I tell my mother what happened. We both work in the deli. She gets as pissed as I was and sends a text explaining the situation to my manager. The next day my boss walks up to me and apologizes and offers for me to have the day off and that she would take care of the rude lady that caused the whole situation. Boss pulled her in the back and beached her out for a straight 30 minutes while I drove home. That is the only time where I ever had to deal with an actual terrible human being in this job, and my boss gave me a bit of a raise afterwards to make sure I didn't quit. I work for a big box retailer in Australia. I've worked there for almost 4 years now, and I can't say it's my dream job, but it pays the bills. Last month there were a lot of bushfires near my area. The closest one was about 2 hours away. My work has never had to close because of the fires and my town hasn't been evacuated. I'm very lucky. However, one morning I was doing the opening shift at work. Once we had opened to roller doors, we had noticed a lot of smoke coming from the car yard next door. My manager called the fire brigade. The police also came and closed the road my work is on and instructed us to stay inside the store as that was the safest place. The fire was very large and the smoke was black. Smoke started to fill the store. We evacuated the store and waited around the corner away from the fire. A customer ran towards us like a bat out of hell and abused us for standing outside of the store because it was opening time and she needed to print off photos for her Christmas presents. The fire was large and we could have died from smoke inhalation if we had stayed in there. I was so close to losing my shit. I couldn't believe this lady would rather us die just so she could finish her Christmas shopping. The fire was later put out, our store opened, and that lady got her faking photos. No one died in the car yard fire, but it was still scary, and I'm very thankful for the firefighters for getting that fire under control. So this was over my winter break, like a day before Christmas or some holiday crazy time like that. I was working outside, pushing carts, and minding my own business. Just trotting along from the back of the lot to the front of the store, where the carts go. I usually keep my head up to check for customers doing customer things such as walking in front of moving carts, or attempting to back out, or whatever. In this case, I lock eyes with an elderly woman as she is walking out of the store and getting into her car. My line of carts was about halfway through the pass-through of going behind her car when she backs out into the middle of my line of carts. What was a very nice clean white car now had some blue decal on it. She ended up just quickly getting out of there without checking if I was okay or not. I was fine, but you know, something could have happened. The next day I come into work and my boss pulls me aside and asks if I have anything to tell him. I was like, nope, nothing really comes to mind. He told me that someone said that they saw me run into a car with the carts I was pushing. So naturally he wasn't happy with me, so I had to explain the whole situation and it just infuriated me more than I already was. It turns out that whoever made the complaint wasn't even the driver of the car, just someone who observed it. Like, why would you go out of your way to lie about a worker that you don't even know who allegedly did something to someone you didn't know? Who's to say? Either way, that's one of my top 5 least favorite times at work. TLDR, car backed into my line of carts. Someone, not the driver, told my boss and almost got in trouble. I work in an ice cream shop. It's a small shop, so usually we are there alone. This happened to my colleague, who is also my best friend. A group of maybe 6 or 7 people came up to the window. Customers can't go into shop, but buys through a window. They are all in their 30s. The first 3 orders an ice with 2 scoops, pays and sit down. When the 4th woman is up, a line has started to form. Remember, my colleague are there alone, so no one can help her. The woman orders her an ice with 2 big scoops. And not in the way that sweet old ladies does, with a smile and no expectations. She seemed serious. My colleague makes the 2 scoops in the size we always do, and then it starts for customer number 4C, colleague 4, excuse me. I said big scoops. C, I'm sorry, but this is the size of an ice cream with 2 scoops. I will gladly add another scoop for price. 4, no, I only want 2 scoops, but those are way too small. Mind you, she just saw 3 of her friends getting their 2 scoops, so she knew how big they were. C, again, I'm sorry, but this is the size of a 2 scoop ice cream for, well, I'm not paying for that. C, fine. And then she tossed the ice cream in the trash next. 4, hey, I still haven't gotten an ice cream. C, you told me you didn't want to pay for it, and you are holding up the line, so please move. Next. 4, no wait. Fine. I'll pay for the size you made. C, what about the one you made me throw out? Are you paying for that as well? 4, while looking at her feet, I guess so. She didn't get to pay for both ice creams, but she apologized when they left. We often get customers that say big scoops, but I never had anyone actually expecting me to make them bigger without paying extra. Worked at Target for 5 years. There was a guest like this every day. Here are some of my highlights. Woman lets toddler absolutely destroy 3 toy aisles, then yells to toddler get the fuck up. This place is a fucking disaster. These lazy as motherfuckers don't clean anything up. She was expecting me and another associate to follow her toddler around and pick up behind her. Also, who talks like that to a toddler? Woman attempts to hit me in the face over a video game, then claims I assaulted her. Management told her that'd fire me on the spot and have me arrested if we watched the security footage to prove her right. When she was wrong, obviously, she starts screaming how we are racist to Asians and she's going to sue. As she's being escorted out, her 13-year-old daughter said she was a liar and humiliated to be her kids. Man brought in a Barbie Jeep type ride-on car and asked me when he could pick it up after I repair it. When I said we don't do that, his non-stop argument was that he bought it there and didn't understand why I won't uphold my end of the deal. What the fuck? Woman didn't understand what cookies are in the website, said was trying to swindle her, and it was false advertising. Woman claimed she never had a PIN number for her debit card and that I was trying to steal her identity by telling her to put the number in the card reader when paying. and my all-time favorite woman wanted to price match to another store. No problem, we do that all time. She wanted to price match Beats headphones from Best Buy, but they were on clearance there, and we don't match clearance. She kept saying they're on sale, and I said no, clearance. I explained how clearance works and she just kept calling me a liar, and that it was on sale, and she deserved it. Finally boiled over into her telling me she has my name and information, and is calling corporate, and she knows everyone and everything there, and called the police, and that she will see me begging on the street soon after getting me fired. Then wrapped it all nicely in "You have a great day, sweetheart," and I said thanks, you have the day you deserve. I've never seen someone's head whip around so fast. It was the Exorcist right there in Target. Sorry this is a long one, but I need to set the stage. I worked at a Starbucks in downtown Chicago and our store was always really busy despite its size. At the time, I worked 2 jobs, was studying for my boards, and also doing clinicals full time. I worked with an incompetent employee who didn't know how to mop the floors when they started. I wish I was kidding. Another one who ate all of the food out of our pastry case instead of doing what she was supposed to do. And a third who, if you offered to help, she would bite your head off and complain about how she was too good for this job. I swear this shit only happens in Chicago. Anyways, on one particular day I came into work more exhausted than usual. I had lost my wallet earlier in the day causing me to be late to work, had put my dog down earlier that week, and also had gone through a really nasty and unexpected breakup. I'm normally pretty upbeat and very patient with customers. Oh, also all 3 of those lovely coworkers were scheduled with me. Also at this time, Starbucks decided to send out cold tall dome lids that didn't fit the cups. So when customers ordered a tall frappuccino, we had it put into a grand cup with a grand lid. Not a big deal to most customers when they understood the situation. The first frappuccino of the day that I make is a tall, and I forgot that the lids don't fit. So I poured the entire drink, including the whipped cream and caramel drizzle, into a grand cup, put the lid on, called out the drink, and started to explain to the customer why his drink looked different. He immediately became livid and started berating me about how this is not the Starbucks standard because the drink looked like shit. I told him I could add more whipped cream and caramel drizzle to make it look nicer, and this man legitimately started yelling at me in a packed store about how this is unacceptable, and he demanded to speak to my manager. I lost it right then and there and yelled at him to grow the fuck up because he's complaining about liquid sugar and ice topped with caramel. Take his faking drink and get out of the store. He started coming behind our bar with his fists raised. At that point, every single one of my coworkers dropped what they were doing and came over to push him back and get me out of there. I ended up taking a 20-minute break to calm down because I had started crying and worked the rest of my shift. The guy was asked not to come back, and I wasn't fired from Starbucks because my manager knew I was normally the one to keep situations calm and under control. I worked at Shopko in the early 2000s and worked primarily at the customer service desk where returns and incoming phone calls and such were done. The store did price matching if you brought an advertisement with you, and we often kept some at the counter to be helpful. One guy comes in and buys either a video game or a movie, I can't remember which, it's been almost 20 years, and got it price matched with a Best Buy ad. Afterward, he noticed that Best Buy had an exclusive keychain or something and asked why he didn't get it. At that moment, I had to call into a credit card company for a card authorization and was simultaneously doing a return for a third customer and answering incoming calls on a separate phone. The guy throws a literal tantrum over his figurine/key fob and the fact we didn't have it and he didn't get it. I had to explain to him, like he was a child, that it was a Best Buy exclusive item and I would happily do a return once I finished with one of my other tasks. The card authorization took a while and the other return was several items, and this grown-ass man slams his fist on my counter about 90 seconds after I explained that I'd returned the item. So I snapped at him like the child he was acting like, explaining, in an annoyed but quiet tone, that I'm one lone person doing 3 things at once, and unless he wanted to be asked to leave, he could calmly wait for me to finish one of my other tasks. He waited patiently, and a bit ashamedly, until the credit authorization came through, and then I returned his crap and sent him on his way. A second, shorter story is, while at the same desk I answered an incoming call from a clearly intoxicated woman placing an order for vodka and cigarettes to be delivered to her home. This store did not sell alcohol or tobacco products, nor did we deliver. So I explained this to her. Ma'am, this a Shopco. We don't sell alcohol or tobacco, and we don't deliver. Drunkie, I want a fifth of vodka, a carton of Camel Lights, and deliver it to XXXX. My credit card is me. I'm sorry, but you called the wrong number. We don't sell alcohol or tobacco, and we don't deliver. Drunkie tries one more time. When I repeat myself she slurs "fuck you" and hangs up. I used to work at our local Domino's. I once had this customer order a pizza like 10 minutes before our store would close. This wasn't that big of a deal. It happened more often than not. We made the pizza. I jumped on my bike. We do that here in the Netherlands, and delivered the pizza. So in the notes I was told to call the customer if I had arrived at the designated location. I did this, not once, but twice. Then I called our store, since that was the policy. They told me to come back to the store with the pizza and help closing up. Not 10 minutes later, when I was almost back at the store, I get a call. The customer still wants his pizza. Let's just say he wasn't very polite about it either, stating I did not in any way contact him or made clear I had arrived. I continued on towards the shop and asked my manager what to do. Just drive back, we'll close up in the meanwhile, is what my manager told me. And so I did. I drove back to the address, already 30 minutes after we would close the store, and once again arrived at the designated location. I once again call the number one was supposed to call. Again no response. I call a second time. Finally the customer picks up and starts screaming in the phone why it took me so long to get back. So I hand him the pizza, which had been out of the oven for about 30 minutes now due to me driving back and forth. He picks up the box, opens it and just screams, "This pizza is faking cold. Get me a new one." Mind you, the store's oven at this point would be finished cooling down, so making it would be like 2 hours of work maybe. I called my manager to check in what to do. She told me to put him on the phone. The customer was told of hard, like real hard. The customer was told of hard, like real hard. At the end he took the pizza, still in the box, and legit threw it in my face, barely not getting the edge of the box in my eye. I was really lucky there, could have been blind in one eye. I grabbed my bike and got the fuck out of there. 2 days later my manager told me he filed a complaint that he did not get his pizza delivered. I doubt if this is going to be seen, but while I was a seasonal cashier for Target, I know, yuck, I've definitely had my moments where I was about ready to reach across my checkout lane and choke someone. Literally on my first day of training, a woman about in her 40s I suppose, and with her teenage looking daughter are trying to buy a crock pot. I scan it, and it's about maybe $60. I'm dead serious. The woman says to me that she saw the crock pot being on sale for $4. I'm like thinking to myself there's no way that, even if a crock pot were to be on sale, it would definitely not be for $4 yet. She insisted that it was $4, and when my team leader who was training me at the time came by to check up on me, this bitch made her own daughter walk my team leader to where she saw this bullshit price. But when some other trainee like me needed my team leader's help with the self-checkout, my team leader had to put the woman and her daughter off to the side while she, team leader, went to go help. This obviously upset the woman and she insisted to speak with a manager. Remember, I'm literally in training, and I have no idea what to do yet, so there I'm freaking out. That same day though, just hours later, I'm on another checkout lane ringing up a different woman and bagging her items, and I noticed that after her is to be a man who was counting his coins. I thought nothing of it, because I figured I was going to get a guest who would pay in cash or coins at some point, but then as I'm ringing this guy up next and tell him his total, he hands me all of his coins, and here I was thinking that, since he counted them himself, he was going to just tell me how much it was, but apparently not. So he had me do the entire counting now, when there's already a long line for my lane, expecting me to just stop everything, so that I could count this lazy sheet's laundry coins again too. One day a man who was some sort of boss slash manager for some business is buying a sheet ton of Visa gift cards for his employees as rewards. I thought it was very sweet of him, but at the same time I had never been prepared on what to do when a guest wants to purchase a ton of these kinds of gift cards, since it was totally different from the rest of the regular gift cards we sold. I remember I kept scanning and scanning and scanning and scanning, you get the idea, until I just faking lost count of how many he was buying. After a while, the register monitor flashed and prompted me to stop because that limit of how many Visa gift cards can be bought was reached. The guy had me call my manager. We had different ones depending on the day, so I've dealt with a lot of managers at the time, and when he came over the guest and I explained everything to him, to which the manager told the man that Target does have a limit of how many quantities of these Visa gift cards could be purchased. And the guest is saying that well then there should be a sign somewhere telling customers how many they can buy at a time, because he needed all of this gift cards. Later on, after it was all sorted out, the manager informs me to never let a purchase like this happen again in the future. Okay, it wouldn't have happened in the first place if I was told about this beforehand. 3. About an hour before my shift ended, a woman about in her 40s 60s I would guess, was buying regular stuff, and as I was ringing her up she was like, oh darn, I brought out the wrong wallet. She must have moved everything to a new wallet or something, I don't know. Can you put my transaction on hold while I run to my car and get the right wallet out? I remember smiling and politely telling her no problem as I pushed a button that printed out a small receipt that would keep her entire transaction when I scanned the barcode at the bottom of it. So she hurries away and leaves her cart to the side as I put her stuff to the side as well to make room for the next guests. Time goes on, I can't remember how long, and this lady still isn't back, and it's coming close to when I'm going to clock out for the night. I turned my lane light to show that I wasn't going to be on, but that I was still waiting on this woman and she'll be my final guest for the night. Eventually she does come back, and I do scan the little receipt I printed out to resume her transaction. Everything she wanted to pay for came up in the register monitor and she began paying, and I thought that was going to be that, but then, she failed to tell me beforehand that she had other things in her cart for separate transactions, so I wasn't finished with her just yet. She was a nice lady, thank God for that, but very aloof and disorganized. Point apparently as I was clocking out, finally a co-worker of mine who was also a cashier and also witnessed the bizarre spectacle told me that the same lady had done the same thing to her co-worker one time, so she understood my pain for one time. A family that I was ringing up was literally talking shit about our store. They were saying how filthy our store was and everything, complaining about how messy the checkout lanes were and such. Surprisingly enough, after all I've encountered on this job, I took offense, and I admittedly with no chill, told this family that they should be grateful for what we as a store do for them, and that we do everything we can for our guests, and I was even giving them a snarky grin. Hey, you're rude to my store, I'm gonna defend my store, and be rude to you. A few minutes later my manager for the day calls me over and inquires me about the incident, and I just simply told them what I saw from my perspective, that I was only simply defending the store. Yeah, a bullshit excuse to give my manager, but I didn't care at the time. 5. Now this one was the last straw for me, and one that I remember to this day. A guest I had just helped had accidentally left his wallet at my register, which I didn't realize because I was helping the next guest, a male ops employee, because of the uniform, until said man noticed the guy before him had left his wallet. He asks me where the lost and found is, so that it can be returned, and since where you can see from the checkout lanes where the customer service / return / apparently lost and found is, I gently just pointed in that direct and told him that's where it is and he could just drop it off there. He got furious with me and started getting an attitude with me, questioning me that what kind of management is this, that they can let just anyone who finds a wallet willingly on their own take someone's wallet. How do you know that I'm not just going to snatch up the owner's identity? And then he's yelling at me and causing a scene and demanding to speak to my manager. At this point I've just had enough of this stupid job, and so I'm telling this man to calm down and that okay fine sir, I'll take the wallet to the lost and found then, I'm doing my job woo, but this man was still causing a spectacle. Meanwhile I kept buzzing and buzzing and buzzing the little button at my register for my manager to come, but he was talking forever to get there, and meanwhile this man was still hurling abuse at me until my manager finally faking came around. Okay, fine, I will admit that I shouldn't have just told this man that he could walk up to Lost and Found. I should have handled the situation better, but at this point I've already dealt TV with a lot of sheetheads, and I'm a young woman, 20 years old. I'm just doing my job and earning my pay, so please sir, do not yell at me, because I am a human being too. The wallet was eventually recovered when the owner came back for it, but by now the damage was done. This poor man had no idea the hellfire I went through for him to get his wallet back, so I pretended that I had done the right job all along, and with a friendly smile I gave him his wallet back, to which he politely thanked me right back. I literally called in the next day to take a self-care/mental health day off. Obviously for everything I just disclosed, I wasn't picked to stay when the season was over, and it was the best feeling ever to walk out of that hellhole when I clocked out for the last time. I was simply promoted to guest, and I honestly had no problem with that. The thing of it is though is that this Target store is my local store, so I do still have to walk in there and shop at the same place I got my self-diagnosed PTSD from when I was working there, but I always make sure to treat any cashier I get with respect and recognition, because they are standing where I once stood. Not just with a cashier I get at Target, but with any cashier at anywhere I shop at. I carefully cashed out an impatient, raggedly looking woman with tons of itty bitty sheety clearance items from Christmas. I worked for TJX. At the time, I was a frontline coordinator, essentially a manager. I was delightful. I always make it a point to not make the customer feel rushed, but I was still efficient. The moment I started scanning, she yelled at me saying that I better not overcharge her by scanning items more than once. I assured her I would be absolutely careful. She was accompanied by another woman, I'm assuming a friend, and she was talking to her the whole time, but eyeing me up and down. She was also asking questions about each item, and I swear by the gods she was trying to mess me up by switching items around. But little miss underestimated me, for I had been in retail for a few years at that point. I was very used to keeping track of a lot. Anyway, in the end I did miss-scan just 1 out of 50 hodgepodge items. They were these dumb vintage sewing spools of yarn or something. She freaked out. She yelled at me in front of so many customers, and even though we were packed with a lineup, she insisted, instead of me correcting the transaction, that she continue yelling at me. She was talking so much shit about me in front of me when my manager came up that my manager told me calmly that I could wait on the floor or go to our employee lounge. I could tell by the way she said it that she did not blame me for what happened, for she knows I'm a good employee. Woman came back not only once, but twice to speak to my manager for over 40 minutes about how she should fire me. Out of all my 4.5 years of retail, I gotta say this woman felt like she deliberately tried to set me up for this, and tried with all her might to just get someone fired and targeted me. Oh boy. When I lived in Florida, I worked at a privately owned 7-Eleven. I have 4 stories to tell. The first one was my 3rd day working there. I had just learned the POS system and was doing alright, being able to work everything from air to shutting down gas pumps. I was getting comfortable. Some sweet Hispanic lady comes in asking about her pump as it wasn't pumping gas, even though she paid for it. I kindly asked her to move to a different pump, and a split second before she pulled in some scrawny blonde Karen steals the pump and pumps her faking gas. When she came in with a Karen, the Karen says in the most annoying tone that me and my coworker had to pay her. My coworker, without skipping a beat, tells her that she pumped the other lady's gas, and that if anything, she should pay her. She called my coworker a retard and said that she's smarter than that because she has a college degree, and stormed out. I shook my head and paid for the poor woman's gas and waited for her to get to the pump prior to activating it. The second story is a scary one. It was a week before Thanksgiving, and it was the normal 2 to 4 p.m. rush. The regulars were getting their Black and Milds and Swisher Sweets, and your local gamblers were spending $50 plus on Powerballs and scratch-offs. Upon ringing up an old man's beer, a rate to 10-year-old child on the verge of tears says, "Hi, my friend is trying to kill me. Can you please help me?" Everyone in line Went silent before the old man I was serving looks at me and says call the police. After I called the police, I did whatever I could to keep the kid calm and even danced a little to make him laugh while I swept the floor and gave him a free Slurpee. He then opened up a little more and told me that his friend was an adult man who was driving him away from his house, which was a town away, every day without his parents knowing, and that the guy took him to the storage unit next door to the 7-Eleven, this time trying to touch him. I, smiling trying to keep him calm, immediately asked my coworker to call the police as the day was quiet at the moment. After the police came and he was brought home, I'd see him within every month or two, and he'd always hug me and ask how I was. The third is of an old homeless man who was high as shit. I was taking out garbage and saw a bike in front of the dumpster. I called out to see if anyone was there and got no answer, which made me assume that someone either left it there to go into the store or someone wanted to toss their bike. I then opened the doors to the dumpster to see an old pruny fuck eating out of a trash bag and jerking off. I didn't see his dick, but I saw his hand movements and his pants down. All the while the trash bag was torn from the side, exposing week old coffee grounds and other gross shit. I panic and immediately run inside and grab a hot dog and drink, assuming he was hungry. I was and still am an extremely naive teenager. Only to go back outside and see the guy with pants on, but he pissed his faking pants. I handed him the food and he immediately says, thanks. This wouldn't have happened if it weren't for the mortgage. I called the cops and he was trespassed. The fourth and final story is simple. Idiot buys mini bottle of hydrogen peroxide and uses it as contact solution. Lady comes in with beet red eyes saying hi, this burns like sheet. I want to return this. And I swear to God I almost lost my absolute shit and burst out with laughter. Best part was that she didn't have a receipt, so she couldn't get the $2 back. I work at a hardware store. The customer service desk speak officially, at least this day I did, and a customer, old guy, walks up to me and told me I want 8 red lid totes, ring them through for me. He was empty-handed, no card or product to speak of. I ask which ones, as we have a wide selection. He just came back with the red lid ones. You work here, don't you know what you carry? I told him sorry, but I need something to scan, or at very least a better description, so I can look up what you want to buy. Ordinarily they are in a card for me to scan. So he loses his mind and shouts, Jesus, do I have to do everything? Might as well get a computer degree and buy it on the internet. That'd be easier than this. Stomps off towards the totes, then comes back, empty-handed. Where are your faking cards? I just point 30 or so feet to his left, and he grabs a regular buggy, not a flat cart, and the totes were far too large for the type of cart he had. Of course they spill out onto the floor in front of me, then due to that he demands a discount for his awful experience. I told him that we didn't do anything wrong, so he asks for a manager. I walk to the back and proceed to punch the living daylights out of some rolled up rugs out of sight of the floor. Did the customer get a discount? Yup. Because he literally didn't know the basics of putting shit you want to buy in a proper cart and bringing it to the front. Old people are the worst customers. I used to work in the children's clothing department of what was then Hudson's department store. At the time, the department had a big mechanical elephant in the middle of the floor as a promotion. The elephant would go off at preset intervals and raise and lower its head. But too many kids over time had been yanking on the elephant, and by now the trunk was starting to crack and was probably just going to break off at some point. We put up a rope around the elephant to keep kids away from it, but part of my job was to keep kids away from the elephant. One day I look up from my register and see there's a little boy who had gotten under the rope and grabbed hold of the elephant's trunk. It was honestly kind of cute. He had the trunk over his shoulder, and it looked like he was trying to drag the elephant with him. I went over and very nicely told the little dude he couldn't do that. That's when I felt a huge hand clamp down on my shoulder and whip me around. It was the kid's dad. He was a huge backroid raging bodybuilder type with bulging muscles and veins. He was red-faced and screaming at me, don't you ever effing talk to my kid. He can do whatever he effing wants. I'm trying to backpedal away, but I'm just a scrawny teenager and he's digging his fingers into my shoulder. I was thinking I was in for the beating of my life when 2 store security guards rushed in and dragged him off me. I don't know what happened to the guy after that, but I do know Hudson's removes the elephant a week later. I work at a gas station where people can either pay at the pump via card or come up to my kiosk window to prepay an amount. Standard stuff, I imagine. One day, an older gentleman comes up and puts something like $50 on one of the pumps. Now, since we are a part of a grocery store, we have a system in place where money spent inside the store can earn you fuel points if you use your membership card. So whatever, man uses his card and goes to pump, then comes back a few moments to complain that the pump isn't using all his fuel points. It happens sometimes, so I check it in my system. Nope, shows 20 cents off when he's insisting he has 30 cents. After a bit of pointless yelling, he tells me he's going to go check this with his wife and drives off in a huff. Too bad, so sad. Where it gets interesting is maybe an hour and a half later when Mr. No Points pulls back into the station, right up to the same pump. Doesn't say a word to me, so I figure he's just decided to pay over there. Well, lo and behold, he comes marching up to my kiosk window demanding to know why the pump isn't working. Motherfucker thought we'd still have his gas money on that pump. I tried explaining this to him, even showed him the void transaction receipt, and that his money had all gone directly back into his account. But he was having none of it, screaming as directly into my face about how he'll tell this to the management and get me fired. There's thick bulletproof glass between me and him, but I've never been the best at coping with people yelling at me, so my coworker Shauna, thank God for her, goes out to calm him down and show him how to pay there while I stay inside and try not to cry. Maybe not the worst thing that could have happened, but certainly not how I wanted to spend my day. I worked in the warehouse in a Tesco store and was asked to cover a checkout shift. An older lady, around 60, came to the till with a week's worth of shopping. As she unloaded her shopping onto my till, I said the usual hello, how are you today? To which she replied, dreadful, you don't have any compost. I apologized and explained that we must have sold out. She went on, how hard is it to order enough compost? How do you expect to run a store if there aren't any products in it? This has ruined my day. Can't you just pop in the back and get some? I tried to tell her that there was no compost in the back store. She followed this with, how can there not be any in the back? How do you expect to refill the shelves? The online store tells me it is in stock. I attempted to explain that Tesco has many stores across the country and has an online shopping option, and just because it's available to order online doesn't mean it's in stock at this exact moment in this particular store. She found this absolutely disgusting after a long back and forth of me telling her I was not lying and her being convinced I was, and claimed she would never shop in a Tesco store again. However, these interactions are fairly common. It was what she went on to say next that got me. She went on, I know it's not that difficult to do, right? My son works in a Tesco's and we don't have any problems there, even though he's a bloody Mongolian. I was very confused as she was clearly English, and I could not understand why her son's nationality would have an impact on the store's stock. But my confusion didn't last 5 seconds before she informed me, yes, a Mongol, but I don't think you can call them that anymore. You have to call them special, PFFFD. Just say it how it is, for Christ's sake. I remained silent for the rest of the transaction. I've worked at a department store and a pet store for many years, so there are many stores to choose from. But I currently sell shoes and work boots and get some lovely redneck type customers. Had an overweight customer come in looking for the widest boot we have, at least 4 or 6e, declaring that he has very wide feet. The majority of my customers demand they have very wide feet, and when measuring most have average width feet if not narrow. I show him what tends to be our widest boot, but explain it's made in a medium or wide width, and that the wide width is typically equivalent to a 4e or H width. Refuses to try it, as it has to be labeled at least 4e, but he wants 6e. I explained to him that I unlikely have anything that wide on hand, as we rarely get customers that need boots that wide, but we are happy to special order one in. Well, that sets him off. Last time he came we faking had one that fit him perfect, but it broke down too quickly, so he wants a discount. Also, you're a faking liar, you just don't want to look well. Insulting is not a good way to get a discount. And a boot breaking down fast will happen when you weigh around twice the average male. I do the ordering, so I know what we carry for sizes. I explained the last time he came he was lucky, as we had it on hand from a special order that didn't work out. I tell him I'll go double check and make sure we don't have one. Of course, we didn't have any, but I brought out a few other boots that are labeled wide, but are around a 4 in width, in a typical Red Wing. Agrees to finally try one on and doesn't even attempt to fully put his foot in. Just slips his toes in and kicks the boot at the wall. It's too faking tight. I told you what it has to be. This place is faking bullshit. You're lying to me about what you have on hand. I finally get frustrated and explain I'd be happy to sell him something if I had it, but sadly it needs to be ordered, but I can no longer help him today with what we have on hand. Calls me a faking piece of shit. Our store is a bunch of scammers who sell cheap shit. Same Red Wing, Dana, Chipper, Clean, Timberland, etc. everyone else carries. I tell him I'm going to need him to leave the store. He continued to swear in front of children. To which he says he will never step foot in this shithole again, and leave. Saw him back a month later ordering the same pair of boots he previously got from a coworker of mine. Our people are just the best. I used to work at a multi-chain grocery store. Let's see if anyone can guess which. And honestly it was one of my worst jobs. Like, most of the time it wasn't even the customers, but the people I worked with. I'm not especially experienced in that line of work, specific food prep, the general functioning and layout of the store, since I never really shopped there myself. And god, do people from customers to coworkers treat you like you're the biggest idiot if you aren't good at SMTH you've never had to do before right off the bat. Like even being uncertain, they act like assholes that they're frustrated to have to deal with. With my coworkers, they literally hated me right off the bat. They all loved to gossip and talk shit throughout the whole store and went right to work with me. Not even sure what they said. One guy from another department once told me, "Oh, you're not as bad as they all say you are." I had worked there a month and never did really anything. I did lose my temper once, very snidely might I add, on this one guy that was rude to me because he was mad that I was engaged to someone he had hit on recently. He and my fiancé went to school together, and that just sealed my fate apparently. The whole department loathed me from then on. I had been threatened by the grandchildren of one of the women that worked there. One of the men who cooked food there offered me something he had made, and I suffered an obscene allergic reaction within hours to where I had to go to the ER the next day, 4th of July too, which is mandatory, and I don't know why they didn't fire me then when not only did I have to call out, but when I got back none of them believed me and talked openly when I was around how it was ridiculous I wasn't there that day. They purposely mispronounced my name constantly and called me by the wrong name thinking it pissed me off. Everyone was always looking at me like I had done something wrong, talked down to me. Even PPL who didn't work there anymore who would stop in to talk to the others gave me dirty looks. And I remind you all that I literally didn't do a single thing aside from lose my temper much later after getting hired. I was frustrated at that point on a guy I know for a fact was being passive aggressive towards me for being with my fiancé. Like, to this day I can't make sense of what was wrong with everyone in there. I was always on edge, tried my best to be polite. I had gone through something horrifying too while I was working there. My fiancé ended up near death in the hospital and that was quite a tale for another time. And was always trying to work hard, even though eventually they gave me nothing to do, and yet would also complain that I wasn't doing anything. When I did have to go do something, get money for the drawer, help a customer, clean up, they complained saying I wasn't where I needed to be. I stayed at that job for half a year, because I thought maybe it'd get better, or that I wasn't a quitter and I could handle it. No, I ended up quitting because the harassment and meanness literally got to the point where I just couldn't take it anymore. There was one woman, a manager for another department I had previously worked with, literally every time she saw me said something directly nasty and mean and would do anything to be rude to me, including doing an all call throughout the store when I took a quick bathroom break. I'm sorry this is so long, damn that's just been sitting in me like a rock. TLDR, coworkers at old job literally got the whole store to hate and harass me. Had to quit cause it escalated to a point I didn't want to handle anymore. Years ago I worked for a company that sold pools, hot tubs, outdoor furniture etc. Well, I had been working there as the warehouse manager for a little less than a year and the owners came down and said they were closing the store and that if we stayed on until the closing they would give us an extra month's pay. I stayed and helped close it. They had a high volume sale to move a lot of product. I ended up being the delivery guy for all the hot tubs and everything. The sales staff they brought in were great. They went around the country doing these sales. We had a lot of fun, but we all knew that we needed something to go to after the sale was finished and the store closed. I had 2 kids at the time and my wife worked as well, so we had to have my income. So there was some stress to the job. Well, I would call and set up the delivery times and make sure the customer knew what was required of them for the delivery to go smooth. With the hot tubs the customer had to provide power and I would wire it in. So I had a conflicting delivery scheduled and I called the number to reschedule. A woman answered and started to yell about when she was going to get her pool she paid for. I should preface this by saying that this was after the sale and the store was closed. I tried to calmly reassure her that she would receive her pool kit and that I would get to her as fast as possible. That wasn't good enough. She continued to yell and I finally had enough. I started yelling back at her and told her that I was trying my best to get her pool to her as quickly as I could while trying to get everyone else's order out and try and find another job since this one was ending. I really let her have it. I slammed the phone down and just knew that there would be repercussions. I think I received a call from one of the owners and I explained the situation and he said he would handle it. Later that day I was told when to make the delivery and given number to call. I called before the delivery and her husband answered. He was very polite and never gave me any trouble. He said his wife would be home to receive the delivery. I wasn't looking forward to dealing with her, but I had to do what I had to do. We drove out to their house and she had us put the pool kit in the garage. She maybe said 2 words to me. I was glad to be done with that. Maybe a week after that I got a job in a different line of work. I got my extra month pay and I was happy to be done. TLDR, while literally working myself out of a job, I yelled at a woman who was freaking out thinking that she wouldn't get her order. Produce clerk here, who has basically work in every part of the store that I've been in for the past 15 years. While there have been some customers that bothered me, like the lady who couldn't just take the 3-pack of romaine hearts because they weren't fresh enough for her. However, the one that takes the cake happened a few years ago. Every night like clockwork, this woman would come in and check the broccoli crowns. Most of the time from sitting out all day, they had gone a little soft, but not to the point where they were bad, just a bit on the softer side. She then would walk up to my coworker and ask if we had fresher ones. Now this would lead to one of 2 answers. The first was we were waiting on the truck and the second was that it was at the bottom of the pallet that had just gotten delivered. She did not like either of those answers and complained to the manager, which most of the time was a stereotypical middle management type guy who had once been a store manager but was demoted because of the fact that he was too brash and arrogant. He basically told me that the customer is always right and I had to do what they asked, which meant that we were going to have to stop what we were doing and break down a pallet to get what she wanted. This pissed me off because neither the produce manager and said CSM understood what I had to do to get to them. I almost freaked out on her multiple times because I knew that I was going to get beached out by my produce manager because the load wasn't broken down. So a few days later, my produce manager comes up to me and tells me to tell her that what we have is what we have. Apparently, my manager finally saw what was happening and told her what he just told me. After that she stopped asking and would give me a dirty look. Oh boy. So I work in a grocery store with a parking garage. We frequently gather carts to put into the elevator. The same elevators that customers go into. So yeah, it's chaotic. This is during the weekend, where it's most busy with tons of people and sounds. Keep that in mind. So I gather in carts, putting them right by the door as I prepare to put them in the elevator. As I'm taking a stack, about 6 or 7, there's this lady who took a cart from the stack. No problem there. I prefer you take a cart from the lot than the store. She moves aside so I don't hit her. Good. And then she stops right next to where I'm going to park them. She's on her phone, so that was why she stopped. Keep that in mind. They slam louder than I expected, but it's a parking lot with tons of cars and people coming in, and echoes everywhere, so it's a bit blurred into my ears. The lady, however, is shocked. I apologize, then get back to getting carts. Far later, two managers come to me. A customer had a massive complaint. Usually when this happens, we get told why, told not to do it again, and move on. Oh no. This lady demands her apology. I'm standing here thinking that it wasn't too big a deal. Though, maybe because I'm used to the loudness of everything, I didn't think about how it affects people. I gave her the benefit of the doubt and apologize. Now the managers were on my side. Before we found her, they told me to just apologize, say it won't happen again, and don't say anything else. They will take care of it. Now we find the lady and I say what they told me to say. And holy fuck. This lady was pissed at me. Apparently, she has some type of ear infection, where loud noises damages her ears. Okay. Never heard of anything like that, but okay. She goes on and faking on about how disrespectful I was, how terrible a faking person I am, how she would have to see a doctor maybe during Christmas, and the part 1 remember the most, how I should be fired. If it were up to me, I would have fired you. Okay boomer, I thought as I tried to figure out the logistics of this. As she railed and railed on as I struggled to keep myself in check from ever questioning what the fuck she has, and what faking right does she have to tell it me. So she has an infection of some kind, never told me what it was. I never heard of such a thing. But if you did have such a infection, why the fuck did you come to our grocery store in the busiest time of the week, near Christmas, when it's at its loudest? You were on the phone. What, do you have absolute trust that the person on the other end wouldn't make a louder noise? People bring their kids and they yell a faking lot. What would happen if that happened next to you? Would you say the kid should be fired from life to their parents? Oh, here's a question. We have carbon monoxide alarms in the garage you were just in. We are busy. Cars are everywhere. They blur the fuck out with a deafening tone that echoes throughout the garage. Even I can't stand it. I have to even go next to them for a more deafening experience. Would you sue the whole company for that? And if you argue that you needed to do shopping with no one to help, we have Instacart here. Tons of employees from them come by a lot for orders. You had her excuse not to come. But no, I hold my tongue as she continued to berate me, invade my personal space, and make my hairs in the back of neck stand with sheer anger at the audacity this bitch thinks she has control. Fuck that lady. I hope the monoxide alarm went off when she left. I work at Home Depot, and last Christmas I was in the garden area, since it's so busy that time of year. It's the 23rd of December, and a very old woman comes in demanding to see our cheapest Weber grills. I show her them, pointing out the cheapest one, which we had 4 or 5 of in stock. These are expensive. Do Walmart sell them? I tell her I don't know, but I'll help out and look it up online. Sure enough, they do have it, and it's a little cheaper. Can you order it for me? I inform her that I can't do that, so she in a huff tells me she will take this one. Great. But she continues. I need this put in the back of my car. I offer to load it into her car for her. Well, my husband is in the car and he can't know it's back there. Can you load it so he doesn't notice? After informing her that no, I can't pick up a giant heavy box and load it in the back of an occupied car without him noticing, she gets annoyed and leaves, saying she will get it at Walmart. Fine by me. 3 hours later I get a call on the store phone. I need one of those grills. You have to put one away with a sold sticker on it. We don't put items away unless they've been purchased online, but I assure her we have several in the store, so I'm sure one will be there for her to pick up tomorrow. No, I need you to put it away. I need one. I can't disappoint this man. She continues, borderline rabid over the phone, until I offer to put a box in the overhead so other customers can't see it, and I'll even put a big sign with her name on it next to it, and tell everyone in the store that she will be coming in to get it. Promise me on your life you will have one there for me. At this point the store is near closing. I'm trying to get ready to finish my shift, so I assure her it will be there waiting for her. Hang up and finish my shift. My next day in, Boxing Day, I come in and check the grills. She didn't pick it up. I was manning the fitting room on a particular Monday and Tuesday when this lady came in. Obviously she seemed rather exhausted and upset as she had a baby, probably 6/7 months, toddler, a 5/6-year-old and this very elderly lady who didn't seem all there. She had a bunch of dark dress clothes to try on and looked 10 seconds from crying as the baby started to fuss, and the elderly lady she was with was talking and trying to walk off in a random direction. Turns out she's a recently widowed wife of a Marine. The elderly lady she's with is her husband's mom who suffers from Alzheimer's and doesn't realize her son is dead. I doubt if even the kids know he's dead, but here she is, trying to hold it together and find them funeral clothes. I feel for her, and because the women's handicap room is occupied and the men's fitting room is empty, I let her take her family into the men's handicap room so she can keep Mill from wandering off and the kids in sight. She's short so it's not like she can see or be seen on the men's side, and the door for the handicap room is extra tall/wide. I'll let her know if she needs help zipping up a dress or tag teaming the kids. I'm happy to help, and she seems somewhat relieved before closing/locking the door. Not even 2 minutes and the asshole appears. Dresses like he's trying to convince people he's important, TM, and deserves respect, TM, at all times. Like Varen Dursley but younger. This guy is well over 6 feet, fat and just looks like the kind of guy that would loudly complain about his waitress not laughing at his grocer's attempts at flirtation and then not tip her despite her excellent service. He had 5 items and was a dick when I asked him how many items he had. Why do you have to ask? I'm not a shoplifter. Can't you use your eyes and see? He grabs his number and finds a room. It's not until one of the kids squeal, as kids will do, in the handicap room, that asshole starts to complain. Why are there kids on the men's fitting room? Then he hears the mom scolding them to stay quiet and then at her Mill for trying to jiggle the door handle. A woman. There's a woman in the men's fitting room. His beaches comes out half dressed to yell at me for letting a woman in the men's fitting room and that how she could be peeping Tom. Really? That distraught petite 5-foot widow with her 3 kids and elderly Mill would definitely check out your lard as. Really? So still half dressed and leaving all his sheet on the floor of the room, he looks for the one male associate on the floor, assumes he's the store manager and all but herds him to the fitting room to discipline me for letting a woman and children into the men's side. I shouldn't have to hear women or children in the men's fitting room. My male coworker was like, you'd still hear them regardless of where you are, and that of course pissed him off more and demanded corporate's number. He took down my name and my coworker's, still assuming he was the manager because he was a dude, and vowed to get us fired. He still leaves everything on the floor of the fitting room and is still not properly dressed in our store. Cue the widow coming out of the in literal tears and saying how sorry she is about all this. She ends up slumped on the fitting room floor in tears, while the 5/6-year-old is messing with the baby. Toddler is screaming, and the Mill is now trying to remove her dress and touch the fitting room mirror. I do my best to console her and tell my coworker to get the actual manager. My manager assures her neither of us will lose our jobs, and as whole is just a prick. She says if you want to be sure though, just leave us your contact info and a statement and we'll send it to corporate before he can even call. It took us another 30 minutes of comforting her in the men's handicap room, which again was devoid of men for the foreseeable rest of the night. We helped her pick out the dress clothes most likely to fit the kid/Mill without trying them on, gave her a discount on her total for her troubles, and helped her get the kid/Mill to the van with her purchases. I sadly never saw her again, but the asshole did make a call to corporate, and despite the evidence indicating that there was no way that she could have looked at him, it was ruled that we could no longer under any circumstances have the opposite gender in the fitting rooms, and the asshole did come back. He was always snotty as fuck, asking me if I'll let any peeping women in the men's room again and not to eye him when I cleared the fitting rooms of debris. I hated him so damn much, because now people who did need their partner's help to dress because of an apparatus in their chest or being wheelchair bound were forced to either settle on a stranger's help, me, or suffer by themselves. If I met that faker in the streets today, I would take great pleasure in telling him off for what he did to that poor woman, and if I could get away with it, break his legs. When I was working at Victoria's Secret, a woman came in with like 6 sports bras that she wanted to return. I'd never seen the style before in my time working there. I was seasonal and at the time had been there for a month, but I didn't think anything of it and didn't really care. I asked her for the receipt and she said she didn't have it. She then pointed at the return policy we had displayed on the counter and said that our return policy allows customers to return bras without a receipt. I told her that was correct, but I'd never done a return without a receipt, so I called over the walkie for help. My manager came over and looked at the tags, and come to find out these bras were from 2015. This happened summer of 2019. Also the tags were worn out and dirty, you could barely make out 2015, and the washing instructions were completely worn off. She explained to the customer that we couldn't accept the bras because it was past its birthday. The lady got all smug and said, well, where does it say that in your return policy? Like, are you kidding me? These bras are 4 years old. You really think we are gonna take them when they are A, out of season, B, 4 years old, and C, obviously worn? This woman bought these bras before I even graduated high school. My manager explained to her that that's just what she was told and trained to do with returns. The lady still insisted because it didn't say in the return policy about bras' birthdays. At this point I wanted to point out the 90-day return policy and that she obviously bought them back in 2015. She asked for corporate's number, which my manager happily gave her, and then she asked for my manager's name. TLDR, a woman tried to return bras that were 4 years old and acted shocked when we wouldn't accept the return. I have so many stories, but this one stands out cause it still pisses me off. A few years ago I worked for a cell phone store, and one day this old guy comes in with his very rednecky, nearly toothless friend. We'll call them Perv and Cletus. Perv needs a new phone, but he doesn't pass the credit check, so he calls his wife to ask if she'll add him to her plan, to which she says yes. I grab the phone he wants and begin the process of adding it to the plan and setting everything up. The whole time, Perv is making googly eyes at me and flirting heavily, while Cletus is just sitting there giggling like Beavis. I'm remaining professional and ignoring the flirting, which consisted of compliments to my appearance, calling his wife an old ball and chain, asking me out to dinner, and telling me to make sure I put my number in his new phone. Bear in mind this guy was at least twice my age, and I was in my mid-30s at the time. To top it all off, he didn't even have enough money to pay, so he calls his wife again and has her pay over the phone with her credit card. I was completely disgusted, especially since I had just spoken to his very sweet wife and she clearly loved this creep and took care of him. I desperately wanted to kick him in his old balls, but I just gave him beach face and clipped answers to everything he said and finished up as fast as I could. Thankfully we had people waiting to be helped, so I was able to shoo them out and move on, but man, I was so tempted to call his wife back and tell her exactly what kind of piece of shit she was married to. I wish I had. I'm late to this, but I used to manage a pop-up Halloween store in the city. For reasons far out of my control, and because of the nature of the temporary pop-up store, we had a step to come up into our store, so we were not ladder/wheelchair accessible. One evening, a lady comes on a motorized wheelchair and then gets upset that she can't come in. She wants to speak to me, the manager, to air her complaints. She was 100% in the right and very reasonable. All of a sudden this other able-bodied guy comes walking by and sees the problem. He starts yelling at me that I'm treating this lady with a disability very wrong. He is just yelling and complaining and acting as this able-bodied hero for this woman. There was nothing I could do at the moment. It was 9 PM and I couldn't just start pouring concrete down to make a ramp into the store. This guy was having none of it. I was mostly upset that he was being belligerent for no reason when I was having a perfectly fine discussion with the person who was in the wheelchair. I feel like sometimes people just want to start making a scene so they can be the hero. Eventually, the guy walks away and I continue on with the customer in a wheelchair who was very sweet. I saw her on a bus a few weeks later and we had a discussion like we were old friends. Don't be the bigger guy in unneeded situations. I work at a well-known craft store. For background info, we do not do gift receipts. However, if you're purchasing a gift card we can duplicate a receipt, so you can give the person the original. We also have a fairly annoying way of taking checks. We have to ask for the person's ID, write down their driver's license hash, state issued, phone number, and date of birth on the check. We had a new cashier ringing up an elderly couple for 4 gift cards all for $5. Unfortunately, we have a $10 minimum on gift cards. This already upset the female, but her husband said to just go ahead and do $10 on each. I was called over because our customer service manager didn't know how to duplicate a receipt and I did. Our CSM walked away for a moment to deal with something else while the cashier finished the transaction. Once she was done ringing up the gift cards, she asked to see the lady's ID since she was writing a check. She got through writing the driver's license hash, phone number, and state, but the lady had her birthday covered with her finger. The cashier politely asked for the lady's birthday, and she replied, "You are not getting my birthday." The poor cashier turned to me with a look of fear. Probably the first time she'd ever been yelled at by a customer. So I explained to the customer that having the birthday is part of how we take checks. The lady begins to yell at me that it's illegal to ask for her birthday. I stayed calm and kept explaining to her that it is corporate policy, not our stores. Without the birthday we cannot take the check. She interrupts me, points her finger at me, and screams back off. "You are not listening to me. It is illegal for you to ask for my birthday." Now, I have been argued with and yelled at before but never like this, and never about a birthday. It was Black Friday, and I was already over it. So I backed off. I walked over to our CSM, explained to her what just happened, and how to do a duplicate receipt. The customer ended up complaining to our manager. I have no idea what she said to him, but clearly he thought it was all stupid too, because he never spoke to me about it after that. We gathered all the other info for the check, but apparently the birthday was just too far. I'm going to preface this with how Walgreens cash works, so that the story makes more sense. Quite simply you earn points and get digital equivalents of cash you can use to lower whatever your balance may end up being after you've accumulated enough points. Simple concept. Walgreens is not the first to use it. Anyway, some people as a hobby, or whatever you'd call it, strategically buy items that we'd advertise, giving you more points than a typical purchase. One guy buys 6 bars of Irish Spring deodorant and some other items. He bought the 6 bars of Irish Spring deodorant under the idea he would get more points and that they were cheaper due to being on sale. But that was a previous week's deal and was no longer valid. I tell him the price. He immediately loses it after reviewing the receipt and seeing they weren't on sale. I refund him the money. Now he has used points to lower the cost. When you do that and immediately do a refund, the points which are not actual cash go back into your Walgreens card account. This guy begins accusing me of stealing his $5. I reiterate everything I've said above in a calm manner. No, I'm still a thief. Turns out my manager is aware of this guy and his attitude. She comes over and explains it. Not 10 seconds into her explaining, he spins the bag containing 6 faking bars of Irish faking Spring and whips it at me and storms off. I was 15. A grown man threw 6 bars of Irish Spring at some teenage girl over Walgreens cash. I quit a month later. Oh, and turns out I was the second employee he had assaulted. He tried to punch our MacUp salesperson as well. A guy claims he came in a few days ago and he was dissatisfied with his meal. He claimed 2 of the most expensive items on the menu, both upsized. Total was about $15, which back then was huge for QSR. He demanded a replacement. He couldn't provide any proof of his purchase or even why he didn't like the meals. He claimed he threw them out without eating anything. The manager did his best, but got nothing from the guy that would justify giving him another order. The guy gets extremely angry and drives across town to my office. At that time of day it took him 45 minutes. Since the regular complaint person was on vacation, I had to deal with him. He was outraged we didn't give him a replacement and a refund. He kept referring to the manager by name in every sentence. He pronounced it with exaggerated disgust like his name was painful to say, so Johnny came out like Jahonne. Put extra emphasis on the J. When I said I couldn't help him either, he demanded my name. to go over my head. Johnny, that isn't really my name. I just said it was. The reality, I think, was manager Johnny was, still is I suppose, gay and was really effeminate. Again, a couple of decades ago, and angry guy was a man's man kinda guy, fuck that guy. I've worked as a restaurant server for the last 10 years, and I have countless stories, but here are just a few that stand out to me. While working at a family, mostly old people, chain at 19, I had a woman ask me if our turkey was grass-fed. Boy, I held it in, but turkeys don't eat grass. She and her elderly mom always took well over 45 minutes to order. Always ordered half decaf, half hot water. She wouldn't touch her drink at all, and then 30 minutes later need a new one cause it had gotten cold. Anyways, on this particular afternoon, I got stuck with her. I knew all her annoying antics, so I kept up with her usual demands proactively. One trip over to warm up her watered down decaf, she grabbed my free hand, scooped steaming hot mashed potatoes with her bare hands off of her plate, and shoved it into my hand. Guess what was wrong with it? She claims it was cold. I had a blister the size of a nickel on my finger from the gravy. I once had a belligerent woman scream at me because she couldn't fit in the booths in the 24-hour Coney Island I worked. I was dumbfounded. I'm slightly overweight, and when I can't fit somewhere, or I'm afraid to sit on something, the last thing I'd do is broadcast my size to a packed restaurant claiming the waitress was responsible for such an injustice of having average-sized booths. She could have sat at a table with chairs. I had a grown woman cry real tears because we didn't serve soup at 4 in the morning. I had an old man berate me over having wiped his table before seating him. He claims I did it because he looked dirty. Then while ranting about how rude I was for wiping his table, he exclaimed that I was making him talk too much to chew properly, he would choke, and that I probably didn't even know CPR. I hadn't said one word except for "I'm sorry, sir," at least 5 times. Packed a carry out one time. I always double bag soup. Have a wonderful day. Stay warm. 20 minutes later I answered the phone and the same woman was screaming into her phone that, while taking the lid off her soup, she spilled it on her lap, burning herself. She kept saying she was looking forward to the soup, and she was so disappointed. I told her if she wanted to come back I would give her a new soup for free. I don't care lol, and she said she was already 20 minutes away. So she pretty much just called to complain. Gee thanks. That's all for now folks. I have a million more, but like I said, that would take too long. I worked part-time in a women's clothing store while I was studying at university. It was a chain store and ours was probably the biggest in the state outside of the flagship store. I had been there a few years and usually ran the weekend shifts, so I knew the store policies really well and had a reputation for being great at dealing with complaints. I was firm with customers and strong enough to refuse their crappy demands, but also good at appeasing them. One Sunday, I was training a new staff casualty member, and we had a Karen come in with a complaint. She wanted to exchange a product she had purchased on promotion and to receive the same discount on her new item, even though the promotion was on limited stock. The Karen goes crazy, yells at me and another staff member, drops the name of an old manager, and says she told her it was allowed, asks for the head office phone number, etc. She ends up taking up over half an hour of my time making a scene, and in the end, I convince her that the policy just doesn't allow it, and she calms down after I offer to show her some different items or sale items that she may like. She then goes through to the change rooms, where the new casual is working, and begins politely chatting to her. The casual then proceeds to tell the customer that they completely agree with her, that she should be able to get the discount, etc. I should mention here we have so many issues with customers trying to divide and conquer when it comes to complaints. They will try with different team members and then use that in their complaint to undermine what you've said or the policies. So I pull the newbie into the staff office and pretty sternly tell her that under no circumstances should she ever disagree with what another staff member has told a customer to the customer, because it generally makes us all look inefficient and creates bigger issues. If someone is making a simple mistake, thinks we don't have a product that we actually do, etc., you quietly pull the staff aside and let them know so they can rectify, save face, and it works better for all of us. Under no circumstances do you tell a Karen she is in the right after a scene like that, because she will just start up again. Newbie looks upset, but agrees and walks back out. I then have another staff member come and get me to say that the newbie is now standing in the middle of the shop floor, crying hysterically for having been reprimanded. I had to go out and send her to the back room and talk to her about appropriate behavior, that this was not something worth being so upset over as she was learning and it happens, but also if you're upset, take a 10, go for a coffee or a bathroom break, don't stand in the middle of the shop crying in front of customers. I told my manager I refuse to have the newbie on my weekend shifts again until she can handle the pace and demand. Newbie ended up being transferred to a much smaller store that was quieter. So many great moments. I work as tech support over the phone for a major TV and broadband provider in the UK. Some examples are cust refusing to understand why we can't send an engineer to his work or meet him on a street corner to replace faulty hardware when they can only go to the cust's properties, people looking to speak to managers because I advised them the soonest engineer possible was 2 days away and they wanted it the same day at 6 PM when engineers finish their shift at 5 PM. When a cust lost her head at me for not giving her a radical solution to her problem when she refused to troubleshoot or wanted an engineer out. I still don't know what she expected me to do in regards to a radical solution. Maybe summon a spirit to fix it or personally crawl through the phone and fix it myself. Who knows? Edit. Remembered another gem where a cust was unhappy she'd go the weekend with no internet, and I get that, but then wants a manager as I'm not empathetic enough. Manager is on another call facing me, so she decided to sit on the line, but refuses to go on hold. I didn't know about silent hold at this point. Muting your mic. Do the guys next to me are chatting about their cust, and she goes ballistic at me saying I'm talking about her behind her back. I advise I'm not, and she just goes nuts. Mind you, the manager is watching and sees I didn't say a thing. He finally goes on the call and straight away says I didn't say a peep about her or even open my mouth the whole time. She goes even more ballistic and hangs up swearing away. Been working almost 5 years in retail and boy oh boy, never got too mad. Sometimes the customers were assholes, but nothing that I'd lose any sleep for. A lady we called the scurrier because she had a rollator which she sat on, moved her chubby little feet to scurry everywhere and you could hear her coming a mile away. She purposefully tried to roll over a few of my co-workers' toes. Always got pissed because they bumped into her as she hit the steel-toed boot tip. Russians. So many Russians. Never speak Finnish, rarely speak English, act like kings of the world. It was some holiday a few years back, and we had a pretty good sale going on. This older babushka comes up to my counter. Greet her and whatnot, the whole 5 yards. Baba Yaga just looks at me like I ate her daughter, whatever I guess. Tell her the price in English as well, then tap at the display to show it. She pulls out €500 bill which I can't accept because I don't have change for such a bill. Send the €500 to the front help desk so they can break it into smaller bills. It was an awkward few minutes waiting for that money to come back. After a minute or so she flips out and unleashes her wrath upon me, yelling and cursing in Russian. There's 6 or so people behind her in the queue. I answer her by speaking gibberish, nodding along her demands in Finnish, and this upsets grandmother terrible even further. I get the smaller bills, give her back the change and the receipt, and tell her to say hi to Rasputin. Guy behind her in the line loses his sheet and just starts laughing. Grandma looked like she wanted to send both of us to the salt mines. Had a super religious woman as a regular customer. She was always pleasant and courteous towards the workers there, so this kind of surprised me. I was her cashier and making small talk with her. She mentioned something about the Lord Savior coming soon for us, and she feels like my soul isn't redeemed yet. Insists I take her business card, which is just a pamphlet for her church. Tells me that the rapture is coming soon. After she has gone, the guy behind her looks at me, says, I hope it comes soon. The only time I really lost my sheet with a customer was during a Christmas rush 2 years back. I was restocking the fish shelves, which had awkward doors that were always in the way as you were restocking. The store is super busy, a lot of people going back and forth, really hectic and loud and sweaty, and everybody is stressed. This older woman pushes up the cart straight in front of me as I'm trying to shelve some fish. There were only about 1,5 meters between the shelves and the pile of crates full of fish. Granny starts tearing me a new one because most of the fish at this point has ran out, and what will I have in the Christmas table now? I gesture towards the pile that I was working on and said that once I'm done with these she could look through if she found anything, as this is pretty much everything we have left. She moves a bit forwards, trying to take a look into the boxes. I pull open the door and it accidentally taps her elbow. She faking loses it and goes full on yelling about how this isn't how you treat a valuable customer. How she has worked 35 years in retail and that little sheets like me shouldn't be allowed to work here at all, since it is such a respectable job and all. MFW, she yells for about 30 seconds straight. Continue working and she tries to slam the door shut with me in between it. The crate blocked it and nothing happened, but at this point I was getting faking furious. First time in my career when somebody tried to get actually physically hostile towards me. I looked into her eyes and she was trembling from anger. I wish there was something cool I could have said, but I just continued working and she eventually left. I work in a grocery store filling the shelves and I no longer sit on the floor anymore because of this. Now I always do the Spider-Man squat when filling the bottom shelves. I was sitting on the floor filling the bottom shelves and was pretty concentrated on sorting out all the cans that has been pushed to the /fallen over ECT point, so wasn't paying much attention to my surroundings. Well, obviously neither was this customer who was speed walking down the aisle with her trolley in one hand and phone in the other, I can only assume. Well, she rams the trolley into the corner of my head at the speed of the average locomotive because she was looking where she was going, and I stand up as a reaction. No apology, just a screech of something like, "What the fuck are you doing down there? I'm in a rush and can't find a thing in this shop. Where's X, Y and Z?" I couldn't really hear her because of my head pain. I just looked at her for a second, then walked away through the back to tell my manager so he could do the stuff he needs to do, and so I don't get in trouble for whatever twisted story she inevitably complained to the customer service desk. Sit down for a while until my head stopped hurting. Whole thing was on camera, so I didn't get in trouble and was actually kinda complimented for not making a bigger reaction out of the thing, and I ended up getting a half-hour paid break as my manager went out to deal with the customer. Okay, not retail, but restaurant, but I need to tell this story. TLDR at the bottom. So at our restaurant we serve salad with every meal. It comes in bowls. We've started to notice that most people don't eat their salads. It tastes fine, it's just that most people prefer to eat their main dishes. We thought that this was a waste of food. So we decided that with 4 people we give them 1 bowl of salad. If they want more they can ask for more for free. With 5 plus it's 2 bowls, 8 plus is 3 bowls, and so on. Okay, so there was this table of 4. They were around their 40s/50s, 2 woman, 2 man. I was putting all their food down, and when everything was on their table I said, "Enjoy your food." One of the ladies asked me if this was all the salad they were getting. I explained what I explained here. We don't want to waste food, but if you want more you can order more. She looked at me for a second and asked me, "But why are we getting such little salad? We're with 4 people. This is not enough." I explained again calmly that we don't want to waste food, so we give this amount, but if she wants more she can always, without extra charge, ask for more. She asked the exact same thing twice more. This was the moment I lost my sheet. I said, "Ma'am, would you like an extra bowl of salad?" This came out quite arrogant and rude. She, kinda insulted, said yes. A few minutes later I gave them the salad, said enjoy, and left. Guess what? They didn't eat the second salad. I had to throw it out. I saw them leave and asked if she liked the salad. She said yes, but it was a bit too much. I could not faking believe this, people. And yes, I'm getting angry over a salad, but wasting food sucks. TLDR. I explained to a lady we serve 1 salad per 4 people to avoid food waste, and she can order more if she wants. She asks me 4 times why she can't have more. I rudely ask her if she want an extra. I give her 1 and she doesn't eat it cause it was too much. Food still wasted. About 25'ish years ago, I was working at my first gig. I worked in my local community college's student computer lab. A giant room with maybe about 100 PCs full of students writing papers, poking around on spreadsheets and the like. Since I'm 6 feet 5 inches and had the loudest voice in the group, it was my task every night to announce that the lab printers would be turned off and the lab itself would be closing at the top of the hour. I would do this at 1 hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and 1 minute before closing time. This was intentional. If we didn't do this, we would never get out of there, and if we didn't do this, we would be accused of not giving adequate warning. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Certain computing center will be closing in 30 minutes. All printers will be shut off in 15 minutes. Repeated twice, one for each side of the room, at shouting volume, and I'm a loud motherfucker. One night, a woman decided she was going to ignore every single warning to wrap it up, all 6 warnings, delivered twice. So, with the printers now turned off, and this being the days of MS-DOS, she went to print a document, and locked up her PC. Could not print. Could not save. Immediately, she blows a fuse and starts screaming at us, "If I fail my faking class, I'm going to sue you." Then falls into Karen mode and starts looking for my manager. I try to calm her down, and others try to again remind her of the fact she was warned at high volume no less than half a dozen times, and ignored each warning. Go fuck yourself. I want to speak with your manager. So, I walk her over to my manager's office. Door closed. I walked away, expecting to be fired. Her visit lasted like 5 seconds before she stormed off, literally screaming. Went in there afterwards and asked my boss what he said to her. I told her, "Pogue gave you 6 warnings. I would have only given you 1, and she stormed off." The one time I nearly lost my sheet and walked out of my job was a combination of a customer and an assistant store manager. I was working the customer service returns desk and the customer came up to return some items, as you would guess, and he didn't have a receipt. All the items put together was around $250-ish, and at the time the store was under review because of its high shrink, loss of sale rate, and corporate had limited the return threshold to $25, and to put the money onto a store gift card as cashback was not allowed. Now 2 of this customer's items put together would have been below the $25 threshold. However, the rest of his items alone exceeded the threshold. Those items were between $35 to $75. I told the customer this and asked for a valid form of ID, as in the store IDs are always required for no receipt returns. And told him I could return only the 2 items, but not the rest, and why I couldn't. I was very polite as I understood that it was frustrating to have such a low no receipt return threshold. However, the man got angry and said he wanted all of his items returned as cash, and if that wasn't possible onto a store gift card. I told the customer, "I'm sorry, but there is only a $25 return limit for without receipt returns, and as such I can't return all of your items today. However, if you do happen to have receipt, you can come back, and I will gladly return all your items on the receipt." To which he states that if he had a faking receipt he'd have brought it in with him, and that they were faking gifts anyway, ending with him calling me a beach. With a smile still on my face, I told him that I was going to bring my customer service manager over as I couldn't override current policy, but that we would see what they would have to say. Naturally, he responds that I should bring my faking manager over, and if I was an idiot for not knowing how to do my job. Luckily, one of my CSMs was nearby within the cash office, so I managed to get her attention by knocking on the cash office door. She quickly pulled me into the cash office, and then I explained the situation that was going on, and that the customer was upset. We leave the cash office, and she asks the customer what the situation was. He proceeds to say that I was an idiot for not knowing how to do my job by returning his items. With a strained smile, she first asks him if he had a receipt. When he said no, she said that there was a $25 no receipt return limit. He then starts to degrade her and demands that we return his items. At this point, my CSM says that he could get his items and leave, as she wasn't going to take his insults towards her associate nor herself. The customer grabs his items and starts to complain loudly while leaving towards the exit. My CSM apologized for that experience and goes to make sure the customer actually leaves the store. This is where the assistant store manager comes into play. The ASM happened to be nearby the exit the customer was going towards. Now what happened at the exit I only know by what my CSM has told me. Anyway, the ASM asked what was going on and why the customer was complaining. The CSM told him what happened at the return desk, how he wanted a return outside our current policy, and when we wouldn't how he started to insult us. At this point the CSM told the ASM she kicked the customer out of the store for his rude behavior. The ASM goes to the customer and speaks with him for a little bit. The ASM then goes to the CSM with the customer at his side and then proceeds to tell her that we will take care of the customer. The CSM later told me she almost walked out at that point, but didn't want me to be blindsided by the customer coming back as I was the only associate at the returns desk. When I saw the CSM and the customer with the ASM entering the return desk area I was confused as last I remembered the customer was just kicked out of the store. The CSM pulled me aside and told me that the customer would have his needs taken care of and that she would do it. However, the ASM called the CSM over and told me to start taking care of the customer. I then had to start the transaction. The ASM spoke to the CSM for a few seconds then apologized to the customer and then left. All the while the customer is still talking down to me and saying that it was damn right I was returning his items. The CSM came back around the service desk with an obviously flushed face. I finished the transaction with the customer, put the money on a gift card, handed it to him, and then told him to have a good night with more of a grimace than a smile. What I wish I did was tell the customer to fuck off and quit without ever doing the transaction. I now also realize I wrote a book and that likely no one will read this. Oh well, I've been needing to vent this for a few years. Enjoy or don't enjoy this story. I sell firearms, so I have a much different retail experience, but this is my ultimate cheat show story. Dude comes in to buy a cowboy revolver. We explain we don't have the caliber he's looking for when he spots the .22 replica guns. He doesn't care, wants to get it. The entire time he's spouting shit to me that he thinks makes him sound smarter, but shows he doesn't know what he's talking about. Grabs a box of .223 and talks about how much he loves shooting it through his .22. I ask for his ID, and it's expired, but not recently. His ID is a few years expired, and he gives me a piece of paper telling me this will take care of it. It's a court order, saying that he was ticketed for having an expired ID, but if he renewed his ID soon they would write off the ticket. So obviously this doesn't help me, like at all. My coworker started him on paperwork not realizing what was going on, but then came over and saw and we both chuckled a bit. He hands us his paperwork, all the questions are answered wrong. Yes, I'm a felon. Yes, I have mental issues. Yes, I have a domestic charge, ECT. Needless to say, coworker and I are having a laugh, and we pull the guy aside and let him know that for a multitude of reasons his sale is being denied. At first he takes it as a joke and tells us he'll just run the paperwork a second time. Not how that works. Once you fuck up I can't sell shit to you. He doesn't believe us, but as we convince him we are not bullshitting he starts getting unreasonably mad. Telling us that this is bullshit, that he wasn't even reading the questions on a government form, and that we were just being assholes. He wants a manager. I tell him that won't change anything. He doesn't care. He's stomping up and down the counter. We are all really expecting a fight to break out. He's kicking at the glass cases holding the guns and kicking shelves. He puts on a pair of headphones and is blasting music. My manager comes up. Same story. Dude is starting to really go off, calling my manager racial slurs and shit. Manager tells him we are going to get the police or he can leave. Call the faking cops, he yells. Okay. After a few minutes I think he realized we actually called the cops and his demeanor changes. He throws up his hood and starts towards the door. Too late. Cops grab him. They say they don't care about the license or court order and tell him to get lost. At this point he's physically crying and shaking and spouts off everything has been so shitty since dad pulled me out of the ward. He then goes to his car and starts beating the steering wheel while tears run down his face. Eventually he starts the car and drives off. I'm pretty convinced he was gonna kill himself or his family, but either way, I'm glad he didn't walk out with a gun.